Letter 26 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 26. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday night, March 30th. The fruits of my inquiry after your abominable wretch's behaviour and baseness at the paltry alehouse, which he calls an inn, prepare to hear. Wrens and sparrows are not too ignoble a quarry for this villanous goshawk. His assiduities, his watchings, his nightly risks, the inclement weather he journeys in, must not be all placed to your account. He has opportunities of making everything light to him of that sort. A sweet pretty girl, I am told, innocent till he went thither, now, poor girl, who knows what? But just turned of 17! His friend and brother rake, a man of humour and intrigue, as I am told, to share the social bottle with; and sometimes another disguised rake or two. No sorrow comes near their hearts. Be not disturbed, my dear, at his hoarsenesses. His pretty Betsy, his rosebud, as the vile wretch calls her, can hear all he says. He is very fond of her. They say she is innocent even yet. Her father, her grandmother, believe her to be so. He is to fortune her out to a young lover. Ah, the poor young lover! Ah, the poor simple girl! Mr. Hickman tells me, that he heard in town, that he used to be often at plays, and at the opera with women, and every time with a different one. Ah, my sweet friend! But I hope he is nothing to you, if all this were truth. But this intelligence in relation to this poor girl will do his business, if you had been ever so good friends before. A vile wretch! Cannot such purity in pursuit, in view, restrain him? But I leave him to you. There can be no hope of him. More of a fool than of such a man. Yet I wish I may be able to snatch the poor young creature out of his villanous paws. I have laid a scheme to do so, if indeed she be hitherto innocent and heart free. He appears to the people as a military man, in disguise, secreting himself, on account of a duel fought in town. The adversary's life in suspense. They believe he is a great man. His friend passes for an inferior officer, upon a footing of freedom with him. He accompanied by a third man, who is a sort of subordinate companion to the second. The wretch himself with but one servant. O my dear! How pleasantly can these devils, as I must call them, pass their time, while our gentle bosoms heave with pity for their supposed sufferings for us! I have sent for this girl and her father, and am just now informed that I shall see them. I will sift them thoroughly. I shall soon find out such a simple thing as this, if he has not corrupted her already: and if he has, I shall soon find out that too. If more art than nature appears either in her or her father, I shall give them both up. But depend upon it, the girl's undone. He is said to be fond of her. He places her at the upper end of his table. He sets her a prattling. He keeps his friends at a distance from her. She prates away. He admires for nature all she says. Once was heard to call her charming little creature. An hundred has he called so, no doubt. He puts her upon singing. He praises her wild note. O my dear, the girl's undone! Must be undone! The man, you know, is Lovelace. Let 'em bring Wyerley to you, if they will have you married. Any body but Solmes and Lovelace be yours. So advises your Anna Howe. My dearest friend, consider this alehouse as his garrison, him as an enemy, his brother rakes as his assistants and abettors. Would not your brother, would not your uncles, tremble, if they knew how near them he is, as they pass to and fro? I am told he is resolved you shall not be carried to your uncle Antony's. What can you do, with or without such an enterprising fill up the blank I leave. I cannot find a word bad enough. End of letter 26. Letter 27 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 27. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, 3 o'clock. You incense, alarm, and terrify me at the same time. Hasten, my dearest friend, hasten to me what further intelligence you can gather about this vilest of men. But never talk of innocence, of simplicity, and this unhappy girl together. Must she not know, that such a man as that, dignified in his very aspect, and no disguise able to conceal his being of condition, must mean too much when he places her at the upper end of his table, and calls her by such tender names. Would a girl, modest as simple, above 17, be set a singing at the pleasure of such a man as that? A stranger, and professedly in disguise? Would her father and grandmother, if honest people, and careful of their simple girl, permit such freedoms? Keep his friend at a distance from her! To be sure his designs are villanous, if they have not been already effected. Warn, my dear, if not too late, the unthinking father of his child's danger. There cannot be a father in the world who would sell his child's virtue, nor mother. The poor thing! I long to hear the result of your intelligence. You shall see the simple creature, you tell me. Let me know what sort of a girl she is. A sweet pretty girl, you say? A sweet pretty girl, my dear? They are sweet pretty words from your pen: but are they yours, or his of her? If she be so simple, if she have ease and nature in her manner, in her speech, and warbles prettily her wild notes, why such a girl as that must engage such a profligate wretch, as now indeed I doubt this man is, accustomed perhaps to town women and their confident ways, must deeply, and for a long season, engage him: since perhaps, when her innocence is departed, she will endeavour by art to supply the loss of the natural charms which now engage him. Fine hopes of such a wretch's reformation! I would not, my dear, for the world, have any thing to say: but I need not make resolutions. I have not opened, nor will I open, his letter. A sycophant creature, with his hoarsenesses, got perhaps by a midnight revel, singing to his wild note singer, and only increased in the coppice. To be already on a footing! In his esteem, I mean. For myself, I despise him. I hate myself almost, for writing so much about him, and of such a simpleton as this sweet pretty girl, as you call her. But no one can be either sweet or pretty that is not modest, that is not virtuous. And now, my dear, I will tell you how I came to put you upon this inquiry. This vile Joseph Leman had given a hint to Betty, and she to me, as if Lovelace would be found out to be a very bad man, at a place where he had been lately seen in disguise. But he would see further, he said, before he told her more: and she promised secrecy, in hope to get at further intelligence. I thought it could be no harm, to get you to inform yourself and me of what could be gathered. And now I see his enemies are but too well warranted in their reports of him. And if the ruin of this poor young creature be his aim, and if he had not known her but for his visits to Harlowe place, I shall have reason to be doubly concerned for her, and doubly incensed against so vile a man. I think I hate him worse than I do Solmes himself. But I will not add one more word about him. And after I have told you, that I wish to know, as soon as possible, what further occurs from your inquiry. I have a letter from him, but shall not open it till I do. And then, if it come out as I dare say it will, I will directly put the letter unopened into the place I took it from, and never trouble myself more about him. Adieu, my dearest friend, Clarissa Harlowe. End of letter 27. Letter 28 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 28. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Friday noon, March 31st. Justice obliges me to forward this after my last on the wings of the wind, as I may say. I really believe the man is innocent. Of this one accusation I think he must be acquitted, and I am sorry I was so forward in dispatching away my intelligence by halves. I have seen the girl. She is really a very pretty, a very neat, and, what is still a greater beauty, a very innocent young creature. He who could have ruined such an undersigned home bred must have been indeed infernally wicked. Her father is an honest simple man, entirely satisfied with his child, and with her new acquaintance. I am almost afraid for your heart when I tell you, that I find, now I have got to the bottom of this inquiry, something noble come out in this Lovelace's favour. The girl is to be married next week, and this promoted and brought about by him. He is resolved, her father says, to make one couple happy, and wishes he could make more so. There's for you, my dear. And she professes to love he has given her £100. The grandmother actually has it in her hands, to answer to the like sum given to the youth by one of his own relation; while Mr. Lovelace's companion, attracted by the example, has given 25 guineas to the father, who is poor, towards clothes to equip the pretty rustic. Mr. Lovelace and his friend, the poor man says, when they first came to his house, affected to appear as persons of low degree. But now he knows the one, but mentioned it in confidence, to be Colonel Barrow, the other Captain Sloane. The colonel he owns was at first very sweet upon his girl, but her grandmother's begging of him to spare her innocence, he vowed that he never would offer anything but good counsel to her. He kept his word, and the pretty fool acknowledged that she never could have been better instructed by the minister himself from the Bible book. The girl pleased me so well, that I made her visit to me worth her while. But what, my dear, will become of us now? Lovelace not only reformed, but turned preacher? What will become of us now? Why, my sweet friend, your generosity is now engaged in his favour. Fie upon this generosity! I think in my heart, that it does as much mischief to the noble minded as love to the ignobler. What before was only a conditional liking, I am now afraid will turn to liking unconditional. I could not endure to change my invective into panegyric all at once, and so soon. We, or such as I at least, love to keep ourselves in countenance for a rash judgment, even when we know it to be rash. Every body has not your generosity in confessing a mistake. It requires a greatness of soul, frankly, to do it. So I made still further inquiry after his life and manner, and behaviour there, in hopes to find something bad. But all uniform. Upon the whole, Mr. Lovelace comes out with so much advantage from this inquiry, that were there the least room for it, I should suspect the whole to be a plot set on foot to wash a blackamoor white. Adieu, my dear. Anna Howe. End of Letter 28. Letter 29 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 29. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday, April 1st. Hasty censures do indeed subject themselves to the charge of variableness and inconsistency in judgment. And so they ought. For if you, even you, my dear, were so loath to own a mistake, as in the instance before us you pretend you were, I believe I should not have loved you so well as I really do love you. Nor could you, in that case, have so frankly thrown the reflection I hint at upon yourself, had not your mind been one of the most ingenuous that ever woman boasted. Mr. Lovelace has faults enow to deserve very severe censure, although he be not guilty of this. If I were upon such terms with him as he could wish me to be, I should give him such a hint, that this treacherous Joseph Leman cannot be so much attached to him, as perhaps he thinks him to be. If it were, he would not have been so ready to report to his disadvantage, and to Betty Barnes too, this slight affair of the pretty rustic. Joseph has engaged Betty to secrecy, promising to let her and her young master to know more, when he knows the whole of the matter. And this hinders her from mentioning it, as she is nevertheless agog to do, to my sister or brother. And then she does not choose to disoblige Joseph; for although she pretends to look above him, she listens, I believe, to some love stories he tells her. Women having it not in their power to begin a courtship, some of them very frequently, I believe, lend an ear where their hearts incline not. But to say no more of these low people, neither of whom I think tolerably of, I must needs own, that as I should for ever have despised this man, had he been capable of such a vile intrigue in his way to Harlowe Place, and as I believe he was capable of it, it has indeed, I own it has, proportionably engaged my generosity, as you call it, in his favour; perhaps more than I may have reason to wish it had. And rally me as you will, pray tell me fairly, my dear, would it not have had such an effect upon you? Then the real generosity of the act, I protest, my beloved friend, if he would be good for the rest of his life from this time, I would forgive him a great many of his past errors, were it only for the demonstration he has given in this, that he is capable of so good and bountiful a manner of thinking. You may believe I made no scruple to open his letter, after the receipt of your second on this subject, nor shall I of answering it, as I have no reason to find fault with it. An article in his favour procured him, however, so much the easier, I must own, by way of amends for the undue displeasure I took against him, though he knows it not. Is it lucky enough that this matter was cleared up to me by your friendly diligence so soon? For had I written before it was, it would have been to reinforce my dismission of him; and perhaps I should have mentioned the very motive; for it affected me more than I think it ought: and then, what an advantage would that have given him, when he could have cleared up the matter so happily for himself? When I send you this letter of his, you will see how very humble he is; what acknowledgements of natural impatience; what confession of faults, as you prognosticated. A very different appearance, I must own, all these make, now the story of the pretty rustic is cleared up, to what they would have made, had it not. You will see how he accounts to me, that he could not by reason of indisposition come for my letter in person: and the forward creature labours the point, as if he thought I should be uneasy that he did not. I am indeed sorry he should be ill on my account: and I will allow, that the suspense he has been in for some time past must have been vexatious enough to so impatient a spirit. But all is owing originally to himself. You will find him, in the presumption of being forgiven, full of contrivances and expedients for my escaping my threatened compulsion. I have always said, that next to being without fault, is the acknowledgement of a fault, since no amendment can be expected where an error is defended. But you will see in this very letter an haughtiness even in his submissions. 'Tis true, I know not where to find fault as to the expression: yet cannot I be satisfied that his humility is humility, or even an humility upon such conviction as one should be pleased with. To be sure, he is far from being a polite man: yet is not directly and characteristically, as I may say, unpolite. But his is such a sort of politeness as has, by a carelessness founded on very early indulgence, and perhaps on too much success in riper years, and an arrogance built upon both, grown into assuredness, and of course, I may say, into indelicacy. The distance you recommend at which to keep these men is certainly right in the main. Familiarity destroys reverence. But with whom? Not with those surely who are prudent, grateful, and generous. But it is very difficult for persons who would avoid running into one extreme to keep clear of another. Hence Mr. Lovelace, perhaps, thinks it the mark of a great spirit to humour his pride, though at the expense of his politeness. But can the man be a deep man, who knows not how to make such distinctions as a person of but moderate parts cannot miss? He complains heavily of my readiness to take mortal offence at him, and to dismiss him for ever. It is a high conduct, he says, he must be frank enough to tell me: a conduct that must be very far from contributing to allay his apprehensions of the possibility that I may be prosecuted into my relations' measures in behalf of Mr. Solmes. You will see how he puts his present and his future happiness with regard to both worlds entirely upon me. The ardour with which he vows and promises, I think the heart only can dictate. How else can one guess at a man's heart? You will also see, that he has already heard of the interview I am to have with Mr. Solmes, and with what vehemence and anguish he expresses himself on the occasion. I intend to take proper notice of the ignoble means he stoops to come at his early intelligence of our family. If persons pretending to principle bear not their testimony against unprincipled actions, what check can they have? You will see how passionately he presses me to oblige him with a few lines before the interview between Mr. Solmes and me takes place, if, as he says, it must take place, to confirm his hope that I have no view, in my present displeasure against him, to give encouragement to Solmes: an apprehension, he says, that he must be excused for repeating, especially as the interview is a favour granted to that man, which I have refused to him: since, as he infers, were it not with such an expectation, why should my friends press it? I have written, and to this effect: that I had never intended to write another line to a man who could take upon himself to reflect upon my sex and myself, for having thought fit to make use of my own judgment. I tell him, that I have submitted to the interview with Mr. Solmes purely as an act of duty to shew my friends that I will comply with their commands as far as I can: and that I hope, when Mr. Solmes himself shall see how determined I am, he will cease to prosecute a suit in which it is impossible he should succeed with my consent. I assure him, that my aversion to Mr. Solmes is too sincere to permit me to doubt myself on this occasion: but nevertheless he must not imagine that my rejecting of Mr. Solmes is in favour to him: that I value my freedom and independency too much, if my friends will but leave me to my own judgment, to give them up to a man so uncontrollable, and who shews me beforehand what I have to expect from him, were I in his power. I express my high disapprobation of the methods he takes to come at what passes in a private family. The pretence of corrupting other people's servants, by way of reprisal for the spies they have set upon him, I tell him is a very poor excuse, and no more than an attempt to justify one meanness by another. There is, I observe to him, a right and a wrong in every thing, let people put what glosses they please upon their action. To condemn a deviation, and to follow it by as great a one, what, I ask him, is this, but propagating a general corruption? A stand must be made somebody, turn round the evil as many as may, or virtue will be lost: and shall it not be I, a worthy mind would ask, that shall make this stand? I leave him to judge whether his be a worthy one, tried by this rule; and whether, knowing the impetuosity of his own disposition, and the improbability there is that my father and family will ever be reconciled to him, I ought to encourage his hopes. These spots and blemishes, I further tell him, give me not earnestness enough for any sake but his own, to wish him in a juster and nobler train of thinking and acting. For that I truly despise many of the ways he allows himself in. Our minds are therefore infinitely different. And as to his professions of reformation, I must tell him that profuse acknowledgements, without amendment, are but to me as so many anticipating concessions, which he may find much easier to make, than either to defend himself, or amend his errors. I inform him, that I have been lately made acquainted, and so I have by Betty, and she by my brother, with the weak and wanton airs he gives himself of declaiming against matrimony. I severely reprehend him on this occasion, and ask him with what view he can take so witless, so despicable a liberty, in which only the most abandoned of men allow themselves, and yet presume to address me. I tell him, that if I am obliged to go to my uncle Antony's, it is not to be inferred that I must therefore necessarily be Mr. Solmes's wife; since I must therefore be so sure perhaps that the same exceptions lie so strongly against my quitting a house to which I shall be forcibly carried, as if I left my father's house; and at the worst, I may be able to keep them in suspense, till my cousin Morden comes, who will have a right to put me in possession of my grandfather's estate, if I insist upon it. This, I doubt, is somewhat of an artifice, which can only be excusable, as it is principally designed to keep him out of mischief. For I have but little hope, if carried thither, whether sensible or senseless, absolutely if I am left to the mercy of my brother and sister, but they will endeavour to force the solemn obligation upon me. Otherwise, were there but any prospect of avoiding this, by delaying, or even by taking things to make me ill, if nothing else would do, till my cousin comes, I hope I should not think of leaving even my uncle's house; for I should not know how to square it to my own principles, to dispense with the duty I owe to my father, wherever it shall be his will to place me. But while you give me the charming hope, that, in order to avoid one man, I shall not be under the necessity of throwing myself upon the friends of the other, I think my case not desperate. I see not any of my family, nor hear from them in any way of kindness. This looks as if they themselves expected no great matters from the Tuesday's conference, which makes my heart flutter every time I think of it. My uncle Antony's presence on the occasion I do not much like, but I had rather meet him than my brother or sister. Yet my uncle is very impetuous. I can't think Mr. Lovelace can be much more so. At least he cannot look angry, as my uncle, with his harder features, can. These sea-prospered gentlemen, as my uncle has often made me think, not used to any but elemental controul, and even ready to buffet that, bluster often as violently as the winds they are accustomed to be angry at. I believe Mr. Solmes will look as much like a fool as I shall do, if it be true, as my uncle Harlowe writes, and as Betty often tells me, that he is as much afraid of seeing me as I am of seeing him. Adieu, my happy, thrice happy Miss Howe, who have no hard terms fixed to your duty; who have nothing to do but to fall in with the choice your mother has made for you, to which you have not, nor can have, a just objection, except the frowardness of our sex, as our free censurers would perhaps take the liberty to say, makes it one, that the choice was your mother's at first hand. Perverse nature, we know, loves not to be prescribed to, although youth is not so well qualified, either by sedateness or experience, to choose for itself. To know your own happiness, and that it is now, nor to leave it to after reflection to look back upon the preferable past with a heavy and self-accusing heart, that you did not choose it when you might have chosen it, is all that is necessary to complete your felicity, and this power is wished you by your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 29. Letter 30 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 30. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday, April 2nd. I ought yesterday to have acknowledged the receipt of your parcel. Robin tells me, that the Joseph Leman, whom you mention as the traitor, saw him. He was in the poultry yard, and spoke to Robin over the bank which divides that from the green lane. What brings you hither, Mr. Robert? But I can tell. Hie away as fast as you can. No doubt but their dependence upon this fellow's vigilance, and upon Betty's, leaves you more at liberty in your airings than you would otherwise be. But you are the only person I ever heard of, who in such circumstances had not some faithful servant to trust little offices to. A poet, my dear, would not have gone to work for an Angelica, without giving her her Violetta, her Cleante, her Clelia, or some such pretty named confidant. An old nurse, at the least. I read to my mother several passages of your letters. But your last paragraph in your yesterday's quite charmed her. You have won her heart by it, she told me. And while her fit of gratitude for it lasted, I was thinking to make my proposal, and to press it with all the earnestness I could give it, when Hickman came in, making his legs, and stroking his cravat and ruffles. I could most freely have ruffled him for it. As it was, Sir, said I, saw you not some of the servants? Could not one of them have come in before you? He begged pardon, looked as if he knew not whether he had best keep his ground, or withdraw, till my mother, his fast friend, interposed. Why, Nancy, we are not upon particulars. Pray, Mr. Hickman, sit down. By your leave, good madam, to me. You know his drawl, when his muscles give him the respectful hesitation. Ay, ay, pray sit down, honest man, if you are weary. But by mamma, if you please, I desire my hoop may have its full circumference. All they're good for, that I know, is to clean dirty shoes, and to keep fellows at a distance. Strange girl! Cried my mother, displeased, but with a milder turn. Ay, ay, Mr. Hickman, sit down by me. I have no such forbidding folly in my dress. I looked serious, and in my heart was glad this speech of hers was not made to your uncle Antony. My mother, with the true widow's freedom, would mighty prudently have led into the subject we had been upon, and would have had read to him, I question not, that very paragraph in your letter which is so much in his favour. He was highly obliged to dear Miss Harlowe, she would assure him, that she did say. But I asked him, if he had any news by his last letters from London? A question which he always understands to be a subject changer, for otherwise I never put it. And so, if he be but silent, I am not angry with him that he answers it not. I choose not to mention my proposal before him, till I know how it will be relished by my mother. If it be not well received, perhaps I may employ him on the occasion. Yet I don't like to owe him an obligation, if I could help it. For men who have his views in their heads, do so parade it, so strut about, if a woman condescend to employ them in her affairs, that one has no patience with them. However, if I find not an opportunity this day, I will make one to morrow. I shall not open either of your sealed up parcels, but in your presence. There is no need. Your conduct is out of all question with me. And by the extracts you have given me from his letters and your own, I know all that relates to the present situation of things between you. I was going to give you a little flippant hint or two, but since you wish to be thought superior to all our sex in the command of yourself, and since indeed you deserve to be thought so, I will spare you. You are, however, at times, more than half inclined to speak out. That you do not, is only owing to a little bashful struggle between you and yourself, as I may say. When that is quite got over, I know you will favour me undisguisedly with the result. I cannot forgive your taking upon me, at so extravagant a rate too, to pay my mother's servants. Indeed I am, and I will be, angry with you for it. A year's wages at once well nigh, only as unknown to my mother, I make it better for the servants according to their merits. How it made the man stare! And it may be his ruin too, as far as I know. If he should buy a ring, and marry a sorry body in the neighbourhood with the money, one would be loath, a 12-month hence, that the poor old fellow should think he had reason to wish the bounty never conferred. I must give you your way in these things, you say. And I know there is no contradicting you, for you are ever putting too great a value upon little offices done for you, and too little upon the great ones you do for others. The satisfaction you have in doing so, I grant it, repays you. But why should you, by the nobleness of your mind, throw reproaches upon the rest of the world, particularly upon your own family, and upon ours too? If, as I have heard you say, it is a good rule to give words the hearing, but to form our judgment of men and things by deeds only, what shall we think of one who seeks to find palliatives in words for narrowness of heart in the very persons her deeds so silently, yet so forcibly reflect upon? Why blush you not, my dear friend, to be thus singular? When you meet with another person whose mind is like your own, then display your excellencies as you please. But till then, for pity's sake, let your heart and your spirit suffer a little contradiction. I intended to write but a few lines, chiefly to let you know your parcels are come safe; and accordingly I began in a large hand, and I am already come to the end of my second sheet. But I could write a quire without hesitation upon a subject so copious and so beloved as is your praise. Not for this single instance of your generosity, since I am really angry with you for it, but for the benevolence exemplified in the whole tenor of your life and action, of which this is but a common instance. Heaven direct you in your own arduous trials, is all I have room to add, and make you as happy as you think to be. Your own Anna Howe. End of Letter 30. Letter 31 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 31. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday night, April 2nd. I have many new particulars to acquaint you with, that shew a great change in the behaviour of my friends, as I find we have. I will give these particulars to you, as they offered. All the family was at church in the morning. They brought good Dr. Lewen with them, in pursuance of a previous invitation; and the doctor sent up to desire my permission to attend me in my own apartment. You may believe it was easily granted. So the doctor came up. We had a conversation of near an hour before dinner; but to my surprise he waived every thing that would have led me to the subject I supposed he wanted to talk about. At last I asked him, if it were not thought strange I should be so long absent from church? He made me some handsome compliments upon it; but said, for his part, he had ever made it a rule to avoid interfering in the private concerns of families, unless desired to do so. I was prodigiously disappointed; but supposing that he was thought too just a man to be made a judge of in this cause, I led no more to it; nor, when he was called down to dinner, did he take the least notice of leaving me behind him there. But this was not the first time since my confinement that I thought it a hardship not to dine below; and when I parted with him on the stairs, a tear would burst its way, and he hurried down, his own good natured eyes glistening, for he saw it; nor trusted he his voice, lest the accent I suppose should have discovered his concern, departing in silence, though with his usual graceful obligingness. I hear that he praised me, and my part in the conversation that passed between us; to shew them, I suppose, that it was not upon the interesting subjects which I make no doubt he was desired not to enter upon. He left me so dissatisfied, yet so perplexed with this new way of treatment, that I never found myself so much disconcerted and out of my train. But I was to be more so. This was to be a day of puzzle to me; pregnant puzzle, if I may say so, for there must great meaning lie behind it. In the afternoon, all but my brother and sister went to church with the good doctor, who left his compliments for me. I took a walk in the garden; my brother and sister walked in it too, and kept me in their eye a good while, on purpose, as I thought, that I might see how gay and good humoured they were together. At last they came down the walk that I was coming up, hand in hand, lover like. Your servant, Miss, your servant, Sir, passed between my brother and me. Is it not coldish, Clary? In a kinder voice than usual, said my sister, and stopped. I stopped, and curtsied low to her half curtsy. I think not, sister, said I. She went on. I curtsied without return, and proceeded, turning to my poultry yard. By a shorter turn, arm in arm, they were there before me. I think, Clary, said my brother, you must present me with some of this breed, for Scotland. If you please, brother. I'll choose for you, said my sister. And while I fed them, they pointed to half a dozen; yet intending nothing by it, I believe, but to shew a deal of love and good humour to each other before me. My uncles next, at their return from church, were to do me the honour of their notice. They bid Betty tell me they would drink tea with me in my own apartment. Now, thought I, shall I have the subject of next Tuesday enforced upon me. But they contradicted the order for tea, and only my uncle Harlowe came up to me. Half distant, half affectionate, at his entering my chamber, was the air he put on to his daughter niece, as he used to call me; and I threw myself at his feet, and besought his favour. None of these discomposures, child! None of these apprehensions! You will now have every body's favour. All is coming about, my dear. I was impatient to see you. I could no longer deny myself this satisfaction. He then raised me, and kissed me, and called me charming creature. But he waived entering into any interesting subject. All will be well now. All will be right. No more complainings. Every body loves you. I only came to make my earliest court to you, were his condescending words, and to sit and talk of 20 fond things, as I used to do, and let every past disagreeable thing be forgotten, as if nothing had happened. He understood me as beginning to hint at the disgrace of my confinement. No disgrace, my dear, can fall to your lot. Your reputation is too well established. I longed to see you, repeated me. I have seen nobody half so amiable since I saw you last. And again he kissed my cheek, my glowing cheek; for I was impatient, I was vexed, to be thus, as I thought, played upon. And how could I be thankful for a visit, that, it was now evident, was only a too humble artifice to draw me in against the next Tuesday, or to leave me inexcusable to them all? O my cunning brother! This is his contrivance. And then my anger made me recollect the triumph in his and my sister's fondness for each other, as practised before me; and the mingled indignation flashing from their eyes, as arm in arm they spoke to me; and the forced condescension playing upon their lips, when they called me Clary and Sister. Do you think I could, with these reflections, look upon my uncle Harlowe's visit as the favour he seemed desirous I should think it to be? Indeed I could not. And seeing him so studiously avoid all recrimination, as I may call it, I gave in to the affectation, and followed him in his talk of indifferent things, while he seemed to admire this thing and that, as if he had never seen them before; and now and then condescendingly kissed the hand that wrought some of the things he fixed his eyes upon, not so much to admire them, as to find subjects to divert what was most in his head, and in my heart. At his going away, how can I leave you here by yourself, my dear? You, whose company used to enliven us all. You are not expected down, indeed: but I protest I had a good mind to surprise your father and mother, if I thought nothing would arise that would be disagreeable. My dear, my love! O the dear artful gentleman! How could my uncle Harlowe so dissemble? What say you? Will you give me your hands? Will you see your father? Can you stand his displeasure, on first seeing the dear creature who has given him and all of us so much disturbance? Can you promise future He saw me rising in my temper. Nay, my dear, interrupting himself, if you cannot be all resignation, I would not have you think of it. My heart, struggling between duty and warmth of temper, was full. You know, my dear, I never could bear to be dealt meanly with. How can you, Sir? You, my papa uncle, how can you, Sir? The poor girl! For I could not speak with connection. Nay, my dear, if you cannot be all duty, all resignation, better stay where you are. But after the instance you have given Instance I have given! What instance, Sir? Well, well, child, better stay where you are, if your past confinement hangs so heavy upon you. But now there will be a sudden end to it. Adieu, my dear. 3 words only. Let your compliance be sincere. And love me, as you used to love me. Your grandfather did not do so much for you as I will do for you. Without suffering me to reply, he hurried away, as I thought, like one who has been employed to act a part against his will, and was glad it was over. Don't you see, my dear Miss Howe, how they are all determined? Have I not reason to dread next Tuesday? Up presently after came my sister, to observe, I suppose, the way I was in. She found me in tears. Have you not a Thomas à Kempis, sister? With a stiff air. I have, Madam. Madam! How long are we to be at this distance, Clary? No longer, my dear Bella, if you allow me to call you sister. And I took her hand. No fawning neither, girl. I withdrew my hand as hastily, as you may believe I should have done, had I, in feeling for one of your parcels under the wood, been bitten by a viper. I beg pardon, said I. Too ready to make advances, I am always subjecting myself to contempts. People who know not how to keep a middle behaviour, said she, must ever do so. I will fetch you the Kempis, sister. I did. Here it is. You'll find excellent things, Bella, in that little book. I wish, retorted she, you had profited by them. I wish you may, said I. Example from a sister older than oneself is a fine thing. Older! Saucy little fool! And away she flung. What a captious old woman will my sister make, if she lives to be one, demanding the reverence perhaps, yet not aiming at the merit, and ashamed of the years that can only entitle her to the reverence. It is plain, from what I have related, that they think they have got me at some advantage by obtaining my consent to the interview. But if it were not, Betty's impertinence just now would make it evident. She has been complimenting me upon it, and upon the visit of my uncle Harlowe. She says, the difficulty now is more than half over with me. She is sure I would not see Mr. Solmes but to have him. Now shall she be soon better employed than of late she has been. All hands will be at work. She loves dearly to have weddings go forward. Who knows whose turn will be next? I found in the afternoon a reply to my answer to Mr. Lovelace's letter. It is full of promises, full of vows of gratitude, of eternal gratitude, is his word, among others still more hyperbolic. Yet Mr. Lovelace, the least of any man whose letters I have seen, runs into those elevated absurdities. I should be apt to despise him for it, if he did. Such language looks always to me as if the flatterer thought to find a woman a fool, or hoped to make her one. He regrets my indifference to him, which puts all the hope he has in my favour upon the shocking usage I receive from my friends. As to my charge upon him of unpoliteness and uncontrollableness, what, he asks, can he say, since, being unable absolutely to vindicate himself, he has too much ingenuousness to attempt to do so? yet is struck dumb by my harsh construction, that his acknowledging temper is owing more to his carelessness to defend himself than to his inclination to amend. He had never before met with the objections against his morals which I had raised, justly raised, and he was resolved to obviate them. What is it, he asked, that he has promised, but reformation by my example? And what occasion for the promise, if he had not faults, and those very great ones, to reform? He hopes acknowledgment of an error is no bad sign, although my severe virtue has interpreted it into one. He believes I may be right, severely right, he calls it, in my judgment against making reprisals in the case of the intelligence he receives from my family. He cannot charge himself to be of a temper that leads him to be inquisitive into anybody's private affairs, but hopes that the circumstances of the case, and the strange conduct of my friends, will excuse him, especially when so much depends upon his knowing the movements of a family so violently bent, by measures right or wrong, to carry their point against me in malice to him. People, he says, who act like angels, ought to have angels to deal with. For his part, he has not yet learned the difficult lesson of returning good for evil, and shall think himself the less encouraged to learn it by the treatment I have met with from the very persons who would trample upon him, as they do upon me, were he to lay himself under their feet. He excuses himself for the liberties he owns he has heretofore taken in ridiculing the marriage state. It is a subject, he says, that he has not of late treated so lightly. He owns it to be so trite, so beaten a topic with all libertines and witlings, so frothy, so empty, so nothing meaning, so worn out a theme, that he is heartily ashamed of himself ever to have made it his. He condemns it as a stupid reflection upon the laws and good order of society, and upon a man's own ancestors; and in himself, who has some reason to value himself, upon his descent and alliances, more censurable than in those who have not the same advantages to boast of. He promises to be more circumspect than ever, both in his words and actions, that he may be more and more worthy of my approbation, and that he may give an assurance beforehand, that a foundation is laid in his mind for my example to work upon with equal reputation and effect to us both, if he may be so happy to call me his. He gives me up as absolutely lost if I go to my uncle Antony's. The close confinement, the moated house, the chapel, the implacableness of my brother and sister, and their power over the rest of the family, he sets forth in strong lights, and plainly says, that he must have a struggle to prevent my being carried thither. Your kind, your generous endeavours to interest your mother in my behalf will, I hope, prevent those harsher extremities to which I might be otherwise driven. And to you I will fly, if permitted, and keep all my promises, of not corresponding with anybody, not seeing anybody, but by your mother's direction and yours. I will close and deposit at this place. It is not necessary to say, how much I am your ever affectionate and obliged Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 31. Letters 32 and 33 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 32. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. I am glad my papers are safe in your hands. I will make it my endeavour to deserve your good opinion, that I may not at once disgrace your judgment and my own heart. I have another letter from Mr. Lovelace. He is extremely apprehensive of the meeting I am to have with Mr. Solmes to morrow. He says, that the airs that wretch gives himself on the occasion add to his concern; and it is with infinite difficulty that he prevails upon himself not to make him a visit to let him know what he may expect, if compulsion be used towards me in his favour. He assures me that Solmes has actually talked with tradesmen of new equipages, and names the people in town with whom he has treated; that he has even (was there ever such a horrid wretch?) allotted this and that apartment in his house for a nursery and other offices. How shall I bear to hear such a creature talk of love to me? I shall be out of all patience with him. Besides, I thought that he did not dare to make or talk of these impudent preparations, so inconsistent as such are with my brother's views. But I fly the subject. Upon this confidence of Solmes, you will less wonder at that of Lovelace, in pressing me in the name of all his family, to escape from so determined a violence as is intended to be offered to me at my uncle's. That the forward contriver should propose Lord M.'s chariot and 6 to be at the stile that leads up to the lonely coppice adjoining to our paddock. You will see how audaciously he mentions settlements ready drawn, horsemen ready to mount, and one of his cousins Montague to be in the chariot, or at the George in the neighbouring village, waiting to accompany me to Lord M.'s, or to Lady Betty's, or Lady Sarah's, or to town, as I please; and upon such orders or conditions, and under such restrictions, as to himself, as I shall prescribe. You will see how he threatens to watch and waylay them, and to rescue me, as he calls it, by an armed force of friends and servants, if they attempt to carry me against my will to my uncle's; and this, whether I give my consent to the enterprise or not; since he shall have no hopes if I am once there. O my dear friend! Who can think of these things, and not be extremely miserable in her apprehensions? This mischievous sex! What had I to do with any of them, or they with me? I had deserved this, were it by my own seeking, by my own giddiness, that I had brought myself into this situation. I wish with all my heart But how foolish we are apt to wish, when we find ourselves unhappy, and know not how to help ourselves! On your mother's goodness, however, is my reliance. If I can but avoid being precipitated on either hand till my cousin Morden arrives, a reconciliation must follow, and all will be happy. I have deposited a letter for Mr. Lovelace, in which I charge him, as he would not disoblige me for ever, to avoid any rash step, any visit to Mr. Solmes, which may be followed by acts of violence. I re assure him, that I will sooner die than be that man's wife. Whatever be my usage, whatever shall be the result of the apprehended interview, I insist upon it, that he presume not to offer violence to any of my friends; and express myself highly displeased, that he should presume upon such an interest in my esteem, as to think himself entitled to dispute my father's authority in my removal to my uncle's; although I tell him, that I will omit neither prayers nor contrivance, even to the making myself ill, to avoid going. To morrow is Tuesday. How soon comes upon us the day we dread! Oh that a deep sleep of 24 hours would seize my faculties! But then the next day would be Tuesday, as to all the effects and purposes for which I so much dread it. If this reach you before the event of the so much apprehended interview can be known, pray for your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXII. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Tuesday morning, 6 o'clock. The day is come! I wish it were happily over. I have had a wretched night. Hardly a wink have I slept, ruminating upon the approaching interview. The very distance of time to which they consented has added solemnity to the meeting, which otherwise it would not have had. A thoughtful mind is not a blessing to be coveted, unless it had such a happy vivacity with it as yours; a vivacity which enables a person to enjoy the present, without being over anxious about the future. Tuesday, 11 o'clock. I have had a visit from my aunt Hervey. Betty, in her alarming way, told me, I should have a lady to breakfast with me, whom I little expected, giving me to believe it was my mother. This fluttered me so much, on hearing a lady coming up stairs, supposing it was she, and not knowing how to account for her motives in such a visit, after I had been so long banished from her presence, that my aunt, at her entrance, took notice of my disorder, and after her first salutation, Why, Miss, said she, you seem surprised. Upon my word, you thoughtful young ladies have strange apprehensions about nothing at all. What, taking my hand, can be the matter with you? Why, my dear, tremble, 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 at this rate! You'll not be fit to be seen by any body. Come, my love, kissing my cheek, pluck up a courage. By this needless flutter on the approaching interview, when it is over, you will judge of your other antipathies, and laugh at yourself for giving way to so apprehensive an imagination. I said, that whatever we strongly imagined, was in its effect at the time more than imaginary, although to others it might not appear so: that I had not rested 1 hour all night: that the impertinence set over me, by giving me room to think my mother was coming up, had so much disconcerted me, that I should be very little qualified to see any body I disliked to see. There was no accounting for these things, she said. Mr. Solmes last night supposed he should be under as much agitation as I could be. Who is it then, Madam, that so reluctant an interview on both sides is to please? Both of you, my dear, I hope, after the first flurries are over. The most apprehensive beginnings, I have often known, make the happiest conclusions. There can be but one happy conclusion to the intended visit, and that is, that both sides may be satisfied it will be the last. She then represented how unhappy it would be for me, if I did not suffer myself to be prevailed upon. She pressed me to receive Mr. Solmes as became my education, and declared that his apprehensions on the expectation he had of seeing me were owing to his love and his awe; intimating, that true love is ever accompanied by fear and reverence, and that no blustering braving lover could deserve encouragement. To this I answered, that constitution was to be considered; that a man of spirit would act like one, and could do nothing meanly; that a creeping mind would creep into every thing, where it had a view to obtain a benefit by it; and insult where it had power, and nothing to expect. That this was not a point now to be determined with me; that I had said as much as I could possibly say on the subject; that this interview was imposed upon me, by those indeed who had a right to impose it; but that it was sorely against my will complied with; and for this reason, that there was aversion, not wilfulness, in the case; and so nothing could come of it, but a pretence, as I much apprehended, to use me still more severely than I had been used. She was then pleased to charge me with prepossession and prejudice. She expatiated upon the duty of a child. She imputed to me abundance of fine qualities; but told me, that in this case, that of persuadableness was wanting to crown all. She insisted upon the merit of obedience, although my will were not in it. From a little hint I gave of my still greater dislike to see Mr. Solmes, on account of the freedom I had treated him with, she talked to me of his forgiving disposition, of his infinite respect for me, and I cannot tell what of this sort. I never found myself so fretful in my life: and so I told my aunt, and begged her pardon for it. But she said, it was well disguised then; for she saw nothing but little tremors, which were usual with young ladies when they were to see their admirers for the first time: and this might be called so with respect to me, since it was the first time I had consented to see Mr. Solmes in that light; but that the next How, Madam! interrupted I: Is it then imagined, that I give this meeting on that footing? To be sure it is, child. To be sure it is, Madam. Then I do yet desire to decline it. I will not, I cannot see him, if he expects me to see him upon those terms. Niceness, punctilio, mere punctilio, Niece! Can you think that your appointment, day, place, hour, and knowing what the intent of it was, is to be interpreted away as a mere ceremony, and to mean nothing? Let me tell you, my dear, your father, mother, uncles, every body, respect this appointment as the first act of your compliance with their wills: and therefore recede not, I desire you, but make a merit of what cannot be avoided. O the hideous wretch! Pardon me, Madam. I to be supposed to meet such a man as that, with such a view! And he to be armed with such an expectation! But it cannot be that he expects it, whatever others may do. It is plain he cannot, by the fears he tell you all he shall have to see me. If his hope were so audacious, he could not fear so much. Indeed he has this hope, and justly founded too: but his fear arises from his reverence, as I told you before. His reverence! His unworthiness! 'Tis so apparent that even he himself sees it, as well as every body else. Hence his offers to purchase me. Hence it is that settlements are to make up for acknowledged want of merit. His unworthiness, say you? Not so fast, my dear. Does not this look like setting a high value upon yourself? We all have exalted notions of your merit, Niece: but nevertheless, it would not be wrong, if you were to arrogate less to yourself, though more were to be your due than your friends attribute to you. I am sorry, Madam, it should be thought arrogance in me, to suppose I am not worthy of a better man than Mr. Solmes, both as to person and mind: and as to fortune, I thank God I despise all that can be insisted upon in his favour from so poor a plea. She told me, it signified nothing to talk: I knew the expectation of every one. Indeed I did not. It was impossible I could think of such a strange expectation, upon a compliance made only to shew I would comply in all that was in my power to comply with. I might easily, she said, have supposed, that every one thought I was beginning to oblige them all, by the kind behaviour of my brother and sister to me in the garden last Sunday; by my sister's visit to me afterwards in my chamber, although both more stiffly received by me than were either wished or expected; by my uncle Harlowe's affectionate visit to me the same afternoon, not indeed so very gratefully received as I used to receive his favours: but this he kindly imputed to the displeasure I had conceived at my confinement, and to my intention to come off by degrees, that I might keep myself in countenance for my past opposition. See, my dear, the low cunning of that Sunday management, which then so much surprised me: and see the reason why Dr. Lewen was admitted to visit me, yet forbore to enter upon a subject about which I thought he came to talk to me. For it seems there was no occasion to dispute with me on the point I was to be supposed to have conceded to. See also how unfairly my brother and sister must have represented their pretended kindness, when, though they had an end to answer by appearing kind, their antipathy to me seems to have been so strong, that they could not help insulting me by their arm in arm, lover like behaviour to each other; as my sister afterwards likewise did, when she came to borrow my Kempis. I lifted up my hands and eyes: I cannot, said I, give this treatment a name: the end so unlikely to be answered by means so low. I know whose the whole is. He that could get my uncle Harlowe to contribute his part, and to procure the acquiescence of the rest of my friends to it, must have the power to do any thing with them against me. Again my aunt told me, that talking and invective now I had given the expectation, would signify nothing. She hoped I would not shew every one, that they had been too forward in their constructions of my desire to oblige them. She could assure me, that it would be worse for me, if now I receded, than if I had never advanced. Advanced, Madam! How can you say advanced? Why, this is a trick upon me! A poor low trick! Pardon me, Madam, I don't say you have a hand in it. But, my dearest aunt, tell me, will not my mother be present at this dreaded interview? Will she not so far favour me? Were it but to qualify Qualify, my dear, interrupted she, your mother and your uncle Harlowe would not be present on this occasion for the world. O then, Madam, how can they look upon my consent to this interview as an advance? My aunt was displeased at this home push. Miss Clary, said she, there is no dealing with you. It would be happy for you, and for every body else, were your obedience as ready as your wit. I will leave you. Not in anger, I hope, Madam, interrupted I. All I meant was to observe, that let the meeting issue as it may, and as it must issue, it cannot be a disappointment to any body. O Miss! You seem to be a very determined young creature. Mr. Solmes will be here at your time: and remember once more, that upon the coming afternoon depend upon the peace of your whole family, and your own happiness. And so saying, down she hurried. Here I will stop. In what way I shall resume, or when, is not left to me to conjecture, much less determine. I am excessively uneasy. No good news from your mother, I doubt. I will deposit thus far, for fear of the worst. Adieu, my best, rather my only friend, Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXIII. Letter XXXIV, Part 1, of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXIV, Part 1. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Tuesday evening, and continued through the night. Well, my dear, I am alive, and here. But how long I shall be either here or alive, I cannot say. I have a vast deal to write, and perhaps shall have little time for it. Nevertheless, I must tell you how the saucy Betty again discomposed me when she came up with this Solmes's message; although, as you will remember from my last, I was in a way before that wanted no additional surprises. Miss, cried she, as fast as she could speak, with her arms spread abroad, and all her fingers distended and held up, will you be pleased to walk down into your own parlour? There is every body, I will assure you, in full congregation; and there is Mr. Solmes, as fine as a lord, with a charming white peruke, fine laced shirt and ruffles, coat trimmed with silver, and a waistcoat standing on end with lace, quite handsome, believe me. You never saw such an alteration. Ah, Miss, shaking her head, 'tis pity you have said so much against him. But you will know how to come off all that. I hope it will not be too late. Impertinence, said I, wert thou bid to come up in this fluttering way? And I took up my fan, and fanned myself. Bless me, said she, how soon these fine young ladies will be put into flusterations! I mean not either to offend or frighten you, I am sure. Every body there, do you say? Who do you call every body? Why, Miss, holding out her left palm opened, and with a flourish, and a saucy leer, patting it with the forefinger of the other, at every mentioned person. There is your papa, there is your mamma, there is your uncle Harlowe, there is your uncle Antony, your aunt Hervey, my young lady, and my young master, and Mr. Solmes, with the air of a great courtier, standing up, because he named you. Mrs. Betty, said he. Then the ape of a wench bowed and scraped, as awkwardly as I suppose the person did whom she endeavoured to imitate. Pray give my humble service to Miss, and tell her I wait her commands. Was not this a wicked wench? I trembled so I could hardly stand. I was spiteful enough to say, that her young mistress, I supposed, bid her put on these airs, to frighten me out of a capacity of behaving so calmly as should procure me my uncle's compassion. What a way do you put yourself in, Miss, said the insolent. Come, dear Madam, taking up my fan, which I had laid down, and approaching me with it, fanning, shall I? None of thy impertinence. But say you, all my friends are below with him? And am I to appear before them all? I can't tell if they'll stay when you come. I think they seemed to be moving when Mr. Solmes gave me his orders. But what answer shall I carry to the squire? Say I can't go. But yet, when 'tis over, 'tis over. Say I'll wait upon, I'll attend, I'll come presently. Say any thing, I care not what. But give me my fan, and fetch me a glass of water. She went, and I fanned myself all the time; for I was in a flame, and hemmed and struggled with myself all I could, and when she returned, drank my water, and finding no hope presently of a quieter heart, I sent her down, and followed her with precipitation, trembling so, that, had I not hurried, I question if I could have got down at all. O my dear, what a poor passive machine is the body, when the mind is disordered! There are 2 doors to my parlour, as I used to call it. As I entered one, my friends hurried out the other. I just saw the gown of my sister, the last who slid away. My uncle Antony went out with them, but he stayed not long, as you shall hear, and they all remained in the next parlour, a wainscot partition only parting the 2. I remember them both in one, but they were separated in favour of us girls, for each to receive her visitors in at her pleasure. Mr. Solmes approached me as soon as I entered, cringing to the ground, a visible confusion in every feature of his face. After half a dozen choked up Madams, he was very sorry, he was very much concerned, it was his misfortune, and there he stopped, being unable presently to complete a sentence. This gave me a little more presence of mind. Cowardice in a foe begets courage in one's self, I see that plainly now. Yet perhaps at bottom the new-made bravo is a greater coward than the other. I turned from him, and seated myself in one of the fireside chairs, fanning myself. I have since recollected that I must have looked very saucily. Could I have had any thoughts of the man, I should have despised myself for it. But what can be said in the case of an aversion so perfectly sincere? He hemmed 5 or 6 times, as I had done above, and these produced a sentence, that I could not but see his confusion. This sentence produced 2 or 3 more. I believe my aunt had been his tutoress; for it was his awe, his reverence for so superlative a lady, I assure you. And he hoped 3 times he hoped, before he told me what. At last it came out, that I was too generous. Generosity, he said, was my character. To despise him for such true tokens of his love. I do indeed see you under some confusion, Sir: and this gives me hope, that although I have been compelled, as I may call it, to give way to this interview, it may be attended with happier effects than I had apprehended from it. He had hemmed himself into more courage. You could not, Madam, imagine any creature so blind to your merits, and so little attracted by them, as easily to forego the interest and approbation he was honoured with by your worthy family, while he had any hope given him, that one day he might, by his perseverance and zeal, expect your favour. I am but too much aware, Sir, that it is upon the interest and approbation you mention that you build such hope. It is impossible otherwise that a man, who has any regard for his own happiness, would persevere against such declarations as I have made, and think myself obliged to make, in justice to you, as well as to myself. He had seen many instances, he told me, and had heard of more, where ladies had seemed as averse, and yet had been induced, some by motives of compassion, others by persuasion of friends, to change their minds, and had been very happy afterwards, and he hoped this might be the case here. I have no notion, Sir, of compliment in an article of such importance as this. Yet I am sorry to be obliged to speak my mind so plainly as I am going to do. Know then that I have invincible objections, Sir, to your address. I have avowed them with an earnestness that I believe is without example. And why? Because I believe it is without example that any young creature, circumstanced as I am, was ever treated as I have been treated on your account. It is hoped, Madam, that your consent may in time be obtained. That is the hope: and I shall be a miserable man if it cannot. Better, Sir, give me leave to say, you were miserable by yourself, than that you should make 2 so. You may have heard, Madam, things to my disadvantage. No man is without enemies. Be pleased to let me know what you have heard, and I will either own my faults and amend, or I will convince you that I am basely bespattered. And once, I understand, you overheard something that I should say, that gave you offence, unguardedly perhaps, but nothing but what shewed my value, and that I would persist so long as I have hope. I have indeed heard many things to your disadvantage, and I was far from being pleased with what I overheard fall from your lips: but as you were not any thing to me, and never could be, it was not for me to be concerned about the one or the other. I am sorry, Madam, to hear this. I am sure you should not tell me of my fault, that I would be unwilling to correct in myself. Then, Sir, correct this fault. Do not wish to have a young creature compelled in the most material article of her life, for the sake of motives she despises, and in behalf of a person she cannot value, one that has in her own right sufficient to set her above all your offers, and a spirit that craves no more than what it has, to make itself easy and happy. I don't see, Madam, how you would be happy, if I were to discontinue my address, for That is nothing to you, Sir, interrupted I. Do you but withdraw your pretensions, and if it will be thought fit to start up another man for my punishment, the blame will not lie at your door. You will be entitled to my thanks, and most heartily will I thank you. He paused, and seemed a little at a loss, and I was going to give him still stronger and more personal instances of my plain dealing, when in came my uncle Antony. So, niece, so! Sitting in state like a queen, giving audience! Haughty audience! Mr. Solmes, why stand you thus humbly? Why this distance, man? I hope to see you upon a more intimate footing before we part. I arose as soon as he entered, and approached him with a bent knee. Let me, Sir, reverence my uncle, whom I have not for so long time seen. Let me, Sir, bespeak your favour and compassion. You will have the favour of every body, niece, when you know how to deserve it. If ever I deserved it, I deserve it now. I have been hardly used. I have made proposals that ought to be accepted, and such as would not have been asked of me. What have I done, that I must be banished and confined thus disgracefully? That I must not be allowed to have any free will in an article that concerns my present and future happiness? Miss Clary, replied my uncle, you have had your will in every thing till now, and this makes your parents' will sit so heavy upon you. My will, Sir! Be pleased to allow me to ask, what was my will till now but my father's will, and yours, and my uncle Harlowe's will? Has it not been my pride to obey and oblige? I never asked a favour, that I did not first sit down and consider if it were fit to be granted. And now, to shew my obedience, have I not offered to live single? Have I not offered to divest myself of my grandfather's bounty, and to cast myself upon my father's, and that to be withdrawn whenever I disoblige him? Why, dear good Sir, am I to be made unhappy in a point so concerning my happiness? Your grandfather's estate is not wished from you. You are not desired to live a single life. You know our motives, and we guess at yours. And let me tell you, well as we love you, we should much sooner choose to follow you to the grave, than that yours should take place. I will engage never to marry any man without my father's consent, and yours, Sir, and every body's. Did I ever give you cause to doubt my word? And here I will take the solemnest oath that can be offered me. That is the matrimonial one, interrupted he, with a big voice, and to this gentleman. It shall, cousin Clary, and the more you oppose it, the worse it shall be for you. This, and before the man, who seemed to assume courage upon it, highly provoked me. Then, Sir, you shall sooner follow me to the grave indeed. I will undergo the cruellest death. I will even consent to enter into that awful vault of my ancestors, and have that bricked up upon me, rather than consent to be miserable for life. And Mr. Solmes, turning to him, take notice of what I say. This or any death I will sooner undergo, that will quickly be over, than be yours, and for ever unhappy. My uncle was in a terrible rage upon this. He took Mr. Solmes by the hand, shocked as the man seemed to be, and drew him to the window. Don't be surprised, Mr. Solmes, don't be concerned at this. We know, and rapped out a sad oath, what women will say in their wrath. The wind is not more boisterous, nor more changeable. And again he swore to that. If you think it worth while to wait for such an ungrateful girl as this, I'll engage she'll veer about. I'll engage she shall. And a third time violently swore to it. Then coming up to me, who had thrown myself, very much disordered by my vehemence, into the most distant window, as if he would have beat me, his face violently working, his hands clenched, and his teeth set. Yes, 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 you shall, cousin Clary, be Mr. Solmes's wife. We will see that you shall, and this in 1 week at furthest. And then a 4th time he confirmed it. Poor gentleman, how he swore! I am sorry, Sir, said I, to see you in such a passion. All this, I am but too sensible, is owing to my brother's instigation, who would not himself give the instance of duty that is sought to be exacted from me. It is best for me to withdraw. I shall but provoke you further, I fear. For although I would gladly obey you if I could, yet this is a point determined with me, and I cannot so much as wish to get over it. How could I avoid making these strong declarations, the man in presence? I was going out at the door I came in at, the gentlemen looking upon one another, as if referring to each other what to do, or whether to engage my stay, or suffer me to go. And whom should I meet at the door but my brother, who had heard all that had passed? He bolted upon me so unexpectedly, that I was surprised. He took my hand, and grasped it with violence. Return, pretty miss, said he. Return, if you please. You shall not yet be bricked up. Your instigating brother shall save you from that. O thou fallen angel, said he, peering up to my downcast face, such a sweetness here, and such an obstinacy there, tapping my neck. O thou true woman, though so young! But you shall not have your rake, remember that. In a loud whisper, as if he would be decently indecent before the man. You shall be redeemed, and this worthy gentleman, raising his voice, will be so good as to redeem you from ruin: and hereafter you will bless him, or have reason to bless him, for his condescension. That was the brutal brother's word. He had led me up to meet Mr. Solmes, whose hand he took as he held mine. Here, Sir, said he, take the rebel daughter's hand. I give it you now. She shall confirm the gift in a week's time, or will have neither father, mother, nor uncles to boast of. I snatched my hand away. How now, Miss? And how now, Sir? What right have you to dispose of my hand? If you govern every body else, you shall not govern me; especially in a point so immediately relative to myself, and in which you neither have, nor ever shall have, any thing to do. I would have broken from him, but he held my hand too fast. Let me go, Sir. Why am I thus treated? You design, I doubt not, with your unmanly gripings to hurt me, as you do. But again I ask, wherefore is it that I am to be thus treated by you? He tossed my hand from him with a whirl that pained my very shoulder. I wept, and held my other hand to the part. Mr. Solmes blamed him. So did my uncle. He had no patience, he said, with such a perverse one; and to think of the reflections upon himself before he entered. He had only given me back the hand I had not deserved he should touch. It was one of my arts to pretend to be so pained. Mr. Solmes said he would sooner give up all his hopes of me, than that I should be used unkindly: and he offered to plead in my behalf to them both, and applied himself with a bow, as if for my approbation of his interposition. Interpose not, Mr. Solmes, said I, to save me from my brother's violence. I cannot wish to owe an obligation to a man whose ungenerous perseverance is the occasion of that violence, and of all my disgraceful sufferings. How generous in you, Mr. Solmes, said my brother, to interpose so kindly in behalf of such an immovable spirit! I beg of you to persist in your address. The unnatural brother called it address. For all our family's sake, and for her sake too, if you love her, persist. Let us save her, if possible, from ruining herself. Look at her person. And he gazed at me from head to foot, pointing at me, as he referred to Mr. Solmes. Think of her fine qualities. All the world confesses them, and we all gloried in her till now. She is worth saving; and after 2 or 3 more struggles, she will be yours, and, take my word for it, will reward your patience. Talk not therefore of giving up your hopes for a little whining folly. She has entered upon a parade, which she knows not how to quit with a female grace. You have only her pride and her obstinacy to encounter; and depend upon it, you will be as happy a man in a fortnight as a married man can be. You have heard me say, my dear, that my brother has always taken a liberty to reflect upon our sex, and upon matrimony. He would not, if he did not think it wit to do so. Just as poor Mr. Wyerley, and others, whom we both know, profane and ridicule Scripture; and all to evince their pretensions to the same pernicious talent, and to have it thought they are too wise to be religious. Mr. Solmes, with a self-satisfied air, presumptuously said, he would suffer every thing to oblige my family, and to save me; and doubted not to be amply rewarded, could he be so happy as to succeed at last. Mr. Solmes, said I, if you have any regard for your own happiness, mine is out of the question with you; you have not generosity enough to make that any part of your scheme; prosecute no further your address, as my brother calls it. It is but too just to tell you, that I could not bring my heart so much as to think of you without the utmost disapprobation, before I was used as I have been. And can you think I am such a slave, such a poor slave, as to be brought to change my mind by the violent usage I have met with? And you, Sir, turning to my brother, if you think that meekness always indicates tameness, and that there is no magnanimity without bluster, own yourself mistaken for once: for you shall have reason to judge from henceforth that a generous mind is not to be forced, and that No more, said the imperious wretch, I charge you, lifting up his hands and eyes. Then turning to my uncle, Do you hear, Sir? This is your once faultless niece. This is your favourite. Mr. Solmes looked as if he knew not what to think of the matter; and had I been left alone with him, I saw plainly I could have got rid of him easily enough. My uncle came to me, looking up also to my face, and down to my feet. And is it possible this can be you? All this violence from you, Miss Clary? Yes, it is possible, Sir: and I will presume to say, this vehemence on my side is but the natural consequence of the usage I have met with, and the rudeness I am treated with, even in your presence, by a brother who has no more right to controul me than I have to controul him. This usage, cousin Clary, was not till all other means were tried with you. Tried! To what end, Sir? Do I contend for any thing more than a mere negative?
You may, Sir, turning to Mr. Solmes, possibly you may be induced the rather to persevere thus ungenerously, as the usage I have met with for your sake, and what you have now seen offered to me by my brother, will shew you what I can bear, were my evil destiny ever to make me yours. Lord, Madam, cried Solmes, all this time distorted into 20 different attitudes, as my brother and my uncle were blessing themselves, and speaking only to each other by their eyes, and by their working features. Lord, Madam, what a construction is this! A fair construction, Sir, interrupted I: for he that can see a person, whom he pretends to value, thus treated, and approve of it, must be capable of treating her thus himself: and that you do approve of it, is evident by your declared perseverance, when you know I am confined, banished, and insulted, in order to make me consent to be what I never can be: and this, let me tell you, as I have often told others, not from motives of obstinacy, but aversion. Excuse me, Sir, turning to my uncle. To you, as to my father's brother, I owe duty. I beg your pardon: but my brother, he shall not constrain me. And turning to the unnatural wretch, I will call him wretch, knit your brows, Sir, and frown all you will, I will ask you, would you, in my case, make the sacrifices I am willing to make, to obtain every one's favour? If not, what right have you to treat me thus, and to procure me to be treated as I have been for so long a time past? I had put myself by this time into great disorder. They were silent, and seemed by their looks to want to talk to one another, walking about in violent disorders too, between whiles. I sat down, fanning myself, as it happened, against the glass, and I could perceive my colour go and come, and being sick to the very heart, and apprehensive of fainting, I rung. Betty came in. I called for a glass of water, and drank it: but nobody minded me. I heard my brother pronounce the words art, female art, to Solmes, which, together with the apprehension that he would not be welcome, I suppose kept him back: else I could see the man was affected: and, still fearing I should faint, I arose, and taking hold of Betty's arm, Let me hold by you, Betty, said I, let me withdraw: and moved with trembling feet towards the door, and then turned about and made a courtesy to my uncle. Permit me, Sir, said I, to withdraw. Whither go you, niece? Said my uncle. We have not done with you yet. I charge you, depart not. Mr. Solmes has something to open to you that will astonish you, and you shall hear it. Only, Sir, by your leave, for a few minutes into the air. I will return, if you command it. I will hear all that I am to hear, that it may be over now and for ever. You will go with me, Betty? And so, without any further prohibition, I retired into the garden. And there, casting myself upon the first seat, and throwing Betty's apron over my face, leaning against her side, my hands between hers, I gave way to a violent burst of grief, or passion, or both, which, as it seemed, saved my heart from breaking, for I was sensible of an immediate relief. I have already given you specimens of Mrs. Betty's impertinence. I shall not, therefore, trouble you with more: for the wench, notwithstanding this my distress, took great liberties with me, after she saw me a little recovered, and as I walked further into the garden, insomuch that I was obliged to silence her by an absolute prohibition of saying another word to me. And then she dropped behind me, sullen and gloomy. It was near an hour before I was sent for in again. The messenger was my cousin Dolly Hervey, who, with an eye of compassion and respect, for Miss Hervey always loved me, and calls herself my scholar, as you know, told my company was desired. Betty left us. Who commands my attendance, miss? Said I. Have you not been in tears, my dear? Who can forbid tears? Said she. Why, what is the matter, cousin Dolly? Sure nobody is entitled to weep in this family but me. Yes, I am, madam, said she, because I love you. I kissed her. And is it for me, my sweet cousin, that you shed tears? There never was love lost between us: but tell me, what is designed to be done with me, that I have this kind instance of your compassion for me? You must take no notice of what I tell you, said the dear girl: but my mamma has been weeping for you too, with me, but does not let any body see it. O my Dolly, said my mamma, there never was so set a malice in man as in your cousin James Harlowe. They will ruin the flower and ornament of their family. As how, Miss Dolly? Did she not explain herself? As how, my dear? Yes, she said, Mr. Solmes would have given up his claim to you, for he said you hated him, and there were no hopes: and your mamma was willing he should, and to have you taken at your word to renounce Mr. Lovelace, and to live single. My mamma was for it too: for they heard all that passed between you and uncle Antony and cousin James, saying it was impossible to think of prevailing upon you to have Mr. Solmes. Uncle Harlowe seemed in the same way of thinking: at least, my mamma says he did not say any thing to the contrary: but your papa was immovable, and was angry at your mamma and mine upon it, And hereupon your brother, your sister, and my uncle Antony joined in, and changed the scene entirely. In short, she says, that Mr. Solmes had great matters engaged to him. He owned, that you were the finest young lady in England; and he would be content to be but little beloved, if he could not, after marriage, engage your heart, for the sake of having the honour to call you his but for 1/12 month. I suppose he would break your heart the next; for he is a cruel hearted man, I am sure.
My friends may break my heart, cousin Dolly, but Mr. Solmes will never have it in his power to break it. I do not know that, Miss. You will have good luck to avoid having him, by what I can find: for my mamma says, they are all now of one mind, herself excepted; and she is forced to be silent, your papa and brother are both so outrageous. I am got above minding my brother, cousin Dolly. He is but my brother: but to my father I owe duty and obedience, if I could comply. We are apt to be fond of any body that will side with us, when oppressed or provoked. I always loved my cousin Dolly: but now she endeared herself to me 10 times more, by her soothing concern for me. I asked what she would do, were she in my case. Without hesitation, she replied, have Mr. Lovelace out of hand, and take up her own estate, if she were me, and there would be an end to it. And Mr. Lovelace, she said, was a fine gentleman. Mr. Solmes was not worthy to buckle his shoes. Miss Hervey told me further, that her mother was desired to come to me to fetch me in: but she excused herself. I should have all my friends, she said, she believed, sit in judgment upon me. I wish it had been so. But, as I have been told since, neither my father nor my mother would trust themselves with seeing me: the one, it seems, for passion's sake; my mother for tender considerations. By this time we entered the house. Miss accompanied me into the parlour, and left me, as a person devoted, I then thought. Nobody was there. I sat down, and had leisure to weep, reflecting upon what my cousin Dolly had told me. They were all in my sister's parlour adjoining; for I heard a confused mixture of voices, some louder than others, which drowned the more compassionating accents. Female accents I could distinguish the drowned ones to be. O my dear, what a hard-hearted sex is the other! Children of the same parents, how came they by their cruelty? Do they get it by travel? Do they get it by conversation with one another? Or how do they get it? Yet my sister, too, is as hard-hearted as any of them: but this may be no exception neither; for she has been thought to be masculine in her air and her spirit. She has then, perhaps, the soul of the other sex in a body of ours. And so, for the honour of our own, will I judge of every woman for the future, who, imitating the rougher manners of men, acts unbeseeming the gentleness of her own sex. Forgive me, my dear friend, for breaking into my story by these reflections. Were I rapidly to pursue my narration without thinking, without reflecting, I believe I should hardly be able to keep in my right mind; since vehemence and passion would then be always uppermost. But while I think as I write, I cool, and my hurry of spirits is allayed. I believe I was about 1/4 of an hour enjoying my own comfortless contemplations, before any body came in to me; for they seemed to be in full debate. My aunt looked in first. O my dear, said she, are you there? And withdrew hastily to apprize them of it. And then, as agreed upon I suppose, in came my uncle Antony, crediting Mr. Solmes with the words, let me lead you in, my dear friend, having hold of his hand; while the new made beau awkwardly followed, but more edgingly, as I may say, setting his feet mincingly, to avoid treading upon his leader's heels. Excuse me, my dear, this seeming levity: but those we do not love, appear in every thing ungraceful to us. I stood up. My uncle looked very surly. Sit down, girl, said he. And drawing a chair near me, he placed his dear friend in it, whether he would or not, I having taken my seat: and my uncle sat on the other side of me. Well, niece, taking my hand, we shall have very little more to say to you than we have already said, as to the subject that is so distasteful to you; unless, indeed, you have better considered of the matter. And first, let me know if you have. The matter wants no consideration, Sir. Very well, Madam, said my uncle, withdrawing his hands from mine. Could I ever have thought of this from you? For God's sake, dearest Madam, said Mr. Solmes, folding his hands. And there he stopped. For God's sake what, Sir? How came God's sake, and your sake, I pray you, to be the same? This silenced him. My uncle could only be angry, and that he was before. Well, Mr. Solmes, said my uncle, no more of supplication. You have not confidence enough to expect a woman's favour. He then was pleased to hint what great things he had designed to do for me; and that it was more for my sake, after he returned from the Indies, than for the sake of any other of the family, that he had resolved to live a single life. But now, concluded he,
that the perverse girl despises all the great things it was once as much in my will as it is in my power to do for her, I will change my measures. I told him, that I most sincerely thanked him for all his kind intentions to me; but that I was willing to resign all claim to any other of his favours than kind looks and kind words. He looked about him this way and that. Mr. Solmes looked pitifully down. But both being silent, I was sorry, I added, that I had too much reason to say a very harsh thing,
as it might be thought, which was,
that if he would but be pleased to convince my brother and sister that he was absolutely determined to alter his generous purposes towards me, it might possibly procure me better treatment from both than I was otherwise likely to have.
End of Letter 34, Part 1.
Letter 34, Part 2 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 34, Part 2. My uncle was very much displeased, but he had not the opportunity to express his displeasure, as he seemed preparing to do, for in came my brother in exceeding great wrath, and called me several vile names. His success hitherto, in his device against me, had set him above keeping even decent measures. Was this my spiteful construction, he asked? Was this the interpretation I put upon his brotherly care of me, and concern for me, in order to prevent my ruining myself? It is, indeed it is, said I. I know no other way to account for your late behaviour to me; and before your face, I repeat my request to my uncle, and I will make it to my other uncle whenever I am permitted to see him, that they will confer all their favours upon you, and upon my sister, and only make me happy, it is all I wish for, in their kind looks and kind words. How they all gazed upon one another! But could I be less peremptory before the man? And as to your care and concern for me, Sir, turning to my brother, once more I desire it not. You are but my brother. My father and mother, I bless God, are both living; and were they not, you have given me abundant reason to say, that you are the very last person I would wish to have any concern for me. How, niece! And is a brother, an only brother, of so little consideration with you, as this comes to? And ought he to have no concern for his sister's honour, and the family's honour? My honour, Sir! I desire none of his concern for that. It never was endangered till it had his undesired concern. Forgive me, Sir. But when my brother knows how to act like a brother, or behave like a gentleman, he may deserve more consideration from me than it is possible for me now to think he does. I thought my brother would have beat me upon this, but my uncle stood between us. Violent girl, however, he called me. Who, said he, who would have thought it of her? Then was Mr. Solmes told, that I was unworthy of his pursuit. But Mr. Solmes warmly took my part. He could not bear, he said, that I should be treated so roughly. And so very much did he exert himself on this occasion, and so patiently was his warmth received by my brother, that I began to suspect that it was a contrivance to make me think myself obliged to him, and this might perhaps be one end of the pressed for interview. The very suspicion of this low artifice, violent as I was thought to be before, put me still more out of patience; and my uncle and my brother again praising his wonderful generosity, and his noble return of good for evil. You are a happy man, Mr. Solmes, said I, that you can so easily confer obligations upon a whole family, except upon one ungrateful person of it, whom you seem to intend most to oblige; but who being made unhappy by your favour, desires not to owe to you any protection from the violence of a brother. Then was I a rude, and ungrateful, and unworthy creature. I own it all you can call me, or think me, brother, do I own. I own my unworthiness with regard to this gentleman. I take your word for his abundant merit, which I have neither leisure nor inclination to examine into. It may perhaps be as great as your own. But yet I cannot thank him for his great mediation. For who sees not,
looking at my uncle,
that this is giving himself a merit with every body at my expense? Then turning to my brother, who seemed surprised into silence by my warmth, I must also acknowledge, Sir, the favour of your superabundant care for me. But I discharge you of it, at least while I have the happiness of nearer and dearer relations. You have given me no reason to think better of your prudence than of my own. I am independent of you, Sir, though I never desire to be so of my father: and although I wish for the good opinion of my uncles, it is all I wish for from them: and this, Sir, I repeat, to make you and my sister easy. Instantly, almost, came in Betty, in a great hurry, looking at me as spitefully as if she were my sister. Sir, said she to my brother, my master desires to speak with you this moment at the door. He went to that which led into my sister's parlour, And this sentence I heard thundered from the mouth of one who had a right to all my reverence. Son James! Let the rebel be this moment carried away to my brother's. This very moment. She shall not stay 1 hour more under my roof. I trembled. I was ready to sink. Yet not knowing what I did, or said, I flew to the door, and would have opened it. But my brother pulled it to, and held it close by the key. O my papa, my dear papa, said I, falling upon my knees at the door, admit your child to your presence. Let me but plead my cause at your feet. O reprobate not thus your distressed daughter. My uncle put his handkerchief to his eyes. Mr. Solmes made a still more grievous face than he had before. But my brother's marble heart was untouched. I will not stir from my knees, continued I, without admission. At this door, I beg it. O let it be the door of mercy, and open it to me, honoured Sir, I beseech you. But this once, although you were afterwards to shut it against me for ever. The door was endeavoured to be opened on the inside, which made my brother let go the key on a sudden; and I pressing against it, all the time remaining on my knees, fell flat on my face into the other parlour, however without hurting myself. But every body was gone, except Betty, who I suppose was the person that endeavoured to open the door. She helped to raise me up; and when I was on my feet, I looked round that apartment, and seeing nobody there, re entered the other, leaning upon her; and then threw myself into the chair which I had sat in before, and my eyes overflowed to my great relief, while my uncle Antony, my brother, and Mr. Solmes left me, and went to my other relations. What passed among them I know not; but my brother came in by the time I had tolerably recovered myself, with a settled and haughty gloom upon his brow. Your father and mother command you instantly to prepare for your uncle Antony's. You need not be solicitous about what you shall take with you. You may give Betty your keys. Take them, Betty, if the perverse one has them about her, and carry them to her mother. She will take care to send every thing after you that you shall want. But another night you will not be permitted to stay in this house. I don't choose to give my keys to any body, except to my mother, and into her own hands. You see how much I am disordered. It may cost me my life to be hurried away so suddenly. I beg to be indulged till next Monday at least. That will not be granted you. So prepare for this very, very night, and give up your keys. Give them to me, Miss. I'll carry them to your mother. Excuse me, brother, indeed I won't. Indeed you must. Have you any thing you are afraid should be seen by your mother? Not if I be permitted to attend her. I'll make a report accordingly. He went out. In came Miss Dolly Hervey. I am sorry, Madam, to be the messenger, but your mamma insists upon your sending up all the keys of your cabinet, library, and drawers. Tell my mother that I yield them up to her commands. Tell her I make no conditions with my mother: but if she finds nothing she shall disapprove of, I beg that she will permit me to tarry here a few days longer. Try, my Dolly, the dear girl sobbing with grief, try, if your gentleness cannot prevail for me. She wept still more, and said, It is sad, very sad, to see matters thus carried. She took the keys, and wrapped her arms about me, and begged me to excuse her for her message, and would have said more, but Betty's presence awed her, as I saw. Don't pity me, my dear, said I. It will be imputed to you as a fault. You see who is by. The insolent wench scornfully smiled. One young lady pitying another in things of this nature looks promising in the youngest, I must needs say. I bid her begone from my presence. She would most gladly go, she said, were she not to stay about me by my mother's order. It soon appeared for what she stayed: for I offering to go up stairs to my apartment when my cousin went from me with the keys, she told me she was commanded, to her very great regret she must own, to desire me not to go up at present. Such a bold face as she, I told her, should not hinder me. She instantly rang the bell, and in came my brother, meeting me at the door. Return, return, Miss. No going up yet. I went in again, and throwing myself upon the window seat, wept bitterly. Shall I give you the particulars of a ridiculously spiteful conversation that passed between my brother and me, in the time that he, with Betty, was in office to keep me in the parlour while my closet was searching? But I think I will not. It can answer no good end. I desired several times, while he stayed, to have leave to retire to my apartment, but was denied. The search, I suppose, was not over. Bella was one of those employed in it. They could not have a more diligent searcher. How happy it was they were disappointed! But when my sister could not find the cunning creature's papers, I was to stand another visit from Mr. Solmes, preceded now by my aunt Hervey, solely against her will, I could see that; accompanied by my uncle Antony, in order to keep her steady, I suppose. But being a little heavy, for it is now past 2 in the morning, I will lie down in my clothes to indulge the kind summons, if it will be indulged. 3 o'clock, Wednesday morning. I could not sleep, only dozed away 1/2 hour. My aunt Hervey accosted me thus: O my dear child, what troubles do you give to your parents, and to every body! I wonder at you. I am sorry for it, Madam. Sorry for it, child! Why then so very obstinate? Come, sit down, my dear. I will sit next to you, taking my hand. My uncle placed Mr. Solmes on the other side of me, himself over against me, almost close to me. Was I not finely beset, my dear? Your brother, child, said my aunt, is too passionate. His zeal for your welfare pushes him on a little too vehemently. Very true, said my uncle. But no more of this. We would now be glad to see if milder means will do with you, though indeed they were tried before. I asked my aunt, if it were necessary that the gentleman should be present. There is a reason that he should, said my aunt, as you will hear by and by. But I must tell you first, that, thinking you was a little too angrily treated by your brother, your mother desired me to try what gentler means would do upon a spirit so generous as we used to think yours. Nothing can be done, Madam, I must presume to say, if this gentleman's address be the end. She looked upon my uncle, who bit his lip, and looked upon Mr. Solmes, who rubbed his cheek, and shaking her head, Good dear creature, said she, be calm. Let me ask you, if something would have been done, had you been more gently used, than you seem to think you have been? No, Madam, I cannot say it would, in this gentleman's favour. You know, Madam, you know, Sir, to my uncle, I ever valued myself upon my sincerity, and once indeed had the happiness to be valued for it. My uncle took Mr. Solmes aside. I heard him say, whispering, she shall still be yours. We'll see who'll conquer, parents or child, uncles or niece. I doubt not to be witness to all this being got over, and many a good humoured jest made of this high phrensy. I was heartily vexed. Though we cannot find out, continued he, yet we guess who puts her upon this obstinate behaviour. It is not natural to her, man. Nor would I concern myself so much about her, but that I know what I say to be true, and intend to do great things for her. I will hourly pray for that happy time, whispered as audibly Mr. Solmes. I never will revive the remembrance of what is now so painful to me. Well, but, niece, I am to tell you, said my aunt, that the sending up of the keys, without making any conditions, has wrought for you what nothing else could have done. That, and the not finding any thing that could give them umbrage, together with Mr. Solmes's interposition. O Madam, let me not owe an obligation to Mr. Solmes. I cannot repay it, except by my thanks, and those only on condition that he will decline his suit. To my thanks, Sir, turning to him, if you have a heart capable of humanity, if you have any esteem for me for my own sake, I beseech you to entitle yourself. I beseech you, do. O Madam, cried he, believe me, it is impossible. While you are single, I will hope. While that hope is encouraged by so many worthy friends, I must persevere. I must not slight them, Madam, because you slight me. I answered him only with a look. But it was of high disdain, and turning from him, But what favour, dear Madam, to my aunt, has the instance of duty you mention procured me? Your mother and Mr. Solmes, replied my aunt, have prevailed, that your request to stay here till Monday next shall be granted, if you will promise to go cheerfully then. Let me but choose my own visitors, and I will go to my uncle's house with pleasure. Well, niece, said my aunt, we must waive this subject, I find. We will now proceed to another, which will require your utmost attention. It will give you the reason why Mr. Solmes's presence is requisite. Ay, said my uncle, and shew you what sort of a man somebody is. Mr. Solmes, pray favour us, in the first place, with the letter you received from your anonymous friend. I will, Sir. And out he pulled a letter case, and taking out a letter, it is written in answer to one, sent to the person. It is superscribed, To Roger Solmes, Esquire. It begins thus, Honoured Sir. I beg your pardon, Sir, said I, but what, pray, is the intent of reading this letter to me? To let you know what a vile man you are thought to have set your heart upon, said my uncle, in an audible whisper. If, Sir, it be suspected that I have set my heart upon any other, why is Mr. Solmes to give himself any further trouble about me? Only hear, niece, said my aunt, only hear what Mr. Solmes has to read and to say to you on this head. If, Madam, Mr. Solmes will be pleased to declare, that he has no view to serve, no end to promote for himself, I will hear any thing he shall read. But if the contrary, you must allow me to say, that it will abate with me a great deal of the weight of whatever he shall produce. Hear it but read, niece, said my aunt. Hear it read, said my uncle. You are so ready to take part with any body, Sir, that is accused anonymously, and from interested motives. He began to read, and there seemed to be a heavy load of charges in this letter against the poor criminal. But I stopped the reading of it, and said, It will not be my fault, if this vilified man be not as indifferent to me as one whom I never saw. If he be otherwise at present, which I neither own nor deny, it proceed from the strange methods taken to prevent it. Do not let one cause unite him and me, and we shall not be united. If my offer to live single be accepted, he shall be no more to me than this gentleman. Still, proceed, Mr. Solmes. Hear it out, niece, was my uncle's cry. But to what purpose, sir? Said I. Had not Mr. Solmes a view in this? And besides, can any thing worse be said of Mr. Lovelace than I have heard said for several months past? But this, said my uncle, and what Mr. Solmes can tell you besides, amounts to the fullest proof. Was the unhappy man then so freely treated in his character before, without full proof? I beseech you, sir, give me not too good an opinion of Mr. Lovelace, as I may have, if such pains be taken to make him guilty by one who means not his reformation by it, nor to do good, if I may presume to say so in this case, to any body but himself. I see very plainly, girl, said my uncle, your prepossession, your fond prepossession, for the person of a man without morals. Indeed, my dear, said my aunt, you too much justify all your apprehension. Surprising, that a young creature of virtue and honour should thus esteem a man of a quite opposite character. Dear madam, do not conclude against me too hastily. I believe Mr. Lovelace is far from being so good as he ought to be. But if every man's private life was searched into by prejudiced people, set on for that purpose, I know not whose reputation would be safe. I love a virtuous character as much in man as in woman. I think it is requisite, and as meritorious in the one as in the other. And if left to myself, I would prefer a person of such a character to royalty without it. Why then, said my uncle, give me leave, sir, but I may venture to say, that many of those who have escaped censure have not merited applause. Permit me to observe further, that Mr. Solmes himself may not be absolutely faultless. I never heard of his virtues. Some vices I have heard of. Excuse me, Mr. Solmes, I speak to your face. The text about casting the first stone affords an excellent lesson. He looked down, but was silent. Mr. Lovelace may have vices you have not. You may have others which he has not. I speak not this to defend him, or to accuse you. No man is bad, no one is good, in every thing. Mr. Lovelace, for example, is said to be implacable, and to hate my friends. That does not make me value him the more. But give me leave to say, that they hate him as much. Mr. Solmes has his antipathies likewise, very strong ones, and those to his own relations, which I don't find to be the other's fault, for he lives well with his. Yet he may have as bad. Worse, pardon me, he cannot have, in my poor opinion. For what must be the man who hates his own flesh? You know not, madam. You know not, niece. All in one breath. You know not, Clary. I may not, nor do I desire to know, Mr. Solmes's reasons. It concerns not me to know them. But the world, even the impartial part of it, accuses him. If the world is unjust or rash in one man's case, why may it not be so in another's? That's all I mean by it. Nor can there be a greater sign of want of merit, than where a man seeks to pull down another's character, in order to build up his own. The poor man's face was all this time overspread with confusion, twisted, as it were, and all awry, neither mouth nor nose standing in the middle of it. He looked as if he were ready to cry, and had he been capable of pitying me, I had certainly tried to pity him. They all three gazed upon one another in silence. My aunt, I saw, at least I thought so, looked as if she would have been glad she might have appeared to approve of what I said. She but feebly blamed me, when she spoke, for not hearing what Mr. Solmes had to say. He himself seemed not now very earnest to be heard. My uncle said, there was no talking to me; and I should have absolutely silenced both gentlemen, had not my brother come in again to their assistance. This was the strange speech he made at his entrance, his eyes flaming with anger. This prating girl has struck you all dumb, I perceive. Persevere, however, Mr. Solmes. I have heard every word she has said, and I know of no other method of being even with her, than after she is yours, to make her as sensible of your power, as she now makes you of her insolence. Fie, cousin Harlowe, said my aunt. Could I have thought a brother would have said this to a gentleman of a sister? I must tell you, madam, said he, that you give the rebel courage. You yourself seem to favour too much the arrogance of her sex in her. Otherwise she durst not have thus stopped her uncle's mouth by reflections upon him, as well as denied to hear a gentleman tell her the danger she is in from a libertine, whose protection, as she plainly hinted, she intends to claim against her family. Stop my uncle's mouth by reflections upon him, sir, said I. How can that be? How dare you to make such an application as this? My aunt wept at his reflection upon her. Cousin, said she to him, if this be the thanks I have for my trouble, I have done. Your father would not treat me thus, and I will say, that the hint you gave was an unbrotherly one. Not more unbrotherly than all the rest of his conduct to me of late, madam, said I. I see by this specimen of his violence how every body has been brought into his measures. Had I any the least apprehension of ever being in Mr. Solmes's power, this might have affected me. But you see, Sir, to Mr. Solmes, what a conduct is thought necessary to enable you to arrive at your ungenerous end. You see how my brother courts for you. I disclaim Mr. Harlowe's violence, Madam, with all my soul. I will never remind you. Silence, worthy Sir, said I will take care you never shall have the opportunity. Less violence, Clary, said my uncle. Cousin James, you are as much to blame as your sister. In then came my sister. Brother, said she, you kept not your promise. You are thought to be to blame within as well as here. Were not Mr. Solmes's generosity and affection to the girl well known, what you said would have been inexcusable. My father desires to speak with you, and with you, Mr. Solmes, if you please. They all four withdrew into the next apartment. I stood silent, as not knowing presently how to take this intervention of my sister's. But she left me not long at a loss. O thou perverse thing, said she, poking out her angry face at me, when they were all gone, but speaking spitefully low, what trouble do you give to us all? You and my brother, Bella, said I, give trouble to yourselves. Yet neither you nor he have any business to concern yourselves about me. She threw out some spiteful expressions, still in a low voice, as if she chose not to be heard without, and I thought it best to oblige her to raise her tone a little, if I could. If I could, did I say? It is easy to make a passionate spirit answer all one's views upon it. She accordingly flamed out in a raised tone, and this brought my cousin Dolly in to us. Miss Harlowe, your company is desired. I will come presently, cousin Dolly. But again provoking a severity from me which she could not bear, and calling me names, in once more comes Dolly with another message, that her company was desired. Not mine, I doubt, Miss Dolly, said I. The sweet-tempered girl burst out into tears, and shook her head. Go in before me, child, said Bella, vexed to see her concern for me, with thy sharp face like a new moon. What dost thou cry for? Is it to make thy keen face look still keener? I believe Bella was blamed too when she went in, for I heard her say, the creature was so provoking, there was no keeping a resolution. Mr. Solmes, after a little while, came in again by himself, to take leave of me, full of scrapes and compliments, but too well tutored and encouraged to give me hope of his declining his suit. He begged me not to impute to him any of the severe things to which he had been a sorrowful witness. He besought my compassion, as he called it. He said the result was, that he still had hopes given him, and although discouraged by me, he was resolved to persevere while I remained single. And such long and such painful services he talked of, as never before were heard of. I told him, in the strongest manner, what he had to trust to. Yet still he determined to persist. While I was no man's else, he must hope. What, said I, will you still persist, when I declare, as I do now, that my affections are engaged? And let my brother make the most of it. He knew my principles, and adored me for them. He doubted not that it was in his power to make me happy, and he was sure I would not want the will to be so. I assured him, that were I to be carried to my uncle's, it should answer no end; for I would never see him, nor receive a line from him, nor hear a word in his favour, whoever were the person who should mention him to me. He was sorry for it. He must be miserable, were I to hold in that mind: but he doubted not that I might be induced by my father and uncles to change it. Never, never, he might depend upon it. It was richly worth his patience and the trial. At my expense! At the price of all my happiness, Sir! He hoped I should be induced to think otherwise. And then would he have run into his fortune, his settlements, his affection, vowing that never man loved a woman with so sincere a passion as he loved me. I stopped him as to the first part of his speech, and to the second, of the sincerity of his passion. What then, Sir, said I, is your love to one, who must assure you, that never young creature looked upon man with a more sincere disapprobation than I look upon you? And tell me what argument can you urge, that this true declaration answers not beforehand? Dearest Madam, what can I say? On my knees I beg. And down the ungraceful wretch dropped on his knees. Let me not kneel in vain, Madam. Let me not be thus despised. And he looked most odiously sorrowful. I have kneeled too, Mr. Solmes. Often have I kneeled, and I will kneel again. Even to you, Sir, will I kneel, if there be so much merit in kneeling, provided you will not be the implement of my cruel brother's undeserved persecution. If all the services, even to worship you, during my whole life, you, Madam, invoke and expect mercy, yet shew none, am I to be cruel to myself to shew mercy to you? Take my estate, Sir, with all my heart, since you are such a favourite in this house. Only leave me myself. The mercy you ask for, do you shew to others. If you mean to my relations, Madam, Unworthy as they are, all shall be done that you shall prescribe. Who I, Sir, to find you bowels you naturally have not? I, to purchase their happiness by the forfeiture of my own? What I ask you for, is mercy to myself, that since you seem to have some power over my relations, you will use it in my behalf. Tell them, that you see I cannot conquer my aversion to you. Tell them, if you are a wise man, that you too much value your own happiness to risk it against such a determined antipathy. Tell them, that I am unworthy of your offers; and that in mercy to yourself, as well as to me, you will not prosecute a suit so impossible to be granted. I will risk all consequences, said the fell wretch, rising, with a countenance whitened over, as if with malice, his hollow eyes flashing fire, and biting his under lip, to shew he could be manly. Your hatred, Madam, shall be no objection with me; and I doubt not in a few days to have it in my power to shew you.
You have it in your power, Sir?
He came well off. To shew you more generosity than, noble as you are said to be to others, you shew to me. The man's face became his anger. It seems formed to express the passion. At that instant, again in came my brother. Sister, 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 said he, with his teeth set, act on the termagant part you have so newly assumed. Most wonderfully well does it become you. It is but a short one, however. Tyrannous in your turn, accuse others of your own guilt. But leave her, Mr. Solmes. Her time is short. You'll find her humble and mortified enough very quickly. Then how like a little tame fool will she look, with her conscience upbraiding her, and begging of you, with a whining voice the barbarous brother spoke, to forgive and forget. More he said as he flew out, with a glowing face, upon Shorey's coming in to recall him on his violence. I removed from chair to chair, excessively frighted and disturbed at this brutal treatment. The man attempted to excuse himself, as being sorry for my brother's passion. Leave me, Sir, fanning, or I shall faint: and indeed I thought I should. He recommended himself to my favour with an air of assurance, augmented, as I thought, by a distress so visible in me: for he even snatched my trembling, my struggling hand, and ravished it to his odious mouth. I flung from him with high disdain, and he withdrew, bowing and cringing, self-gratified, and enjoying, as I thought, the confusion he saw me in. The wretch is now, methinks, before me: and now I see him awkwardly striding backward, as he retired, till the edge of the open door, which he ran against, remembered him to turn his welcome back upon me. Upon his withdrawing, Betty brought me word, that I was permitted to go up to my own chamber, and was bid to consider of every thing, for my time was short. Nevertheless, she believed I might be permitted to stay till Saturday. She tells me, that, although my brother and sister were blamed for being so hasty with me, yet when they made their report, and my uncle Antony his, of my provocations, they were all more determined than ever in Mr. Solmes's favour. The wretch himself, she tells me, pretends to be more in love with me than before, and to be rather delighted than discouraged with the conversation that passed between us. He ran on, she says, in raptures, about the grace wherewith I should dignify his board, and the like sort of stuff, either of his saying, or of her making. She closed all with a Now is your time, Miss, to submit with a grace, and to make your own terms with him: else I can tell you, were I Mr. Solmes, it should be worse for you. And who, Miss, of our sex, proceeded the saucy creature, would admire a rakish gentleman, when she might be admired by a sober one to the end of the chapter? She made this further speech to me on quitting my chamber: You have had amazing good luck, Miss, I must tell you, to keep your writings concealed so cunningly. You must needs think I know that you are always at your pen: and as you endeavour to hide that knowledge from me, I do not think myself obliged to keep your secret. But I love not to aggravate: I had rather reconcile by much. Peace making is my talent, and ever was: and had I been as much your foe as you imagine, you had not perhaps been here now. But this, however, I do not say to make a merit with you, Miss: for truly it will be the better for you the sooner every thing is over with you: and better for me, and for every one else, that's certain. Yet one hint I must conclude with, that your pen and ink, soon as you are to go away, will not be long in your power, I do assure you, Miss. And then, having lost that amusement, it will be seen, how a mind so active as yours will be able to employ itself. This hint alarms me so much, that I shall instantly begin to conceal in different places pens, inks, and paper, and to deposit some in the ivy summer house, if I can find a safe place there: and at the worst, I have got a pencil of black, and another of red lead, which I use in my drawings: and my pattern shall serve for paper, if I have no other. How lucky it was that I had got away my papers! They made a strict search for them, that I can see, by the disorderly manner they have left all things in: for you know that I am such an observer of method, that I can go to a bit of ribbon, or lace, or edging, blindfold. The same in my books, which they have strangely disordered and mismatched, to look behind them, and in some of them, I suppose. My clothes too are rumpled not a little. No place has escaped them. To your hint, I thank you, are they indebted for their disappointment. The pen, through heaviness and fatigue, dropped out of my fingers at the word indebted. I resumed it to finish the sentence, and to tell you that I am your for ever obliged and affectionate Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XXXIV. Part II.
Letter XXXV. Of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday, 11 o'clock, April 5th. I must write as I have opportunity, making use of my concealed stores, for my pens and ink, all of each that they could find, are taken from me, as I shall tell you about more particularly by and by. About an hour ago I deposited my long letter to you, as also in the usual place a billet to Mr. Lovelace, lest his impatience should put him upon some rashness, signifying, in 4 lines, that the interview was over, and that I hope my steady refusal of Mr. Solmes would discourage any further applications to me in his favour. Although I was unable, through the fatigue I had undergone, and by reason of sitting up all night, to write to you, which made me lie longer than ordinary this morning, to deposit my letter to you sooner, yet I hope you will have it in such good time, as that you will be able to send me an answer to it this night, or in the morning early, which, if ever so short, will inform me whether I may depend upon your mother's indulgence or not. This it behoves me to know as soon as possible, for they are resolved to hurry me away on Saturday next at furthest, perhaps to morrow. I will now inform you of all that has happened previous to their taking away my pen and ink, as well as of the manner in which that act of violence was committed, and this as briefly as I can. My aunt, who, as well as Mr. Solmes and my 2 uncles, lives here, I think, came up to me, and said, she would fain have me hear what Mr. Solmes had to say of Mr. Lovelace, only that I may be apprized of some things that would convince me what a vile man he is, and what a wretched husband he must make. I might give them what degree of credit I pleased, and take them with abatement for Mr. Solmes's interestedness, if I thought fit: but it might be of use to me, were it but to question Mr. Lovelace indirectly upon some of them, that related to myself. I was indifferent, I said, about what he could say of me; and I was sure it could not be to my disadvantage: and as he had no reason to impute to me the forwardness which my unkind friends had so causelessly taxed me with. She said, that he gave himself high airs on account of his family, and spoke as despicably of ours, as if an alliance with us were beneath him. I replied, that he was a very unworthy man, if it were true, to speak slightingly of a family which was as good as his own, bating that it was not allied to the peerage: that the dignity itself, I thought, conveyed more shame than honour to descendants, who had not merit to adorn, as well as to be adorned by it: that my brother's absurd pride, indeed, which made him every where declare he would never marry but to quality, gave a disgraceful preference against ours: but that were I to be assured that Mr. Lovelace was capable of so mean a pride as to insult us or value himself on such an accidental advantage, I should think as despicably of his sense as every body else did of his morals. She insisted upon it, that he had taken such liberties, it would be but common justice, so much hated as he was by all our family, and so much inveighed against in all companies by them, to inquire into the provocation he had to say what was imputed to him, and whether the value some of my friends put upon the riches they possess, throwing perhaps contempt upon every other advantage, and even discrediting their own pretensions to family, in order to depreciate his, might not provoke him to like contempts. Upon the whole, Madam, said I, can you say that the inveteracy lies not as much on our side as on his? Can he say any thing of us more disrespectful than we say of him? And as to the suggestion, so often repeated, that he will make a bad husband, is it possible for him to use a wife worse than I am used, particularly by my brother and sister? Ah, niece! Ah, my dear! How firmly has this wicked man attached you! Perhaps not, Madam. But really great care should be taken by fathers and mothers, when they would have their daughters of their minds in these particulars, not to say things that shall necessitate the child in honour and generosity to take part with the man her friends are averse to. But waiving all this, as I have offered to renounce him for ever, I see not why he should be mentioned to me, nor why I should be wished to hear any thing about him. Well, but still, my dear, there can be no harm to let Mr. Solmes tell you what Mr. Lovelace has said of you. Severely as you have treated Mr. Solmes, he is fond of attending you once more. He begs to be heard on this head. If it be proper for me to hear it, Madam. It is, eagerly interrupted she, very proper. Has what he has said of me, Madam, convinced you of Mr. Lovelace's baseness?
It has, my dear, and that you ought to abhor him for it. Then, dear Madam, be pleased to let me hear it from your mouth. There is no need that I should see Mr. Solmes, when it will have double the weight from you. What, Madam, has the man dared to say of me? My aunt was quite at a loss. At last, well, said she, I see how you are attached. I am sorry for it, Miss. For I do assure you it will signify nothing. You must be Mr. Solmes, and that in a very few days. If consent of heart, and assent of voice, be necessary to a marriage, I am sure I never can, nor ever will be married to Mr. Solmes. And what will any of my relations be answerable for, if they force my hand into his, and hold it there till the service be read, I perhaps insensible, and in fits all the time? What a romantic picture of a forced marriage have you drawn, niece! Some people would say, you have given a fine description of your own obstinacy, child. My brother and sister would. But you, Madam, distinguish, I am sure, between obstinacy and aversion. Supposed aversion may owe its rise to real obstinacy, my dear. I know my own heart, Madam. I wish you did. Well, but see Mr. Solmes once more, niece. It will oblige and make for you more than you imagine. What should I see him for, Madam? Is the man fond of hearing me declare my aversion to him? Is he desirous of having me more and more incense my friends against myself? O my cunning, my ambitious brother! Ah, my dear, with a look of pity, as if she understood the meaning of my exclamation, but must that necessarily be the case? It must, Madam, if they will take offence at me for declaring my steadfast detestation of Mr. Solmes as a husband. Mr. Solmes is to be pitied, said she. He adores you. He longs to see you once more. He loves you the better for your cruel usage of him yesterday. He is in raptures about you. Ugly creature, thought I. He in raptures? What a cruel wretch must he be, said I, who can enjoy the distress to which he so largely contributes? But I see, Madam, that I am considered as an animal to be baited, to make sport for my brother and sister, and Mr. Solmes. They are all of them, wanton in their cruelty. I, Madam, see the man so incapable of pity! Indeed I will not see him, if I can help it. Indeed I will not. What a construction does your lively wit put upon the admiration Mr. Solmes expresses of you! Passionate as you were yesterday, and contemptuously as you treated him, he dotes upon you for the very severity by which he suffers. He is not so ungenerous a man as you think him, nor has he an unfeeling heart. Let me prevail upon you, my dear, as your father and mother expected of you, to see him once more, and hear what he has to say to you. How can I consent to see him again, when yesterday's interview was interpreted by you, Madam, as well as by every other, as an encouragement to him? When I myself declared that if I saw him a second time by my own consent, it might be so taken, and when I am determined never to encourage him? You might spare your reflections upon me, Miss. I have no thanks either from one side or the other. And away she flung. Dearest Madam, said I, following her to the door. But she would not hear me further, and her sudden breaking from me occasioned a hurry to some mean listener, as the slipping of a foot from the landing place on the stairs discovered to me. I had scarcely recovered myself from this attack, when up came Betty. Miss, said she, your company is desired below stairs in your own parlour. By whom, Betty? How can I tell, Miss? Perhaps by your sister, perhaps by your brother. I know they won't come up stairs to your apartment again. Is Mr. Solmes gone, Betty? I believe he is, Miss. Would you have him sent for back? Said the bold creature. Down I went. And to whom should I be sent for, but to my brother and Mr. Solmes, the latter standing sneaking behind the door, so that I saw him not, till I was mockingly led by the hand into the room by my brother. And then I started, as if I had beheld a ghost. You are to sit down, Clary. And what then, brother? Why then, you are to put off that scornful look, and hear what Mr. Solmes has to say to you. Sent down for to be baited again, thought I. Madam, said Mr. Solmes, as if in haste to speak, lest he should not have an opportunity given him, and indeed he judged right, Mr. Lovelace is a declared marriage-hater, and has a design upon your honour, if ever... Base accuser! Said I, in a passion, snatching my hand from my brother, who was insolently motioning to give it to Mr. Solmes. He has not, he dares not, but you have, if endeavouring to force a free mind be to dishonour it. O thou violent creature! Said my brother, but not gone yet, for I was rushing away. What mean you, sir, struggling vehemently to get away, to detain me thus against my will? You shall not go, violence! Clasping his unbrotherly arms about me. Then let not Mr. Solmes stay. Why hold you me thus? He shall not for your own sake, if I can help it, see how barbarously a brother can treat a sister who deserves not evil treatment. And I struggled so vehemently to get from him, that he was forced to quit my hand, which he did with these words, Begone then, fury! How strong is will! There is no holding her. And up I flew to my chamber, and locked myself in, trembling and out of breath. In less than a quarter of an hour up came Betty. I let her in upon her tapping, and asking, half out of breath too, for admittance. The Lord have mercy upon us, said she, what a confusion of a house is this! Hurrying up and down, fanning herself with her handkerchief. Such angry masters and mistresses! Such an obstinate young lady! Such a humble lover! Such enraged uncles! Such oh dear, dear, what a topsy turvy house is this! And all for what now? Only because a young lady may be happy and will not? Only because a young lady will have a husband, and will not have a husband? What hurly burlies are here, where all used to be peace and quietness! Thus she ran on to herself, while I sat as patiently as I could, being assured that her errand was not designed to be a welcome one to me, to observe when her soliloquy would end. At last, turning to me, I must do as I am bid. I can't help it. Don't be angry with me, Miss. But I must carry down your pen and ink, and that this moment. By whose order? By your papa's and mamma's. How shall I know that? She offered to go to my closet. I stepped in before her. Touch it if you dare. Up came my cousin Dolly. Madam, Madam, said the poor weeping good natured creature in broken sentences, you must, indeed you must, deliver to Betty, or to me, your pen and ink. Must I, my sweet cousin? Then I will to you. But not to this bold body. And so I gave my standish to her. I am sorry, very sorry, said she, Miss, to be the messenger, but your papa will not have you in the same house with him. He is resolved you shall be carried away to morrow, or Saturday at furthest, and therefore your pen and ink are taken away, that you may give nobody notice of it. And away went the dear girl, very sorrowful, carrying down with her my standish, and all its furniture, and a little parcel of pens beside, which having been seen when the great search was made, she was bid to ask for. As it happened, I had not diminished it, having hid 6 crow quills in as many different places. It was lucky, for I doubt not they had numbered how many were in the parcel. Betty ran on, telling me, that my mother was now as much incensed against me as any body; that my doom was fixed; that my violent behaviour had not left one to plead for me; that Mr. Solmes bit his lip, and muttered, and seemed to have more in his head than could come out at his mouth. That was her phrase. And yet she also hinted to me, that the cruel wretch took pleasure in seeing me, although so much to my disgust; and so wanted to see me again. Must he not be a savage, my dear? The wench went on, that my uncle Harlowe said, that now he gave me up; that he pitied Mr. Solmes, yet hoped he would not think of this to my detriment hereafter; that my uncle Antony was of opinion that I ought to smart for it; and for her part, and then, as one of the family, she gave her opinion of the same side. As I have no other way of hearing any thing that is said or intended below, I bear sometimes more patiently than I otherwise should do with her impertinence: and indeed she seems to be in all my brother's and sister's counsels. Miss Hervey came up again, and demanded an half-pint ink bottle, which they had seen in my closet. I gave it her without hesitation. If they have no suspicion of my being able to write, they will perhaps let me stay longer than otherwise they would. This, my dear, is now my situation. All my dependence, all my hopes, are in your mother's favour. But for that, I know not what I might do: for who can tell what will come next? End of Letter XXXV. Letter XXXVI of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVI. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Wednesday, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I am just returned from depositing the letter I so lately finished, and such of Mr. Lovelace's letters as I had not sent you. My long letter I found remaining there, so you will have both together. I am convinced, methinks, it is not with you. But your servant cannot always be at leisure. However, I will deposit as fast as I write. I must keep nothing by me now, and when I write, lock myself in, that I may not be surprised, now they think I have no pen and ink. I found in the usual place another letter from this diligent man; and by its contents a confirmation that nothing passes in this house but he knows it, and that almost as soon as it passes. For this letter must have been written before he could have received my billet, and deposited, I suppose, when that was taken away. Yet he compliments me in it upon asserting myself, as he calls it, on that occasion to my uncle and to Mr. Solmes. He assures me, however, that they are more and more determined to subdue me. He sends me the compliments of his family, and acquaints me with their earnest desire to see me amongst them. Most vehemently does he press for my quitting this house, while it is in my power to get away; and again craves leave to order his uncle's chariot and 6 to attend my commands at the stile leading to the coppice adjoining to the paddock. Settlements to my own will he again offers. Lord M. and Lady Sarah and Lady Betty to be guarantees of his honour and justice. But if I choose not to go to either of those ladies, nor yet to make him the happiest of men, so soon as it is nevertheless his hope that I will, he urges me to withdraw to my own house, and to accept of Lord M. for my guardian and protector till my cousin Morden arrives. He can contrive, he says, to give me easy possession of it, and will fill it with his female relations on the first invitation from me, and Mrs. Norton, or Miss Howe, may be undoubtedly prevailed upon to be with me for a time. There can be no pretence for litigation, he says, when I am once in it. Nor, if I choose to have it so, will he appear to visit me, nor presume to mention marriage to me till all is quiet and easy, till every method I shall prescribe for a reconciliation with my friends is tried, till my cousin comes, till such settlements are drawn as he shall approve of for me, and that I have unexceptionable proofs of his own good behaviour. As to the disgrace a person of my character may be apprehensive of upon quitting my father's house, he observes, too truly I doubt, that the treatment I meet with is in every one's mouth, yet he says that the public voice is in my favour. My friends themselves, he says, expect that I will do myself what he calls this justice. Why else do they confine me? He urges, that, thus treated, the independence I have a right to will be my sufficient excuse, going but from their house to my own, if I choose that measure, or in order to take possession of my own, if I do not: that all the disgrace I can receive, they have already given me: that his concern and his family's concern in my honour will be equal to my own, if he may be so happy ever to call me his: and he presumes, he says, to aver, that no family can better supply the loss of my own friends to me than his, in whatever way I shall do them the honour to accept of his and their protection. But he repeats, that in all events he will oppose my being carried to my uncle's, being well assured that I shall be lost to him for ever, if once I enter into that house. He tells me, that my brother and sister and Mr. Solmes design to be there to receive me: that my father and mother will not come near me till the ceremony is actually over: and that then they will appear, in order to try to reconcile me to my odious husband, by urging upon me the obligations I shall be supposed to be under from a double duty. How, my dear, am I driven on one side, and invited on the other! This last intimation is but a too probable one. All the steps they take seem to tend to this: and indeed they have declared almost as much. He owns, that he has already taken his measures upon this intelligence: but that he is so desirous for my sake, I must suppose, he says, that he owes them no forbearance for their own, to avoid coming to extremities, that he has suffered a person, whom they do not suspect, to acquaint them with his resolutions, as if come at by accident, if they persist in their design to carry me by violence to my uncle's, in hopes that they may be induced from the fear of mischief which may ensue, to change their measures. And yet he is aware, that he has exposed himself to the greatest risks by having caused this intimation to be given them: since, if he cannot benefit himself by their fears, there is no doubt but they will doubly guard themselves against him upon it. What a dangerous enterpriser, however, is this man! He begs a few lines from me, by way of answer to this letter, either this evening or to-morrow morning. If he be not so favoured, he shall conclude, from what he knows of the fixed determination of my relations, that I shall be under a closer restraint than before, and he shall be obliged to take his measures according to that presumption. You will see by this abstract, as well by his letter preceding this, for both run in the same strain, how strangely forward the difficulty of my situation has brought him in his declarations and proposals, and in his threatenings too, which, but for that, I would not take from him. Something, however, I must speedily resolve upon, or it will be out of my power to help myself. Now I think of it, I will enclose his letter, so might have spared the abstract of it, that you may the better judge of all his proposals and intelligence, and lest it should fall into other hands. I cannot forgive the contents, although I am at a loss what answer to return. I cannot bear the thoughts of throwing myself upon the protection of his friends: but I will not examine his proposals closely till I hear from you. Indeed I have no eligible hope, but in your mother's goodness. Hers is a protection I could more reputably fly to, than to that of any other person: and from hers should be ready to return to my father's: for the breach then would be not irreparable, as it would be, if I fled to his family. To return, I repeat, on such terms as shall secure but my negative, not my independence: I do not aim at that: so shall lay your mother under the less difficulty: though I have a right to be put into possession of my grandfather's estate, if I were to insist upon it: such a right, I mean, as my brother exerts in the bid that I should ever think myself freed from my father's reasonable controul, whatever right my grandfather's will has given me. He, good gentleman, left me that estate as a reward of my duty, and not to set me above it, as has been justly hinted to me: and this reflection makes me more fearful of not answering the intention of so valuable a bequest. Oh that my friends knew but my heart! Would but think of it as they used to do! For once more I say, if it deceive me not, it is not altered, although theirs are. Would but your mother permit you to send her chariot, or chaise, to the by place where Mr. Lovelace proposes Lord M. shall come, provoked, intimidated, and apprehensive as I am, I would not hesitate a moment what to do. Place me any where, as I have said before, in a cot, in a garret, any where, disguised as a servant; or let me pass as a servant's sister; so that I may but escape Mr. Solmes on one hand, and the disgrace of refuging with the family of a man at enmity with my own on the other, and I shall be in some measure happy. Should your good mother refuse me, what refuge, or whose, can I fly to? Dearest creature, advise your distressed friend. I broke off here. I was so excessively uneasy, that I durst not trust myself with my own reflections. I therefore went down to the garden, to try to calm my mind, by shifting the scene. I took but one turn upon the Filbert walk, when Betty came to me. Here, Miss, is your papa. Here is your uncle Antony. Here is my young master, and my young mistress, coming to take a walk in the garden. And your papa sends me to see where you are, for fear he should meet you. I struck into an oblique path, and got behind the yew hedge, seeing my sister appear, and there concealed myself till they were gone past me. My mother, it seems, is not well. My poor mother keeps her chamber. Should she be worse, I should have an additional unhappiness, in apprehension that my reputed undutifulness had touched her heart. You cannot imagine what my emotions were behind the yew hedge, on seeing my father so near me. I was glad to look at him through the hedge as he passed by, but I trembled in every joint when I heard him utter these words: Son James, to you, and to you, Bella, and to you, brother, do I wholly commit this matter. That I was meant, I cannot doubt. And yet why was I so affected, since I may be said to have been given up to the cruelty of my brother and sister for many days past? While my father remained in the garden, I sent my dutiful compliments to my mother, with inquiry after her health, by Shorey, whom I met accidentally upon the stairs; for none of the servants, except my gaoleress, dare to throw themselves in my way. I had the mortification of such a return as made me repent my message, though not my concern for her health. Let her not inquire after the disorders she occasions, was her harsh answer. I will not receive any compliments from her. Very, very hard, my dear. Indeed it is very hard. I have the pleasure to hear that my mother is already better. A colicky disorder, to which she is too subject. It is hoped it is gone off. God send it may. Every evil that happens in this house is owing to me. This good news was told me with a circumstance very unacceptable. For Betty said, she had orders to let me know, that my garden walks and poultry visits were suspected, and that both will be prohibited if I stay here till Saturday or Monday. Possibly this is said by order, to make me go with less reluctance to my uncle's. My mother bid her say, if I expostulated about these orders, and about my pen and ink, that reading was more to the purpose at present than writing; that by the one I might be taught my duty; that the other, considering whom I was believed to write to, only stiffened my will; that my needleworks had better be pursued than my airings, which were observed to be taken in all weathers. So, my dear, if I do not resolve upon something soon, I shall neither be able to avoid the intended evil, nor have it in my power to correspond with you. Wednesday night. All is in a hurry below stairs. Betty is in and out like a spy. Something is working, I know not what. I am really a good deal disordered in body as well as in mind. Indeed I am quite heart sick. I will go down, though 'tis almost dark, on pretence of getting a little air and composure. Robert has my 2 former, I hope, before now; and I will deposit this, with Lovelace's enclosed if I can, for fear of another search. I know not what I shall do. All is so strangely busy. Doors clapt to. Going out of one apartment, hurryingly, as I may say, into another. Betty, in her alarming way, staring, as if of frighted importance. Twice with me in half an hour. Called down in haste by Shorey the last time, leaving me with still more meaning in her looks and gestures. Yet possibly nothing in all this worthy of my apprehensions. Here again comes the creature, with her deep drawn affected sighs, and her oh dears, oh dears. More dark hints thrown out by the saucy creature. But she will not explain herself. Suppose this pretty business ends in murder, she says. I may rue my opposition as long as I live, for aught she knows. Parents will not be baffled out of their children by imprudent gentlemen, nor is it fit they should. It may come home to me when I least expect it. These are the gloomy and perplexing hints this impertinent throws out. Probably they arose from the information Mr. Lovelace says he has secretly permitted them to have, from this vile double-faced agent, I suppose, of his resolution to prevent my being carried to my uncle's. How justly, if so, may this exasperate them! How am I driven to and fro, like a feather in the wind, at the pleasure of the rash, the selfish, the headstrong, and when I am as averse to the proceedings of the one, as I am to those of the other? For although I was induced to carry on this unhappy correspondence, as I think I ought to call it, in hopes to prevent mischief, yet indiscreet measures are fallen upon by the rash man, before I, who am so much concerned in the event of the present contentions, can be consulted; and between his violence on one hand, and that of my relations on the other, I find myself in danger from both. O my dear, what is worldly wisdom but the height of folly? I, the meanest, at least youngest, of my father's family, to thrust myself in the gap between such uncontrollable spirits; to the intercepting perhaps of the designs of Providence, which may intend to make those hostile spirits their own punishers! If so, what presumption! Indeed, my dear friend, I am afraid I have thought myself of too much consequence. But, however this be, it is good, when calamities befall us, that we should look into ourselves, and fear. If I am prevented depositing this and the enclosed, as I intend to try to do, late as it is, I will add to it as occasion shall offer. Mean time, believe me to be Your ever affectionate and grateful Clarissa Harlowe. Under the superscription written with a pencil after she went down, my two former are not yet taken away. I am surprised. I hope you are well. I hope all is right betwixt your mother and you. End of letter 36. Letter 37 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Thursday morning, April 9th. I have your 3 letters. Never was there a creature more impatient on the most interesting uncertainty than I was to know the event of the interview between you and Solmes. It behoves me to account to my dear friend, in her present unhappy situation, for every thing that may have the least appearance of negligence or remissness on my part. I sent Robin in the morning early, in hopes of a deposit. He loitered about the place till near 10 to no purpose, and then came away, my mother having given him a letter to carry to Mr. Hunt's, which he was to deliver before 3, when, only in the day time, that gentleman is at home; and to bring back an answer to it. Mr. Hunt's house, you know, lies wide from Harlowe place. Robin but just saved his time, and returned not till it was too late to send him again. I only could direct him to set out before day this morning, and if he got any letter, to ride as for his life to bring it to me. I lay by myself. A most uneasy night I had through impatience, and being discomposed with it, lay longer than usual. Just as I was risen, in came Kitty from Robin, with your 3 letters. I was not a quarter dressed, and only slipped on my morning sack, proceeding no further till I had read them all through, long as they are: and yet I often stop to rave aloud, though by myself, at the devilish people you have to deal with. How my heart rises at them all! How poorly did they design to trick you into an encouragement of Solmes from the extorted interview! I am very, very angry at your aunt Hervey, to give up her own judgment so tamely; and not content to do so, to become such an active instrument in their hands. But it is so like the world! So like my mother too! Next to her own child, there is not any body living she values so much as you. Yet it is Why should we embroil ourselves, Nancy, with the affairs of other people? Other people! How I hate the poor words, where friendship is concerned, and where the protection to be given may be of so much consequence to a friend, and of so little detriment to one's self! I am delighted with your spirit, however. I expected it not from you; nor did they, I am sure. Nor would you, perhaps, have exerted it, if Lovelace's intelligence of Solmes's nursery officers had not set you up. I wonder not that the wretch is said to love you the better for it. What an honour would it be to him to have such a wife! And he can be even with you when you are so. He must indeed be a savage, as you say. Yet he is less to blame for his perseverance than those of your own family, whom most you reverence for theirs. It is well, as I have often said, that I have not such provocations and trials. I should perhaps long ago have taken your cousin Dolly's advice. Yet dare I not to touch that key. I shall always love the good girl for her tenderness to you. I know not what to say of Lovelace, nor what to think of his promises, nor of his proposals to you. 'Tis certain that you are highly esteemed by all his family. The ladies are persons of unblemished honour. My Lord M. is also, as men and peers go, a man of honour. I could tell what to advise any other person in the world to do but you. So much expected from you! Such a shining light! Your quitting your father's house, and throwing yourself into the protection of a family, however honourable, that has a man in it, whose person, parts, declarations, and pretensions, will be thought to have engaged your warmest esteem. Methinks I am rather for advising that you should get privately to London, and not to let either him, or any body else but me, know where you are, till your cousin Morden comes. As to going to your uncle's, that you must not do, if you can help it. Nor must you have Solmes, that's certain. Not only because of his unworthiness in every respect, but because of the aversion you have so openly avowed to him, which every body knows and talks of, as they do of your approbation of the other. For your reputation's sake, therefore, as well as to prevent mischief, you must either live single, or have Lovelace. If you think of going to London, let me know, and I hope you will have time to allow me a further concert as to the manner of your getting away, and thither, and how to procure proper lodgings for you. To obtain this time, you must palliate a little, and come into some seeming compromise, if you cannot do otherwise. Driven as you are driven, it will be strange, if you are not obliged to part with a few of your admirable punctilios. You will observe from what I have written, that I have not succeeded with my mother. I am extremely mortified and disappointed. We have had very strong debates upon it. But besides the narrow argument of embroiling ourselves with other people's affairs, as above mentioned, she will have it that it is your duty to comply. She says she was always of opinion that daughters should implicitly submit to the will of their parents in the great article of marriage, and that she governed herself accordingly in marrying my father, who at first was more the choice of her parents than her own. This is what she argues in behalf of her favourite Hickman, as well as for Solmes in your case. I must not doubt but my mother always governed herself by this principle, because she says she did. I have likewise another reason to believe it, which you shall have, though it may not become me to give it, that they did not live so happily together as one would hope people might do who married preferring each other at the time to the rest of the world. Somebody shall fare never the better for this double meant policy of my mother, I do assure you. Such a retrospection in her arguments to him, and to his address, it is but fit that he should suffer for my mortification, in failing to carry a point upon which I had set my whole heart. Think, my dear, if in any way I can serve you. If you allow of it, I protest I will go off privately with you, and we will live and die together. Think of it. Improve upon my hint, and command me. A little interruption. What is breakfast to the subject I am upon? London, I am told, is the best hiding place in the world. I have written nothing but what I will stand into at the word of command. Women love to engage in knight errantry now and then, as well as to encourage it in the men. But in your case what I propose will not seem to have anything of that nature in it. It will enable me to perform what is no more than a duty, in serving and comforting a dear and worthy friend, who labours under undeserved oppression, and you will ennoble, as I may say, your Anna Howe, if you allow her to be your companion in affliction. I will engage, my dear, we shall not be in town together 1 month before we surmount all difficulties, and this without being beholden to any men fellows for their protection. I must repeat what I have often said, that the authors of your persecutions would not have presumed to set on foot their selfish schemes against you, had they not depended upon the gentleness of your spirit, though now, having gone so far, and having engaged old authority in it, chide me if you will, neither he nor they know how to recede. When they find you out of their reach, and know that I am with you, you'll see how they'll pull in their odious horns. I think, however, that you should have written to your cousin Morden the moment they had begun to treat you disgracefully. I shall be impatient to hear whether they will attempt to carry you to your uncle's. I remember that Lord M.'s dismissed bailiff reported of Lovelace, that he had 6 or 7 companions as bad as himself, and that the country was always glad when they left it. He actually has, as I hear, such a knot of them about him now; and depend upon it, he will not suffer them quietly to carry you to your uncle's. And whose must you be, if he succeeds in taking you from them? I tremble for you, but upon supposing what may be the consequence of a conflict upon this occasion. Lovelace owes some of them vengeance. This gives me a double concern, that my mother should refuse her consent to the protection I had set my heart upon procuring for you. My mother will not breakfast without me. A quarrel has its conveniencies sometimes. Yet too much love, I think, is as bad as too little. We have just now had another pull. Upon my word, she is excessively, what shall I say, unpersuadable. I must let her off with that soft word. Who was the old Greek that said, he governed Athens, his wife him, and his son her? It was not my mother's fault, I am writing to you, you know, that she did not govern my father. But I am but a daughter. Yet I thought I was not quite so powerless when I was set upon carrying a point, as I find myself to be. Adieu, my dear. Happier times must come, and that quickly too. The strings cannot long continue to be thus overstrained. They must break or be relaxed. In either way, the certainty must be preferable to the suspense. One word more. I think in my conscience you must take one of these 2 alternatives. either to consent to let us go to London together privately, in which case I will procure a vehicle, and meet you at your appointment at the stile to which Lovelace proposes to bring his uncle's chariot; or to put yourself into the protection of Lord M. and the ladies of his family. You have another indeed; and that is, if you are absolutely resolved against Solmes, to meet and marry Lovelace directly. Whichsoever of these you make choice of, you will have this plea both to yourself and to the world, that you are concluded by the same uniform principle that has governed your whole conduct, ever since the contention between Lovelace and your brother has been on foot: that is to say, that you have chosen a lesser evil, in hopes to prevent a greater. Adieu! And Heaven direct, for the best, my beloved creature, prays her Anna Howe. LETTER XXXVII.
Letter XXXVIII Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XXXVIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Thursday, April 6th. I thank you, my dearest friend, for the pains you have taken in accounting so affectionately for my papers not being taken away yesterday, and for the kind protection you would have procured for me, if you could. This kind protection was what I wished for: but my wishes, raised at first by your love, were rather governed by my despair of other refuge, having before cast about, and not being able to determine what I ought to do, and what I could do, in a situation so unhappy, than by a reasonable hope. For why indeed should any body embroil themselves for others, when they can avoid it? All my consolation is, as I have frequently said, that I have not, by my own inadvertence or folly, brought myself into this sad situation. If I had, I should not have dared to look up to any body with the expectation of protection or assistance, nor to you for excuse of the trouble I give you. But nevertheless, we should not be angry at a person's not doing that for ourselves, or for our friend, which she thinks she ought not to do, and which she has it in her option either to do, or to let it alone. Much less have you a right to be displeased with so prudent a mother, for not engaging herself so warmly in my favour as you wish she would. If my own aunt can give me up, and that against her judgment, as I may presume to say; and if my father and mother and uncles, who once loved me so well, can join so strenuously against me; can I expect, or ought you, the protection of your mother, in opposition to them? Indeed, my dear love, permit me to be very serious. I am afraid I am singled out, either for my own faults, or for the faults of my family, or perhaps for the faults of both, to be a very unhappy creature. Signally unhappy. For see you not how irresistible the waves of affliction come tumbling down upon me? We have been till within these few weeks, every one of us, too happy. No crosses, no vexations, but what we gave ourselves from the pamperedness, as I may call it, of our own wills. Surrounded by our heaps and stores, hoarded up as fast as acquired, we have seemed to think ourselves out of the reach of the bolts of adverse fate. I was the pride of all my friends, proud myself of their pride, and glorying in my standing. Who knows what the justice of Heaven may inflict, in order to convince us that we are not out of the reach of misfortune, and to reduce us to a better reliance than what we have hitherto presumptuously made? I should have been very little the better for the conversation visits which the good Dr. Lewen used to honour me with, and for the principles wrought, as I may say, into my earliest mind, by my pious Mrs. Norton, founded on her reverend father's experience, as well as on her own, if I could not thus retrospect and argue in such a strange situation as we are in. Strange I may well call it. For don't you see, my dear, that we seem all to be impelled, as it were, by a perverse fate, which none of us are able to resist; and yet all arising, with a strong appearance of self-punishment, from ourselves? Do not my parents see the hopeful children, from whom they expected a perpetuity of worldly happiness to their branching family, now grown up to answer the till now distant hope, setting their angry faces against each other, pulling up by the roots, as I may say, that hope which was ready to be carried into a probable certainty? Your partial love will be ready to acquit me of capital and intentional faults. But, oh, my dear! my calamities have humbled me enough to make me turn my gaudy eye inward, to make me look into myself. And what have I discovered there? Why, my dear friend, more secret pride and vanity than I could have thought had lain in my unexamined heart. If I am to be singled out to be the punisher of myself and family, who so lately was the pride of it, pray for me, my dear, that I may not be left wholly to myself,
and that I may be enabled to support my character, so as to be justly acquitted of wilful and premeditated faults. The will of Providence be resigned to in the rest: as that leads, let me patiently and unrepiningly follow. I shall not live always: may but my closing scene be happy! But I will not oppress you, my dearest friend, with further reflections of this sort. I will take them all into myself. Surely I have a mind that has room for them. My afflictions are too sharp to last long. The crisis is at hand. Happier times you bid me hope for? I will hope. But yet I cannot be but impatient at times, to find myself thus driven, and my character so depreciated and sunk, that were all the future to be happy, I should be ashamed to shew my face in public, or to look up: and all by the instigation of a selfish brother and envious sister. But let me stop. Let me reflect. Are not these suggestions the suggestions of the secret pride I have been censuring? Then, already so impatient, but this moment so resigned, so much better disposed for reflection. Yet 'tis hard, 'tis very hard, to subdue an embittered spirit; in the instant of its trial too. O my cruel brother! But now it rises again. I will lay down a pen I am so little able to govern; and I will try to subdue an impatience, which, if my afflictions are sent me for corrective ends, may otherwise lead me into still more punishable errors. I will return to a subject which I cannot fly from for 10 minutes together, called upon especially as I am, by your 3 alternatives stated in the conclusion of your last. As to the first, to wit, your advice for me to escape to London, let me tell you, that the other hint or proposal which accompanies it perfectly frightens me. Surely, my dear, happy as you are, and indulgently treated as your mother treats you, you cannot mean what you propose. What a wretch must I be, if, for one moment only, I could lend an ear to such a proposal as this! I to be the occasion of making such a mother's, perhaps shortened life unhappy to the last hour of it! Ennoble you, my dear creature! How must such an enterprise, the rashness public, the motives, were they excusable, private, debase you! But I will not dwell upon the subject: for your own sake I will not. As to your second alternative, to put myself into the protection of Lord M. and of the ladies of that family, I own to you, as I believe I have owned before, that although to do this would be the same thing, in the eye of the world, as putting myself into Mr. Lovelace's protection, yet I think I would do it rather than be Mr. Solmes's wife, if there were evidently no other way to avoid being so. Mr. Lovelace, you have seen, proposes to contrive a way to put me into possession of my own house; and he tells me, that he will soon fill it with the ladies of his family, as my visitors, upon my invitation, however, to them. A very inconsiderate proposal I think it to be, and upon which I cannot explain myself to him. What an exertion of independency does it chalk out for me! How, were I to attend to him, and not to the natural consequences to which the following of his advice would lead me, might I be drawn by gentle words into the penetration of the most violent acts! For how could I gain possession, but either by legal litigation, which, were I inclined to have recourse to it, as I never can be, must take up time; or by forcibly turning out the persons whom my father has placed there, to look after the gardens, the house, and the furniture; persons entirely attached to himself, and who, as I know, have been lately instructed by my brother? Your third alternative, to meet and marry Mr. Lovelace directly, a man with whose morals I am far from being satisfied; a step that could not be taken with the least hope of ever obtaining pardon from, or reconciliation with any of my friends, and against which 1,000 objections rise in my mind; that is not to be thought of. What appears to me, upon the fullest deliberation, the most eligible, if I must be thus driven, is the escaping to London. But I would forfeit all my hopes of happiness in this life, rather than you should go away with me, as you rashly, though with the kindest intentions, propose. If I could get safely thither, and be private, methinks I might remain absolutely independent of Mr. Lovelace, and at liberty either to make proposals to my friends, or, should they renounce me, and I had no other or better way, to make terms with him, supposing my cousin Morden, on his arrival, were to join with my other relations. But they would then perhaps indulge me in my choice of a single life, on giving him up. The renewing to them this offer, when at my own liberty, will at least convince them, that I was in earnest when I made it first: and upon my word I would stand to it, dear as you seem to think, when you are disposed to rally me, it would cost me to stand to it. If, my dear, you can procure a vehicle for us both, you can perhaps procure one for me singly. But can it be done without embroiling yourself with your mother, or her with our family?
Be it coach, chariot, chaise, waggon, or horse, I matter not, provided you appear not to have a hand in my withdrawing. Only, in case it be one of the two latter, I believe I must desire you to get me an ordinary gown and coat, or habit, of some servant, having no concert with any of our own: the more ordinary the better. They must be thrust on in the wood house, where I can put them on, and then slide down from the bank that separates the wood yard from the green lane. But, alas! my dear, this, even this alternative, is not without difficulties, which, to a spirit so little enterprising as mine, seem in a manner insuperable. These are my reflections upon it. I am afraid, in the first place, that I shall not have time for the requisite preparations for an escape. Should I be either detected in those preparations, or pursued and overtaken in my flight, and so brought back, then would they think themselves doubly warranted to compel me to have their Solmes; and, conscious of an intended fault perhaps, I should be the less able to contend with them. But were I even to get safely to London, I know nobody there but by name, and those the tradesmen to our family, who, no doubt, would be the first written to and engaged to find me out. And should Mr. Lovelace discover where I was, and he and my brother meet, what mischiefs might ensue between them, whether I were willing or not to return to Harlowe place? But supposing I could remain there concealed, to what might my youth, my sex, and unacquaintedness of the ways of that great wicked town, expose me? I should hardly dare to go to church for fear of being discovered. People would wonder how I lived. Who knows but I might pass for a kept mistress, and that, although nobody came to me, yet, that every time I went out, it might be imagined to be in pursuance of some assignation? You, my dear, who alone would know where to direct to me, would be watched in all your steps, and in all your messages: and your mother, at present not highly pleased with our correspondence, would then have reason to be more displeased. And might not differences follow between her and you, that would make me very unhappy, were I to know them? And this the more likely, as you take it so unaccountably, and give me leave to say, so ungenerously, into your head, to revenge yourself upon the innocent Mr. Hickman, for all the displeasure your mother gives you. Were Lovelace to find out my place of abode, that would be the same thing in the eye of the world, as if I had actually gone off with him. For would he, do you think, be prevailed upon to forbear visiting me? And then his unhappy character (a foolish man) would be no credit to any young creature desirous of concealment. Indeed the world, let me escape whither, and to whomsoever I could, would conclude him to be the contriver of it. These are the difficulties which arise to me on revolving this scheme, which, nevertheless, might appear surmountable to a more enterprising spirit in my circumstances. If you, my dear, think them surmountable in any one of the cases put, and to be sure I can take no course but what must have some difficulty in it, be pleased to let me know your free and full thoughts upon it. Had you, my dear friend, been married, then should I have had no doubt but that you and Mr. Hickman would have afforded an asylum to a poor creature more than half lost in her own apprehension for want of one kind protecting friend. You say I could have written to my cousin Mordaunt the moment I was treated disgracefully. But could I have believed that my friends would not have softened by degrees, when they saw my antipathy to their Solmes? I had thoughts indeed several times of writing to my cousin: but by the time an answer could have come, I imagined all would have been over, as if it had never been. So from day to day, from week to week, I hoped on. And after all, I might as reasonably fear, as I have heretofore said, that my cousin would be brought to side against me, as that some of those I have named would. And then to appeal a cousin (I must have written with warmth to engage him) against a father, this was not a desirable thing to set about. Then I had not, you know, one soul on my side, my mother herself against me. To be sure, my cousin would have suspended his judgment till he could have arrived. He might not have been in haste to come, hoping the malady would cure itself. But had he written, his letters probably would have run in the qualifying style, to persuade me to submit, or them only to relax. Had his letters been more on my side than on theirs, they would not have regarded them; nor perhaps himself, had he come and been an advocate for me. For you see how strangely determined they are; how they have overawed or got in every body; so that no one dare open their lips in my behalf. And you have heard that my brother pushes his measures with the more violence, that all may be over with me before my cousin's expected arrival. But you tell me, that in order to gain time, I must palliate; that I must seem to compromise with my friends. But how palliate? How seem to compromise? You would not have me endeavour to make them believe that I will consent to what I never intended to consent to? You would not have me to gain time, with a view to deceive? To do evil, that good may come of it, is forbidden. And shall I do evil, yet know not whether good may come of it or not? Forbid it, Heaven!
that Clarissa Harlowe should have it in her thought to serve, or even to save herself at the expense of her sincerity, and by a studied deceit? And is there, after all, no way to escape one great evil, but by plunging myself into another? What an ill fated creature am I! Pray for me, my dearest Nancy. My mind is at present so much disturbed, that I can hardly pray for myself. LETTER XXXIX. LETTER XXXIX of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. By Samuel Richardson. LETTER XXXIX. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. Thursday night. This alarming hurry I mentioned under my date of last night, and Betty's saucy dark hints, come out to be owing to what I guessed they were; that is to say, to the private intimation Mr. Lovelace contrived our family should have of his insolent resolution (insolent I must call it) to prevent my being carried to my uncle's. I saw at the time that it was as wrong with respect to answering his own view, as it was insolent. For could he think, as Betty, I suppose from her betters, justly observed, that parents would be insulted out of their right to dispose of their own child, by a violent man, whom they hate, and who could have no pretension to dispute that right with them, unless what he had from her who had none over herself? And how must this insolence of his, aggravated as my brother is able to aggravate it, exasperate them against me? The rash man has indeed so far gained his point, as to intimidate them from attempting to carry me away. But he has put them upon a surer and a more desperate measure, and this has driven me also into one as desperate: the consequence of which, although he could not foresee it, may perhaps too well answer his great end, little as he deserves to have it answered. In short, I have done, as far as I know, the most rash thing that ever I did in my life. But let me give you the motive, and then the action will follow of course. About 6 o'clock this evening, my aunt, who stays here all night on my account, no doubt, came up and tapped at my door; for I was writing, and had locked myself in. I opened it, and she entering, thus delivered herself: I come once more to visit you, my dear, but sorely against my will, because it is to impart to you matters of the utmost concern to you and to the whole family. What, Madam, is now to be done with me? said I, wholly attentive. You will not be hurried away to your uncle's, child: let that comfort you. They see your aversion to go. You will not be obliged to go to your uncle Antony's. How you revive me, Madam! This is a cordial to my heart. I little thought, my dear, what was to follow this supposed condescension. And then I ran over with blessings for this good news; and she permitted me so to do, by her silence; congratulating myself that I thought my father could not resolve to carry things to the last extremity. Hold, Niece, said she at last, you must not give yourself too much joy upon the occasion neither. Don't be surprised, my dear. Why look you upon me, child, with so affecting an earnestness? But you must be Mrs. Solmes for all that. I was dumb. She then told me that they had undoubted information that a certain desperate ruffian (I must excuse her that word, she said) had prepared armed men to waylay my brother and uncles, and seize me, and carry me off. Surely, she said, I was not consenting to a violence that might be followed by murder on one side or the other, perhaps on both. I was still silent. That therefore my father, still more exasperated than before, had changed his resolution as to my going to my uncle's, and was determined next Tuesday to set out thither himself with my mother: and that, for it was to no purpose to conceal a resolution so soon to be put into execution, I must not dispute it any longer: on Wednesday I must give my hand, as they would have me. She proceeded, that orders were already given for a license; that the ceremony was to be performed in my own chamber, in presence of all my friends, except of my father and mother, who would not return nor see me till all was over, and till they had a good account of my behaviour. The very intelligence, my dear, the very intelligence this, which Lovelace gave me! I was still dumb, only sighing, as if my heart would break. She went on, comforting me, as she thought. She laid before me the merit of obedience, and told me, that if it were my desire that my Norton should be present at the ceremony, it would be complied with: that the pleasure I should receive from reconciling all my friends to me, and in their congratulations upon it, must needs overbalance, with such a one as me, the difference of persons, however preferable I might think the one man to the other: that love was a fleeting thing, little better than a name, where mortality and virtue did not distinguish the object of it: that a choice made by its dictates was seldom happy, at least not durably so: nor was it to be wondered at, when it naturally exalted the object above its merits, and made the lover blind to faults that were visible to every body else. so that when a nearer intimacy stripped it of its imaginary perfections, it left frequently both parties surprised that they could be so grossly cheated, and that then the indifference became stronger than the love ever was. That a woman gave a man great advantages, and inspired him with great vanity, when she avowed her love for him, and preference of him, and was generally requited with insolence and contempt; whereas the confessedly obliged man, it was probable, would be all reverence and gratitude, and I cannot tell what. You, my dear, said she, believe you shall be unhappy, if you have Mr. Solmes. Your parents think the contrary; and that you will be undoubtedly so, were you to have Mr. Lovelace, whose morals are unquestionably bad. Suppose it were your sad lot to consider what great consolation you will have on one hand, if you pursue your parents' advice, that you did so; what mortification on the other, that by following your own, you have nobody to blame but yourself. This, you remember, my dear, was an argument enforced upon me by Mrs. Norton. These and other observations which she made were worthy of my aunt Hervey's good sense and experience, and applied to almost any young creature who stood in opposition to her parents' will; but one who had offered to make the sacrifices I have offered to make, ought to have had their due weight. But although it was easy to answer some of them in my own particular case, yet having over and over, to my mother before my confinement, and to my brother and sister, and even to my aunt Hervey since, said what I must now have repeated, I was so much mortified and afflicted at the cruel tidings she brought me, that however attentive I was to what she said, I had neither power nor will to answer one word; and had she not stopped of herself, she might have gone on an hour longer, without interruption from me. Observing this, and that I only sat weeping, my handkerchief covering my face, and my bosom heaving ready to burst, What, no answer, my dear? Why so much silent grief? You know I have always loved you. You know that I have no interest in the affair. You would not permit Mr. Solmes to acquaint you with some things which would have set your heart against Mr. Lovelace. Shall I tell you some of the matters charged against him? Shall I, my dear? Still I answered only by my tears and sighs. Well, child, you shall be told these things afterwards, when you will be in a better state of mind to hear them; and then you will rejoice in the escape you will have had. It will be some excuse then for you to plead for your behaviour to Mr. Solmes, that you could not have believed Mr. Lovelace had been so very vile a man. My heart fluttered with impatience and anger at being so plainly talked to as the wife of this man: but yet I then chose to be silent. If I had spoken, it would have been with vehemence. Strange, my dear, such silence! Your concern is infinitely more on this side the day, than it will be on the other. But let me ask you, and do not be displeased, will you choose to see what generous stipulations for you there are in the settlements? You have knowledge beyond your years. Give the writings a perusal. Do, my dear, they are engrossed, and ready for signing, and have been for some time. Excuse me, my love, I mean not to disorder you. Your father would oblige me to bring them up, and to leave them with you. He commands you to read them. But to read them, niece, since they are engrossed, and were before you made them absolutely hopeless. And then, to my great terror, she drew some parchments from her handkerchief, which she had kept, unobserved by me, under her apron, and rising, put them in the opposite window. Had she produced a serpent, I could not have been more frightened. O my dearest aunt! turning away my face, and holding out my hands, hide from my eyes those horrid parchments. Let me conjure you to tell me, by all the tenderness of near relationship, and upon your honour, and by your love for me, say, are they absolutely resolved, that, come what will, I must be that man's? My dear, you must have Mr. Solmes. Indeed you must. Indeed I never will. This, as I have said over and over, is not originally my father's will. Indeed I never will. And that is all I will say. It is your father's will now, replied my aunt: and considering how all the family is threatened by Mr. Lovelace, and the resolution he has certainly taken to force you out of their hands, I cannot but say they are in the right not to be bullied out of their child. Well, Madam, then nothing remains for me to say. I am made desperate. I care not what becomes of me. Your piety and your prudence, my dear, and Mr. Lovelace's immoral character, together with his daring insults and threatenings, which ought to incense you, as much as any body, are every one's dependence. We are sure the time will come, when you'll think very differently of the steps your friends take, to disappoint a man who has made himself so justly obnoxious to them all. She withdrew, leaving me full of grief and indignation, and as much out of humour with Mr. Lovelace as with any body, who by his conceited contrivances has made things worse for me than before, depriving me of the hopes I had of gaining time to receive your advice, and private assistance to get to town, and leaving me not other advice, in all appearance, than either to throw myself upon his family, or to be made miserable for ever with Mr. Solmes. but I was still resolved to avoid both these evils, if possible. I sounded Betty, in the first place, whom my aunt sent up, not thinking it proper, as Betty told me, that I should be left by myself, and who, I found, knew their designs, whether it were not probable that they would forbear, at my earnest entreaty, to push matters to the threatened extremity. But she confirmed all my aunt said, rejoicing, as she said they all did, that Mr. Lovelace had given them so good a pretence to save me from him now and for ever. She ran on about equipages bespoken; talked of my brother's and sister's exultations that now the whole family would soon be reconciled to each other; of the servants' joy upon it; of the expected license; of a visit to be paid me by Dr. Lewen or another clergyman, whom they named not to her, which was to crown the work; and of other preparations so particular, as made me dread that they designed to surprise me into a still nearer day than Wednesday. These things made me excessively uneasy. I knew not what to resolve upon. At one time, what have I to do, thought I, but to throw myself at once into the protection of Lady Betty Lawrance? But then, in resentment of his fine contrivances, which had so abominably disconcerted me, I soon resolved to the contrary; and at last concluded to ask the favour of another half hour's conversation with my aunt. I sent Betty to her with my request. She came. I put it to her, in the most earnest manner, to tell me, whether I might not obtain the favour of a fortnight's respite. She assured me it would not be granted. Would a week? Surely a week would. She believed a week might, if I would promise two things: the first, upon my honour, not to write a line out of the house in that week; for it was still suspected, she said, that I found means to write to somebody: and secondly, to marry Mr. Solmes at the expiration of it. Impossible! I said, with a passion. What! Might not I be obliged with 1 week, without such a horrid condition as the last? She would go down, she said, that she might not seem of her own head to put upon me what I thought a hardship so great. She went down, and came up again. Did I want, was the answer, to give the vilest of men an opportunity to put his murderous schemes into execution? It was time for them to put an end to my obstinacy. They were tired out with me, and to his hopes, at once: and an end should be put on Tuesday or Wednesday next, at furthest, unless I would give my honour to comply with the condition upon which my aunt had been so good as to allow me a longer time. I even stamped with impatience. I called upon her to witness, that I was guiltless of the consequence of this compulsion; this barbarous compulsion, I called it, let that consequence be what it would. My aunt chid me in a higher strain than ever she did before; while I, in a half phrensy, insisted upon seeing my father. Such usage, I said, set me above fear. I would rejoice to owe my death to him, as I did my life. I did go down half way of the stairs, resolved to throw myself at his feet wherever he was. My aunt was frighted. She owned that she feared for my head. Indeed, I was in a perfect phrensy for a few minutes: but hearing my brother's voice, as talking to somebody in my sister's apartment just by, I stopped, and heard the barbarous designer say, speaking to my sister, "This works charmingly, my dear Arabella." It does, said she, in an exulting accent. Let us keep it up, said my brother. The villain is caught in his own trap. Now must she be what we would have her be. Do you keep my father to it. I'll take care of my mother, said Bella. Never fear, said he. And a laugh of congratulation to each other, and derision of me, as I made it out, quite turned my frantic humour into a vindictive one. My aunt then just coming down to me, and taking my hand, led me up, and tried to soothe me. My raving was turned into sullenness. She preached patience and obedience to me. I was silent. At last she desired me to assure her, that I would offer no violence to myself. God, I said, had given me more grace, I hoped, than to permit me to be guilty of so horrid a rashness. I was his creature, and not my own. She then took leave of me, and I insisted upon her taking down with her the odious parchments. Seeing me in so ill an humour, and very earnest that she should take them with her, she took them; but said that my father should not know that she did, and hoped I would better consider of the matter, and be calmer next time they were offered to my perusal. I revolved after she was gone all that my brother and sister had said. I dwelt upon their triumphings over me; and found rise in my mind a rancour that was new to me, and which I could not withstand. And putting every thing together, dreading the near day, what could I do? Am I in any manner excusable for what I did do? If I shall be condemned by the world, who know not my provocations, may I be acquitted by you? If not, I am unhappy indeed. For this I did. Having shaken off the impertinent Betty, I wrote to Mr. Lovelace to let him know, that all that was threatened at my uncle Antony's was intended to be executed here: that I had come to a resolution to throw myself upon the protection of either of his two aunts, who would afford it me, In short, that by endeavouring to obtain leave on Monday to dine in the ivy summer house, I would, if possible, meet him without the garden door, at 2, 3, 4, or 5 o'clock on Monday afternoon, as I should be able. That in the mean time he should acquaint me, whether I might hope for either of those ladies' protection; and if I might, I absolutely insisted, that he should leave me with either, and go to London himself, or remain at Lord M.'s, nor offer to visit me, till I was satisfied that nothing could be done with my friends in an amicable way, and that I could not obtain possession of my own estate, and leave to live upon it; and particularly, that he should not hint marriage to me, till I consented to hear him upon that subject. I added, that if he could prevail upon one of the Misses Montague to favour me with her company on the road, it would make me abundantly more easy in the thoughts of carrying into effect a resolution which I had not come to, although so driven, but with the utmost reluctance and concern, and which would throw such a slur upon my reputation in the eye of the world, as perhaps I should never be able to wipe off. This was the purport of what I wrote; and down into the garden I slid with it in the dark, which at another time I should not have had the courage to do, and deposited it, and came up again unknown to any body. My mind so dreadfully misgave me when I returned, that, to divert in some measure my increasing uneasiness, I had recourse to my private pen, and in a very short time ran this length: And now that I am come to this part, my uneasy reflections begin again to pour in upon me. Yet what can I do? I believe I shall take it back again the first thing in the morning. Yet what can I do? And who knows but they may have a still earlier day in their intention than that which will too soon come? I hope to deposit this early in the morning for you, as I shall return from resuming my letter, if I do resume it, as my inwardest mind bids me. Although it is now near 2 o'clock, I have a good mind to slide down once more, in order to take back my letter. Our doors are always locked and barred up at 11; but the seats of the lesser hall windows being almost even with the ground without, and the shutters not difficult to open, I could easily get out. Yet why should I be thus uneasy, since, should the letter go, I can but hear what Mr. Lovelace says to it? His aunts live at too great a distance for him to have an immediate answer from them: so I can scruple going to them till I have invitation. I can insist upon one of his cousins meeting me in the chariot: and may he not be able to obtain that favour from either of them? 20 things may happen to afford me a suspension at least. Why should I be so very uneasy, when likewise I can take back my letter early, before it is probable he will have the thought of finding it there? Yet he owns he spends 3 parts of his days, and has done for this fortnight past, in loitering about, sometimes in one disguise, sometimes in another, besides the attendance given by his trusty servant, when he himself is not in waiting, as he calls it. But these strange forebodings! Yet I can, if you advise, cause the chariot he shall bring with him to carry me directly to town, whither in my London scheme, if you were to approve it, I had proposed to go. And this will save you the trouble of procuring for me a vehicle, as well as prevent any suspicion from your mother of your contributing to my escape. But, solicitous of your advice, and approbation too, if I can have it, I will put an end to this letter. Adieu, my dearest friend. Adieu. End of Letter 39.
Letter 40 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday morning, 7 o'clock, April 7th. My aunt Hervey, who is a very early riser, was walking in the garden, Betty attending her, as I saw from my window this morning, when I arose: for after such a train of fatigue and restless nights, I had unhappily overslept myself. So all I durst venture upon was to step down to my poultry yard, and deposit mine of yesterday and last night. And I am just come up, for she is still in the garden. This prevents me from going to resume my letter, as I think still to do, and hope it will not be too late. I said, I had unhappily overslept myself. I went to bed about half an hour after 2. I told the quarters till 5, after which I dropped asleep, and awaked not till past 6, and then in great terror from a dream, which has made such an impression upon me, that, slightly as I think of dreams, I cannot help taking this opportunity to relate it to you. Methought my brother, my uncle Antony, and Mr. Solmes, had formed a plot to destroy Mr. Lovelace; who, discovering it, and believing I had a hand in it, turned all his rage against me. I thought he made them all fly to foreign parts upon it; and afterwards, seizing upon me, carried me into a church yard, and there, notwithstanding all my prayers and tears and protestations of innocence, stabbed me to the heart, and then tumbled me into a deep grave ready dug, among 2 or 3 half dissolved carcases, throwing in the dirt and earth upon me with his hands, and trampling it down with his feet. I awoke in a cold sweat, trembling, and in agonies, and still the frightful images raised by it remain upon my memory. But why should I, who have such real evils to contend with, regard imaginary ones? This, no doubt, was owing to my disturbed imagination, huddling together wildly all the frightful ideas which my aunt's communications and discourse, my letter to Mr. Lovelace, my own uneasiness upon it, and the apprehensions of the dreaded Wednesday, furnished me with. 8 o'clock. The man, my dear, has got the letter! What a strange diligence! I wish he mean me well, that he takes so much pains. Yet, to be ingenuous, I must own, that I should be displeased if he took less. I wish, however, he had been 100 miles off. What an advantage have I given him over me! Now the letter is out of my power, I have more uneasiness and regret than I had before. For till now I had a doubt whether it should or should not go. And now I think it ought not to have gone. And yet is there any other way than to do as I have done, if I would avoid Solmes? But what a giddy creature shall I be thought, if I pursue the course to which this letter must lead me? My dearest friend, tell me, have I done wrong? Yet do not say I have, if you think it. For should all the world besides condemn me, I shall have some comfort if you do not. The first time I ever besought you to flatter me. That of itself is an indication that I have done wrong, and am afraid of hearing the truth. O tell me, but yet do not tell me, if I have done wrong. Friday, 11 o'clock. My aunt has made me another visit. She began what she had to say with letting me know that my friends are all persuaded that I still correspond with Mr. Lovelace, as is plain, she said, by hints and menaces he throws out, which shew that he is apprized of several things that have passed between my relations and me, sometimes within a very little while after they have happened. Although I approve not of the method he stoops to take to come at his intelligence, yet it is not prudent in me to clear myself by the ruin of the corrupted servant, although his vileness has neither my connivance nor approbation, since my doing so might occasion the detection of my own correspondence, and so frustrate all the hopes I have to avoid this Solmes. Yet it is not at all likely, that this very agent of Mr. Lovelace acts a double part between my brother and him. How else can our family know, so soon too, his menaces upon the passages they hint at? I assured my aunt that I was too much ashamed of the treatment I met with, and that for every one's sake, as well as for my own, to acquaint Mr. Lovelace with the particulars of that treatment, even were the means of corresponding with him afforded me. That I had reason to think, that if he were to know of it from me, we must be upon such terms, that he would not scruple making some visits, which would give me great apprehensions. They all knew, I said, that I had no communication with any of my father's servants, except my sister's Betty Barnes: for although I had a good opinion of them all, and believed, if left to their own inclinations, that they would be glad to serve me, yet, finding by their shy behaviour that they were under particular direction, I had forborne, ever since my Hannah had been so disgracefully dismissed, so much as to speak to any of them, for fear I should be the occasion of their losing their places too. They must therefore account among themselves for the intelligence Mr. Lovelace met with, since neither my brother nor sister, as Betty had frequently, in praise of their open hearts, informed me, nor perhaps their favourite Mr. Solmes, were all careful before whom they spoke, when they had any thing to throw out against him, or even against me, whom they took great pride to join with him on this occasion. It was but too natural, my aunt said, for my friends to suppose that he had his intelligence, part of it at least, from me, who, thinking yourself hardly treated, might complain of it, if not to him, to Miss Howe, which perhaps might be the same thing, for they knew Miss Howe spoke as freely of them as they could do of Mr. Lovelace, and must have the particulars she spoke of from somebody who knew what was done here. That this determined my father to bring the whole matter to a speedy issue, lest fatal consequences should ensue. I perceive you are going to speak with warmth, proceeded she, and so I was. For my own part, I am sure you would not write any thing, if you do write, to inflame so violent a spirit. But this is not the end of my present visit. You cannot, my dear, but be convinced, that your father will be obeyed. The more you contend against his will, the more he thinks himself obliged to assert his authority. Your mother desires me to tell you, that if you will give her the least hopes of a dutiful compliance, she will be willing to see you in her closet just now, while your father is gone to take a walk in the garden. Astonishing perseverance, said I. I am tired with making declarations and with pleadings on this subject, and had hoped that my resolution being so well known, I should not have been further urged upon it. You mistake the purport of my present visit, Miss, looking gravely. Heretofore you have been desired and prayed to obey and oblige your friends. Entreaty is at an end, they give it up. Now it is resolved upon, that your father's will is to be obeyed, as it is fit it should. Some things are laid at your door, as if you concurred with Lovelace's threatened violence to carry you off, which your mother will not believe. She will tell you her own good opinion of you. She will tell you how much she still loves you, and what she expects of you on the approaching occasion. But yet, that she may not be exposed to an opposition which would the more provoke her, she desires that you will first assure her that you go down with a resolution to do that with a grace which must be done with or without a grace. And besides, she wants to give you some advice how to proceed, in order to reconcile yourself to your father, and to every body else. Will you go down, Miss Clary, or will you not? I said I should think myself happy, could I be admitted to my mother's presence, after so long a banishment from it; but that I could not wish it upon those terms. And this is your answer, niece? It must be my answer, Madam. Come what may, I never will have Mr. Solmes. It is cruel to press this matter so often upon me. I never will have that man. Down she went with displeasure. I could not help it. I was quite tired with so many attempts, all to the same purpose. I am amazed that they are not. So little variation, and no concession on either side. I will go down and deposit this, for Betty has seen I have been writing. The saucy creature took a napkin and dipped it in water, and with a fleering air, Here, Miss, holding the wet corner to me. What's that for? Said I. Only, Miss, one of the fingers of your right hand, if you please to look at it. It was inky. I gave her a look, but said nothing. But lest I should have another search, I will close here. Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter 40. Letter 41 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Friday, 1 o'clock. I have a letter from Mr. Lovelace, full of transports, vows, and promises. I will send it to you enclosed. You'll see how he engages in it for Lady Betty's protection, and for Miss Charlotte Montague's accompanying me. I have nothing to do but to persevere, he says, and prepare to receive the personal congratulations of his whole family. But you'll see how he presumes upon my being his, as the consequence of throwing myself into that lady's protection. The chariot and six is to be ready at the place he mentions. You'll see as to the slur upon my reputation, about which I am so apprehensive, how boldly he argues. Generously enough, indeed, were I to be his, and had given him to believe that I would. But that I have not done. How one step brings on another with this encroaching sex! How soon a young creature, who gives a man the least encouragement, be carried beyond her intentions, and out of her own power! You would imagine by what he writes, that I have given him reason to think that my aversion to Mr. Solmes is all owing to my favour for him. The dreadful thing is, that comparing what he writes from his intelligence of what is designed against me, though he seems not to know the threatened day, with what my aunt and Betty assure me of, there can be no hope for me, but that I must be Solmes's wife, if I stay here. I had better have gone to my uncle Antony's at this rate. I should have gained time at least by it. This is the fruit of his fine contrivances. What we are to do, and how good he is to be, how I am to direct all his future steps, all this shews, as I said before, that he is sure of me. However, I have replied to the following effect: that although I had given him room to expect that I would put myself into the protection of one of the ladies of his family, yet as I have 3 days to come, between this and Monday, and as I still hope that my friends will relent, or that Mr. Solmes will give up a point they will find impossible to carry, I shall not look upon myself as absolutely bound by the appointment, and expect therefore, if I recede, that I shall not again be called to account for it by him: that I think it necessary to acquaint him, that if my throwing myself upon Lady Betty Lawrance's protection, as he proposed, he understands that I mean directly to put myself into his power, he is very much mistaken: for that there are many points in which I must be satisfied, several matters to be adjusted, even after I have left this house, if I do leave it, before I can think of giving him any particular encouragement: that in the first place, he must expect that I will do my utmost to procure my father's reconciliation and approbation of my future steps; and that I will govern myself entirely by his commands, in every reasonable point, as much as if I had not left his house: that if he imagines I shall not reserve to myself this liberty, but that my withdrawing is to give him any advantages which he would not otherwise have had, I am determined to stay where I am, and abide the event, in hopes that my friends will still accept of my reiterated promise never to marry him, or any body else, without their consent. This I will deposit as soon as I can: and as he thinks things are near their crisis, I dare say it will not be long before I have an answer to it. Friday, 4 o'clock. I am really ill.
I was used to make the best of any little accidents that befell me, for fear of making my then affectionate friends uneasy. But now I shall make the worst of my indisposition, in hopes to obtain a suspension of the threatened evil of Wednesday next; and if I do obtain it, will postpone my appointment with Mr. Lovelace. Betty has told them that I am very much indisposed. But I have no pity from any body. I believe I am become the object of every one's aversion, and that they would all be glad if I were dead. Indeed I believe it.
What ails the perverse creature? Cries one. Is she love sick? Another.
I was in the ivy summer house, and came out shivering with cold, as if aguishly affected. Betty observed this, and reported it. Oh, no matter. Let her shiver on. Cold cannot hurt her. Obstinacy will defend her from harm.
Perverseness is a bracer to a love-sick girl,
and more effectual than the cold bath to make hardy, although the constitution be ever so tender. This was said by a cruel brother, and heard said by the dearer friends of one for whom, but a few months ago, every body was apprehensive at the least blast of wind to which she exposed herself. Betty, it must be owned, has an admirable memory on these occasions. Nothing of this nature is lost by her repetition. Even the very air with which she repeats what she hears said renders it unnecessary to ask, who spoke this or that severe thing. Friday, 6 o'clock. My aunt, who again stays all night, just left me. She came to tell me the result of my friends' deliberations about me. It is this: next Wednesday morning they are all to be assembled, to wit, my father, mother, my uncles, herself, and my uncle Hervey, my brother and sister of course, my good Mrs. Norton is likewise to be admitted, and Dr. Lewen is to be at hand, to exhort me, it seems, if there be occasion; but my aunt is not certain whether he is to be among them, or to tarry till called in. When this awful court is assembled, the poor prisoner is to be brought in, supported by Mrs. Norton, who is to be first tutored to instruct me in the duty of a child, which it seems I have forgotten. Nor is the success at all doubted, my aunt says, since it is not believed that I can be hardened enough to withstand the expostulations of so venerable a judicature, although I have withstood those of several of them separately; and still the less, as she hints at extraordinary condescensions from my father. But what condescensions, even from my father, can induce me to make such a sacrifice as is expected from me? Yet my spirits will never bear up, I doubt, at such a tribunal, my father presiding in it. Indeed, I expected that my trials would not be at an end till he had admitted me into his awful presence. What is hoped from me, she says, is that I will cheerfully, on Tuesday night, if not before, sign the articles, and so turn the succeeding day's solemn convention into a day of festivity. I am to have the license sent me up, however, and once more the settlements, that I may see how much in earnest they are. She further hinted, that my father himself would bring up the settlements for me to sign. O my dear, what a trial will this be! How shall I be able to refuse my father the writing of my name? To my father, from whose presence I have been so long banished! He commanding and entreating, perhaps, in a breath! How shall I be able to refuse this to my father? They are sure, she says, something is working on Mr. Lovelace's part, and perhaps on mine; and my father would sooner follow to the grave than see me his wife. I said I was not well; that the very apprehensions of these trials were already insupportable to me, and would increase upon me as the time approached, and I was afraid I should be extremely ill. They had prepared themselves for such an artifice as that, was my aunt's unkind word; and she could assure me it would stand me in no stead. Artifice! repeated I; and this from my aunt Hervey! Why, my dear, said she, do you think people are fools? Can they not see how dismally you endeavour to sigh yourself down within doors? How you hang down your sweet face, those were the words she was pleased to use, upon your bosom? How you totter, as it were, and hold by this chair, and by that door post, when you know that any body sees you? This, my dear Howe, is an aspersion to fasten hypocrisy and contempt upon me, my brother's or sister's aspersion. I am not capable of art so low. But the moment you are down with your poultry, or advancing upon your garden walk, and, as you imagine, out of every body's sight, it is seen how nimbly you trip along, and what an alertness governs all your motions. I should hate myself, said I, were I capable of such poor artifices as these. I must be a fool to use them, as well as a mean creature. For have I not had experience enough, that my friends are incapable of being moved in much more affecting instances? But you'll see how I shall be by Tuesday. My dear, you will not offer any violence to your health. I hope God has given you more grace than to do that. I hope he has, Madam. But there is violence enough offered and threatened to affect my health; and so it will be found, without my needing to have recourse to any other, or to artifice either.
I'll only tell you one thing, my dear, and that is, ill or well, the ceremony will probably be performed before Wednesday night. But this also I will tell you, although beyond my present commission, that Mr. Solmes will be under an engagement, if you should require it of him as a favour, after the ceremony is past, and Lovelace's hopes thereby utterly extinguished, to leave you at your father's, and return to his own house every evening, until you are brought to a full sense of your duty, and consent to acknowledge your change of name. There was no opening of my lips to such a speech as this. I was dumb. And these, my dear Miss Howe, are they who, some of them at least, have called me a romantic girl! This is my chimerical brother and wise sister, both joining their heads together, I dare say. And yet my aunt told me, that the last part was what took in my mother, who had, till that last expedient was found out, insisted, that her child should not be married, if through grief or opposition she should be ill, or fall into fits. This intended violence my aunt often excused, by the certain information they pretended to have of some plots or machinations that were ready to break out from Mr. Lovelace, the effects of which were thus cunningly to be frustrated. Friday, 9 o'clock. And now, my dear, what shall I conclude upon? You see how determined But how can I expect your advice will come time enough to stand me in any stead? For here I have been down, and already have another letter from Mr. Lovelace. The man lives upon the spot, I think; and I must write to him, either that I will or will not stand to my first resolution of escaping hence on Monday next. If I let him know that I will not, appearances so strong against him and for Solmes, even stronger than when I made the appointment, will it not be justly deemed my own fault, if I am compelled to marry their odious man? And if any mischief ensue from Mr. Lovelace's rage and disappointment, will it not lie at my door? Yet he offers so fair! Yet, on the other hand, to incur the censure of the world as a giddy creature! But that, as he hints, I have already incurred. What can I do? Oh! that my cousin Morden But what signifies wishing? I will here give you the substance of Mr. Lovelace's letter. The letter itself I will send, when I have answered it: but that I will defer doing as long as I can, in hopes of finding reason to retract an appointment on which so much depends. And yet it is necessary you should have all before you as I go along, that you may be the better able to advise me in this dreadful crisis. He begs my pardon for writing with so much assurance, attributing it to his unbounded transport, and entirely acquiesces to me in my will. He is full of alternatives and proposals. He offers to attend me directly to Lady Betty's, or, if I had rather, to my own estate, and that my Lord M. shall protect me there. He knows not, my dear, my reasons for rejecting this inconsiderate advice. In either case, as soon as he sees me safe, he will go up to London, or whither I please, and not come near me but by my own permission, until I am satisfied in every thing I am doubtful of, as well with regard to his reformation as to settlements, etc. To conduct me to you, my dear, is another of his proposals, not doubting, he says, but your mother will receive me. Or, if that be not agreeable to you, or to your mother, or to me, he will put me into Mr. Hickman's protection, whom, no doubt, he says, you can influence; and that it may be given out that I have gone to Bath, or Bristol, or abroad, wherever I please. Again, if it be more agreeable, he proposes to attend me privately to London, where he will procure handsome lodgings for me, and both his cousins Montague to receive me in them, and to accompany me till all shall be adjusted to my mind, and till a reconciliation shall be effected, which he assures me nothing shall be wanting in him to facilitate, greatly as he has been insulted by all my family. These several measures he proposes to my choice, as it was unlikely, he says, that he could procure in the time a letter from Lady Betty under her own hand, to invite me in form to her house, unless he had been himself to go to that lady for it, which, at this critical juncture, while he is attending my commands, is impossible. He conjures me in the most solemn manner, if I would not throw him into utter despair, to keep to my appointment. However, instead of threatening my relations, or Solmes, if I recede, he respectfully says, that he doubts not but that, if I do, it will be upon the reason as he ought to be satisfied with; upon no slighter, he hopes, than their leaving me at full liberty to pursue my own inclinations; in which, whatever they shall be, he will entirely acquiesce, only endeavouring to make his future good behaviour the sole ground for his expectation of my favour. In short, he solemnly vows, that his whole view, at present, is to free me from my imprisonment, and to restore me to my future happiness. He declares, that neither the hopes he has of my future favour, nor the consideration of his own and his family's honour, will permit him to propose any thing that shall be inconsistent with my own most scrupulous notions; and, for my mind's sake, should choose to have the proposed end obtained by my friends declining to compel me: but that nevertheless, as to the world's opinion,
It is impossible to imagine that the behaviour of my relations to me has not already brought upon my family those free censures which they deserve, and caused the step which I am so scrupulous about taking to be no other than the natural and expected consequence of their treatment of me. Indeed, I am afraid all this is true; and it is owing to some little degree of politeness that Mr. Lovelace does not say all he might on this subject: for I have no doubt that I am the talk, and perhaps the bye word, of half the county. If so, I am afraid I can now do nothing that will give me more disgrace than I have already so causelessly received by their indiscreet persecutions. And let me be whose I will, and do what I will, I shall never wipe off the stain which my confinement, and the rigorous usage I have received, have fixed upon me, at least in my own opinion. I wish, if ever I am to be considered as one of the eminent family this man is allied to, some of them do not think the worse of me for the disgrace I have received. In that case, perhaps, I shall be obliged to him, if he do not. You see how much this harsh, this cruel treatment from my own family has humbled me. But perhaps I was too much exalted before. Mr. Lovelace concludes with repeatedly begging an interview with me, and that this night, if possible. An hour, he says, he is the more encouraged to solicit for, as I had twice before made him hope for it. But whether he obtain it or not, he beseeches me to choose one of the alternatives he offers to my acceptance, and not to depart from my resolution of escaping on Monday, unless the reason ceases on which I had taken it up, and that I have a prospect of being restored to the favour of my friends, at least to my own liberty and freedom of choice. He renews all his vows and promises on this head in so earnest and so solemn a manner, that, his own interest, and his family's honour, and their favour for me, co-operating, I can have no room to doubt of his sincerity. End of Letter 41.
Letter 42 of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 42. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, April 8th. Whether you will blame me or not, I cannot tell. But I have deposited a letter confirming my resolution to leave this house on Monday next, within the hour mentioned in my former, if possible. I have not kept a copy of it, but this is the substance. I tell him, that I have no way to avoid the determined resolution of my friends in behalf of Mr. Solmes, but by abandoning this house by his assistance. I have not pretended to make a merit with him on this score, for I plainly tell him, that could I, without an unpardonable sin, die when I would sooner make death my choice than take a step which all the world, if not my own heart, would condemn me for taking. I tell him, that I shall not try to bring any other clothes with me than those I shall have on, and those but my common wearing apparel, lest I should be suspected. That I must expect to be denied the possession of my estate; but that I am determined never to consent to a litigation with my father, were I to be reduced to ever so low a state; so that the protection I am to be obliged for to any one must be alone for the distress sake. That therefore he will have nothing to hope for from this step that he had not before; and that in every light I reserve to myself to accept or refuse his address, as his behaviour and circumspection shall appear to me to deserve. I tell him, that I think it best to go into a private lodging in the neighbourhood of Lady Betty Lawrance, and not to her ladyship's house, that it may not appear to the world that I have refuged myself in his family, and that a reconciliation with my friends may not, on that account, be made impracticable. That I will send for thither my faithful Hannah, and apprize only Miss Howe where I am. That he shall instantly leave me, and go to London, or to one of Lord M.'s seats; and as he had promised not to come near me, but by my leave, contenting himself with the correspondence by letter only. That if I find myself in danger of being discovered and carried back by violence, I will then throw myself directly into the protection either of Lady Betty or Lady Sarah; but this only in case of absolute necessity; for that it will be more to my reputation for me, by the best means I can, taking advantage of my privacy, to enter by a second or third hand into a treaty of reconciliation with my friends. That I must, however, plainly tell him, that if in this treaty my friends insist upon my resolving against marrying him, I will engage to comply with them, provided they will allow me to promise him that I will never be the wife of any other man while he remains single or is living; that this is a compliment I am willing to pay him, in return for the trouble and pains he has taken, and the usage he has met with on my account; although I intimate, that he may, in a great measure, thank himself, by reason of the little regard he has paid to his reputation, for the slights he has met with. I tell him, that I may in this privacy write to my cousin Morden, and, if possible, interest him in my cause. I take some brief notice then of his alternatives. You must think, my dear, that this unhappy force upon me, and this projected flight, make it necessary for me to account to him much sooner than I should otherwise choose to do for every part of my conduct. It is not to be expected, I tell him, that your mother will embroil herself, or suffer you or Mr. Hickman to be embroiled, on my account. And as to his proposal of my going to London, I am such an absolute stranger to every body there, and have such a bad opinion of the place, that I cannot by any means think of going thither, except I should be induced some time hence by the ladies of his family to attend them. As to the meeting he is desirous of, I think it by no means proper, especially as it is so likely that I may soon see him: but that if any thing occurs to induce me to change my mind, as to withdrawing, I will then take the first opportunity to see him, and give him my reasons for that change. This, my dear, I the less scrupled to write, as it might qualify him to bear such a disappointment, should I give it him; he having, besides, behaved so very unexceptionably, when he surprised me some time ago in the lonely wood house. Finally, I commend myself, as a person in distress, and merely as such, to his honour, and to the protection of the ladies of his family. I repeat, most cordially I am sure, my deep concern for being forced to take a step so disagreeable and so derogatory to my honour. And having told him, that I will endeavour to obtain leave to dine in the Ivy summer house, and to send Betty of some errand, when there, I leave the rest to him: but imagine that about 4 o'clock will be a proper time for him to contrive some signal to let me know he is at hand, and for me to unbolt the garden door. I added, by way of postscript, that their suspicions seeming to increase, I advise him to contrive to send or some to the usual place, as frequently as possible, in the interval of time till Monday morning 10 or 11 o'clock, as something may possibly happen to make me alter my mind. O my dear Miss Howe, what a sad, sad thing is the necessity forced upon me for all this preparation and contrivance! But it is now too late! But how? Too late, did I say? What a word is that! What a dreadful thing, were I to repent, to find it to be too late to remedy the apprehended evil! Saturday, 10 o'clock. Mr. Solmes is here. He is to dine with his new relations, as Betty tells me he already calls them. He would have thrown himself in my way once more, but I hurried up to my prison, in my return from my garden walk, to avoid him. I had, when in the garden, the curiosity to see if my letter were gone. I cannot say with an intention to take it back again, if it were not, because I see not how I could do otherwise than I have done. Yet what a caprice! When I found it gone, I began, as yesterday morning, to wish it had not: for no other reason, I believe, than because it was out of my power. A strange diligence in this man! He says he almost lives upon the place; and I think so too. He mentions, as you will see in his letter, 4 several disguises, which he puts on in one day. It is a wonder, nevertheless, that he has not been seen by some of our tenants; for it is impossible that any disguise can hide the gracefulness of his figure. But this is to be said, that the adjoining grounds being all in our own hands, and no common footpaths near that part of the garden, and through the park and coppice, nothing can be more by and unfrequented. Then they are less watchful, I believe, over my garden walks and my poultry visits, depending, as my aunt hinted, upon the bad character they have taken so much pains to fasten upon Mr. Lovelace. This they think, and justly think, must fill me with doubts. And then the regard I have hitherto had for my reputation is another of their securities. Were it not for these two, they would not surely have used me as they have done, and at the same time left me the opportunities which I have several times had to get away, had I been disposed to do so. And indeed their dependence on both these motives would have been well founded, had they kept but tolerable measures with me. Then, perhaps, they have no notion of the back door, as it is seldom opened, and leads to a place so pathless and lonesome. If not, there can be no other way to escape, if one would, unless by the plashy lane, so full of springs, by which your servant reaches the solitary wood house; to which lane one must descend from a high bank that bounds the poultry yard. For as to the front way, you know, one must pass through the house to that, and in sight of the parlours and the servants' hall; and then have the open court yard to go through, and by means of the iron gate be full in view, as one passes over the lawn, for 1/4 mile together, the young plantations of elms and limes affording yet but little shade or covert. The Ivy summer house is the most convenient for this heart affecting purpose of any spot in the garden, as it is not far from the back door, and yet in another alley, as you may remember. Then it is seldom resorted to by any body else, except in the summer months, because it is cool. When they love me, they would often, for this reason, object to my long continuance in it: but now it is no matter what becomes of me. Besides, cold is a bracer, as my brother said yesterday. Here I will deposit what I have written. Let me have your prayers, my dear, and your approbation, or your censure, of the steps I have taken: for yet it may not be quite too late to revoke the appointment. I am Your most affectionate and faithful Clarissa Harlowe. Why will you send your servant empty handed? End of Letter XLII. LETTER XLIII of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. Miss Howe to Miss Clarissa Harlowe, Saturday afternoon. By your last date of 10 o'clock in your letter of this day, you could not long have deposited it before Robin took it. He rode hard and brought it to me just as I had risen from table. You may justly blame me for sending my messenger empty handed, your situation considered: and yet that very situation, so critical, is partly the reason for it: for indeed I knew not what to write, fit to send you. I have been inquiring privately how to procure you a conveyance from Harlowe place, and yet not appear in it, knowing that to oblige in the fact, and to disoblige in the manner, is but obliging by halves: my mother being moreover very suspicious, and very uneasy; made more so by daily visits from your uncle Antony, who tells her that every thing is now upon the point of being determined, and hopes that her daughter will not so interfere as to discourage your compliance with their wills. This I came at by a way that I cannot take notice of, or both should hear of it in a manner neither would like; and without that, my mother and I have had almost hourly bickerings. I found more difficulty than I expected, as the time was confined, and secrecy required, and as you so earnestly forbid me to accompany you in your enterprise, in procuring you a vehicle. Had you not obliged me to keep measures with my mother, I could have managed it with ease. I could even have taken our own chariot, on one pretence or other, and put 2 horses extraordinary to it, if I had thought fit: and I could, when we had got to London, have sent it back, and nobody the wiser as to the lodgings we might have taken. I wish to the Lord you had permitted this. Indeed I think you are too punctilious a great deal for your situation. Would you expect to enjoy yourself with your usual placidness, and not to be ruffled, in an hurricane which every moment threatens to blow your house down? Had your distress sprung from yourself, that would have been another thing: but when all the world knows where to lay the fault, this alters the case. How can you say I am happy, when my mother, to her power, is as much an abettor of their wickedness to my dearest friend, as your aunt or any body else? And this through the instigation of that odd headed and foolish uncle of yours, who, sorry creature that he is, keeps her up to resolutions which are unworthy of her, for an example to me, if it please you. Is not this cause enough for me to ground a resentment upon, sufficient to justify me for accompanying you, the friendship between us so well known? Indeed, my dear, the importance of the case considered, I must repeat, that you are too nice. Don't they already think that your non compliance with their odious measures is owing a good deal to my advice? Have they not prohibited our correspondence upon that very surmise? And have I, but on your account, reason to value what they think? Besides, what discredit have I to fear by such a step? What detriment? Would Hickman, do you believe, refuse me upon it? If he did, should I be sorry for that? Who is it, that has a soul, who would not be affected by such an instance of female friendship? But I should vex and disorder my mother. Well, that is something: but not more than she vexes and disorders me, on her being made an implement by such a sorry creature, who ambles hither every day in spite to my dearest friend. Woe be to both, if it be for a double end! Chide me if you will, I don't care. I say, and I insist upon it, such a step would ennoble your friend: and if still you will permit it, I will take the office out of Lovelace's hands; and to morrow evening, or on Monday before his time of appointment takes place, will come in a chariot, or chaise: and then, my dear, if we get off as I wish, will we make terms, and what terms we please, with them all. My mother will be glad to receive her daughter again, I warrant: and Hickman will cry for joy on my return; or he shall for sorrow. But you are so very earnestly angry with me for proposing such a step, and have always so much to say for your side of any question, that I am afraid to urge it further. Only be so good, let me add, as to encourage me to resume it, if, upon further consideration, and upon weighing matters well, and in this light whether best to go off with me or with Lovelace, you can get over your punctilious regard for my reputation. A woman going away with a woman is not so discreditable a thing surely, and with no view but to avoid the fellows. I say only to be so good as to consider this point: and if you can get over your scruples on my account, do. And so I will have done with this argument for the present, and apply myself to some of the passages in yours. A time, I hope, will come, that I shall be able to read your affecting narratives without the impatient bitterness which now boils over in my heart, and would flow to my pen, were I to enter into the particulars of what you write. And indeed I am afraid of giving you my advice at all, or telling you what I should do in your case, supposing you will still refuse my offer, finding too what you have been brought or rather driven to without it, lest any evil should follow it.
in which case I should never forgive myself. And this consideration has added to my difficulties in writing to you, now you are upon such a crisis, and yet refuse the only method. But I said, I would not for the present touch any more that string. Yet one word more, chide me if you please. If any harm betide you, I shall for ever blame my mother, indeed I shall, and perhaps yourself, if you do not accept my offer. But one thing, in your present situation and prospects, let me advise: it is this, that if you do go off with Mr. Lovelace, you take the first opportunity to marry. Why should you not, when every body will know by whose assistance, and in whose company, you leave your father's house, go whithersoever you will? You may indeed keep him at a distance, until settlements are drawn, and such like matters are adjusted to your mind. But even these are matters of less consideration in your particular case, than they would be in that of most others. And first, because, be his other faults what they will, nobody thinks him an ungenerous man. Next, because the possession of your estate must be given up to you as soon as your cousin Morden comes, who, as your trustee, will see it done, and done upon proper terms. Thirdly, because there is no want of fortune on his side. Fourthly, because all his family value you, and are extremely desirous that you should be their relation. Fifthly, because he makes no scruple of accepting you without conditions. You see how he has always defied your relations. I, for my own part, can forgive him for the fault; nor know I if it be not a noble one. And I dare say, he had rather call you his without a shilling, than be under obligation to those whom he has full as little reason to love, as they have to love him. You have heard that his own relations cannot make his proud spirit submit to owe any favour to them. For all these reasons, I think, you may the less stand upon previous settlements. It is therefore my absolute opinion, that if you do withdraw with him, and in that case you must let him be judge when he can leave you with safety, you'll observe that, you should not postpone the ceremony. Give this matter your most serious consideration. Punctilio is out of doors the moment you are out of your father's house. I know how justly severe you have been upon those inexcusable creatures, whose giddiness and even want of decency have made them, in the same hour, as I may say, leap from a parent's window to a husband's bed. But considering Lovelace's character, I repeat my opinion, that your reputation in the eye of the world requires no delay be made in this point, when once you are in his power. I need not, I am sure, make a stronger plea to you. You say, in excuse for my mother, what my fervent love for my friend very ill brooks, that we ought not to blame any one for not doing what she has an opinion to do, or to let alone. This, in cases of friendship, would admit of very strict discussion. If the thing requested be of greater consequence, or even of equal, to the person sought to, and it were, as the old phrase has it, to take a thorn out of one's friend's foot to put into one's own, something might be said. Nay, it would be, I will venture to say, a selfish thing in us, to ask a favour of a friend, which would subject that friend to the same or equal inconvenience as that from which we wanted to be relieved. The requested would, in this case, teach his friend, by his own selfish example, with much better reason, to deny him, and despise a friendship so merely nominal. But if, by a less inconvenience to ourselves, we could relieve our friend from a greater, the refusal of such a favour makes the refuser unworthy of the name of friend. Nor would I admit such a one, not even into the outermost fold of my heart. I am well aware that this is your opinion of friendship as well as mine; for I owe the distinction to you, upon a certain occasion, and it saved me from a very great inconvenience, as you must needs remember. But you were always for making excuses for other people, in cases wherein you would not have allowed of one for yourself. I must own, that were these excuses for a friend's indifference or denial made by any body but you, in a case of such vast importance to herself, and of so comparative a small one to those for whose protection she would be thought to wish, I, who am for ever, as you have often remarked, endeavouring to trace effects to their causes, should be ready to suspect that there was a latent unowned inclination, which balancing, or preponderating rather, made the issue of the alternative, however important, sit more lightly upon the excuser's mind than she cared to own. You will understand me, my dear: but if you do not, it may be well for me: for I am afraid I shall have it from you for but starting such a notion, or giving a hint, which perhaps, as you did once in another case, you will reprimandingly call, not being able to forego the ostentation of sagacity, though at the expense of that tenderness which is due to friendship and charity. What signifies owning a fault without mending it, you'll say? Very true, my dear: but you know I ever was a saucy creature, ever stood in need of great allowances. And I remember likewise, that I ever had them from my dear Clarissa: nor do I doubt them now; for you know how much I love you: if it be possible, more than myself I love you. Believe me, my dear, and in consequence of that belief, you will be able to judge how much I am affected by your present distressful and critical situation; which will not suffer me to pass by without a censure even that philosophy of temper in your own cause, which you have not in another's, and which all that know you ever admired you for. From this critical and distressful situation, it shall be my hourly prayers that you may be delivered, without blemish to that fair fame which has hitherto, like your heart, been unspotted. With this prayer, 20 times repeated, concludes your ever affectionate ANNA HOWE. I hurried myself in writing this, and I hurry Robin away with it, that, in a situation so very critical, you may have all the time possible to consider what I have written, upon 2 points so very important. I will repeat them in a very few words. Whether you choose not rather to go off with one of your own sex, with your Anna Howe, than with one of the other, with Mr. Lovelace; and if not, whether you should not marry him as soon as possible. End of Letter XLIII.
Letter XLIV Of Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 44. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe. The preceding letter not received. Saturday afternoon. Already have I an ecstatic answer, as I may call it, to my letter. He promises compliance with my will in every article, approves of all I propose, particularly of the private lodging, and thinks it a happy expedient to obviate the censures of the busy and the unreflecting; and yet he hopes, that the putting myself into the protection of either of his aunts, treated as I am treated, would be far from being looked upon by any body in a disreputable light. But every thing I enjoin or resolve upon must, he says, be right, not only with respect to my present but future reputation; with regard to which, he hopes so to behave himself as to be allowed to be, next to myself, more properly solicitous than any body. He will only assure me, that his whole family are extremely desirous to take advantage of the persecutions I labour under to make their court, and endear themselves to me by their best and most cheerful services, happy if they can in any measure contribute to my present freedom and future happiness. He will this afternoon, he says, write to Lord M. and to Lady Betty and Lady Sarah, that he is now within view of being the happiest man in the world, if it be not his own fault; since the only woman upon earth that can make him so will be soon out of danger of being another man's, and cannot possibly prescribe any terms to him that he shall not think it his duty to comply with. He flatters himself now, my last letter confirming my resolution, that he can be in no apprehension of my changing my mind, unless my friends change their manner of acting by me, which he is too sure they will not. And now will all his relations, who take such a kind and generous share in his interests, glory and pride themselves in the prospects he has before him. Thus does he hold me to it. As to fortune, he begs me not to be solicitous on that score; that his own estate is sufficient for us both; not a nominal, but a real £2,000 per annum, equivalent to some estates reputed a third more; that it never was encumbered; that he is clear of the world, both as to book and bond debts, thanks perhaps to his pride more than to his virtue; that Lord M. moreover resolves to settle upon him £1,000 per annum on his nuptials; and to this he will have it, his lordship is instigated more by motives of justice than of generosity, as he must consider it was but an equivalent for an estate which he had got possession of, to which his (Mr. Lovelace's) mother had better pretensions; that his lordship also proposed to give him up either his seat in Hertfordshire, or that in Lancashire, at his own or at his wife's option, especially if I am the person; all which it will be in my power to see done, and proper settlements drawn, before I enter into any further engagements with him, if I will have it so. He says, that I need not be under any solicitude as to apparel; all immediate occasions of that sort will be most cheerfully supplied by the ladies of his family, as my others shall, with the greatest pride and pleasure, if I allow him that honour, by himself. He assures me that I shall govern him as I please, with regard to any thing in his power towards effecting a reconciliation with my friends, a point he knows my heart is set upon. He is afraid that the time will hardly allow of his procuring Miss Charlotte Montague's attendance upon me at St. Albans, as he had proposed she should, because, he understands, she keeps her chamber with a violent cold and sore throat; but both she and her sister, the first moment she is able to go abroad, shall visit me at my private lodgings, and introduce me to Lady Sarah and Lady Betty, or those ladies to me, as I shall choose, and accompany me to town, if I please, and stay as long in it with me as I shall think fit to stay there. Lord M. will also, at my own time, and in my own manner, that is to say, either publicly or privately, make me a visit; and for his own part, when he has seen me in safety, either in their protection or in the privacy I prefer, he will leave me, and not attempt to visit me but by my own permission. He had thought once, he says, on hearing of his cousin Charlotte's indisposition, to have engaged his cousin Patty's attendance upon me, either in or about the neighbouring village, or at St. Albans. But, he says, she is a low spirited, timorous girl, and would but the more have perplexed us. So, my dear, the enterprise requires courage and high spirits, you see. And indeed it does. What am I about to do? He himself, it is plain, thinks it necessary that I should be accompanied with one of my own sex. He might at least have proposed the woman of one of the ladies of his family. Lord bless me! What am I about to do? After all, as far as I have gone, I know not but I may still recede: and if I do, a mortal quarrel, I suppose, will ensue. And what if it does? Could there be any way to escape this Solmes? A breach with Lovelace might make way for the single life to take place, which I so much prefer: and then I would defy the sex. For I see nothing but trouble and vexation that they bring upon ours: and when once entered, one is obliged to go on with them, treading with tender feet upon thorns and sharper thorns, to the end of a painful journey. What to do I know not. The more I think, the more I am embarrassed: and the stronger will be my doubts, as the appointed time draws near. But I will go down, and take a little turn in the garden, and deposit this, and his letters all but the two last, which I will enclose in my next, if I have opportunity to write another. Mean time, my dear friend, but what can I desire you to pray for? Adieu, then. Let me only say, Adieu. End of Letter XLIV. Letter XLV of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLV. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, in answer to Letter XLIII. Sunday morning, April 9th. Do not think, my beloved friend, although you have given me in yours of yesterday a severer instance of what, nevertheless, I must call your impartial love, than ever yet I received from you, that I would be displeased with you for it. That would be to put myself into the inconvenient situation of royalty: that is to say, out of the way of ever being told of my faults, of ever mending them, and in the way of making the sincerest and warmest friendship useless to me. And then how brightly, how nobly glows in your bosom the sacred flame of friendship, since it can make you ready to impute to the unhappy sufferer a less degree of warmth in her own cause, than you have for her, because of the endeavours to divest herself of self, so far as to leave others to the option which they have a right to make. Ought I, my dear, to blame, ought I not rather to admire you for this ardour? But nevertheless, lest you should think that there is any foundation for a surmise which, although it owe its rise to your friendship, would, if there were, leave me utterly inexcusable, I must, in justice to myself, declare, that I know not my own heart, if I have any of that latent or unowned inclination, which you would impute to any other but me. Nor does the important alternative sit lightly on my mind. And yet I must excuse your mother, were it but on this single consideration, that I could not presume to reckon upon her favour, as I could upon her daughter's, so as to make the claim of friendship upon her, to whom, as the mother of my dearest friend, a veneration is owing which can hardly be compatible with that sweet familiarity, which is one of the indispensable requisites of the sacred tie by which your heart and mine are bound in one. What therefore I might expect from my Anna Howe, I ought not from her mother. For would it not be very strange, that a person of her experience should be reflected upon, because she gave not up her own judgment, where the consequence of her doing so would be to embroil herself, as she apprehends, with a family she has lived well with, and in behalf of a child against her parents? As she has moreover a daughter of her own; a daughter too, give me leave to say, of whose vivacity and charming spirits she is more apprehensive than she need to be, because her truly maternal cares make her fear more from her youth than she hopes for her prudence, which, nevertheless, she and all the world know to be beyond her years. And here let me add, that whatever you may generously, and as the result of an ardent affection for your unhappy friend, urge on this head in my behalf, or harshly against any one who may refuse me protection in the extraordinary circumstances I find myself in, I have some pleasure in being able to curb undue expectations upon my indulgent friends, whatever were to befall myself from those circumstances: for I should be extremely mortified, were I by my selfish forwardness to give occasion for such a check as to be told, that I had encouraged an unreasonable hope, or, according to the phrase you mention, wished to take a thorn out of my own foot, and to put in to that of my friend. Nor should I be better pleased with myself, if, having been taught by my good Mrs. Norton, that the best of schools is that of affliction, I should rather learn impatience than the contrary, by the lessons I am obliged to get by heart in it; and if I should judge of the merits of others as they were kind to me, and that at the expense of their own convenience or peace of mind. For is not this to suppose myself ever in the right, and all who do not act as I would have them act perpetually in the wrong? In short, to make my sake God's sake, in the sense of Mr. Solmes's pitiful plea to me? How often, my dear, have you and I endeavoured to detect and censure this partial spirit in others? But I know you do not always content yourself with saying what you think may justly be said; but in order to shew the extent of a penetration which can go to the bottom of any subject, delight to say or to write all that can be said or written, or even thought, on the particular occasion. And this partly perhaps from being desirous, pardon me, my dear, to be thought mistress of a sagacity that is aforehand with events. But who would wish to drain off or dry up a refreshing current, because it now and then puts us to some little inconvenience by its overflowings? In other words, who would not allow for the liveliness of a spirit which, for one painful sensibility, gives 100 pleasurable ones, and the one in consequence of the other? But now I come to the 2 points in your letter which most sensibly concern me. Thus you put them: whether I choose not rather to go off (shocking words) with one of my own sex, with my Anna Howe, than with one of the other, with Mr. Lovelace? And if not, whether I should not marry him as soon as possible? You know, my dear, my reasons for rejecting your proposal, and even for being earnest that you should not be known to be assisting me in an enterprise in which a cruel necessity induced me to think of engaging, and for which you have not the same plea. At this rate, well might your mother be uneasy at our correspondence, not knowing to what inconveniencies it might subject her and you. If I am hardly excusable to think of withdrawing from my unkind friends, what could you have to say for yourself, were you to abandon a mother so indulgent? Does she suspect that your fervent friendship may lead you to a small indiscretion? And does this suspicion offend you? And would you, in resentment, shew her and the world that you can voluntarily rush into the highest error that any of our sex can be guilty of? And is it worthy of your generosity, I ask you, my dear, is it, to think of taking so undutiful a step, because you believe your mother would be glad to receive you again? I do assure you, that were I to take this step myself, I would run all risks rather than you should accompany me in it. Have I, do you think, a desire to double and treble my own fault in the eye of the world? In the eye of that world which, cruelly as I am used, not knowing all, would not acquit me? But, my dearest, kindest friend, let me tell you, that we will neither of us take such a step. The manner of putting your questions abundantly convinces me that I ought not, in your opinion, to attempt it. You no doubt intend that I shall so take it, and I thank you for the equally polite and forcible conviction. It is some satisfaction to me, taking the matter in this light, that I had begun to waver before I received your last: and now I tell you, that it has absolutely determined me not to go off, at least not to morrow. If you, my dear, think the issue of the alternative, to use your own words, sits so lightly upon my mind, in short, that my inclination is faulty, the world would treat me much less scrupulously. When therefore you represent that all punctilio must be at an end the moment I am out of my father's house, and hint that I must submit it to Mr. Lovelace to judge when he can leave me with safety, that is to say, give him the option, whether he will leave me or not, who can bear these reflections? Who can resolve to incur these inconveniencies, that has the question still in her own power to decide upon? While I thought only of an escape from this house, as an escape from Mr. Solmes, that already my reputation suffered by my confinement, and that it would be in my own option either to marry Mr. Lovelace, or wholly to renounce him, bold as the step was, I thought, treated as I am treated, something was to be said in excuse of it, if not to the world, to myself: and to be self-acquitted is a blessing to be preferred to the option of all the world. But after I have censured most severely, as I have ever done, those giddy girls, who have in the same hour, as I may say, that they have fled from their chamber, presented themselves at the altar that is witness to their undutiful rashness; after I have stipulated with Mr. Lovelace for time, and for an ultimate option whether to accept or refuse him, and for his leaving me as soon as I am in a place of safety, which, as you observe, he must be the judge of; and after he has signified to me his compliance with these terms, so that I cannot, if I would, recall them, and suddenly marry, you see, my dear, that I have nothing left me but to resolve not to go away with him. But how, on this revocation of my appointment, shall I be able to pacify him? How? Why, assert the privilege of my sex. Surely, on this side of the solemnity, he has no right to be displeased. Besides, did I not reserve a power of receding as I saw fit? To what purpose, as I asked in the case between your mother and you, has any body an option, if the making use of it shall give the refused a right to be disgusted? Far, very far would those, who, according to the old law, have a right of absolving or confirming a child's promise, be from ratifying mine, had it been ever so solemn a one. But this was rather an appointment than a promise. And suppose it had been the latter, and that I had not reserved to myself a liberty of revoking it, was it to preclude better or maturer consideration? If so, how unfit to be given! How ungenerous to be insisted upon! And how unfitter still to be kept! Is there a man living who ought to be angry that a woman whom he hopes one day to call his shall refuse to keep a rash promise, when, on the maturest deliberation, she is convinced that it was a rash one? I resolve then, upon the whole, to stand this one trial of Wednesday next, or, perhaps I should rather say of Tuesday evening, if my father hold his purpose of endeavouring in person to make me read or hear read, and then sign the settlements. That must be the greatest trial of all. If I am compelled to sign them over night, then, the Lord bless me, must all I dread follow, as of course on Wednesday. If I can prevail upon them by my prayers, perhaps I shall fall into fits; for the very first appearance of my father after having been so long banished his presence will greatly affect me. If, I say, I can prevail upon them by my prayers to lay aside their views, or to suspend the day, if but for 1 week, but if not but for 2 or 3 days, still Wednesday will be a lighter day of trial. They will surely give me time to consider, to argue with myself. This will not be promising. As I have made no effort to get away, they have no reason to suspect me. So I may have an opportunity in the last resort to withdraw. Mrs. Norton is to be with me. She, although she should be chidden for it, will, in my extremity, plead for me. My aunt Hervey may, in such an extremity, join with her. Perhaps my mother may be brought over. I will kneel to each, one by one, to make a friend. Some of them have been afraid to see me, lest they should be moved in my favour. Does not this give a reasonable hope that I may move them? My brother's counsel, heretofore given, to turn me out of doors to my evil destiny, may again be repeated, and may prevail. Then shall I be in no worse case than now, as to the displeasure of my friends; and thus far better, that it will not be my fault that I seek another protection, which even then ought to be my cousin Morden's, rather than Mr. Lovelace's, or any other person's. My heart, in short, misgives me less, when I resolve this way, than when I think of the other: and in so strong and involuntary a bias, the heart is, as I may say, conscience. And well cautions the wise man: Let the counsel of thine own heart stand, for there is no man more faithful to thee than it. For a man's mind is sometimes wont to tell him more than 7 watchmen that sit above in a high tower. Forgive these indigested self-reasonings. I will close here, and instantly set about a letter of revocation to Mr. Lovelace, take it as he will. It will only be another trial of temper to him; to me of infinite importance. And has he not promised temper and acquiescence, on the supposition of a change in my mind? End of Letter 45. Letter 46 of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 46. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Sunday morning, April 9th. Nobody, it seems, will go to church this day. No blessing to be expected, perhaps, upon views so worldly, and in some so cruel. They have a mistrust that I have some device in my head. Betty has been looking among my clothes. I found her, on coming up from depositing my letter to Lovelace, for I have written, peering among them, for I had left the key in the lock. She coloured, and was confounded to be caught. But I only said, I should be accustomed to any sort of treatment in time, if she had her orders; those were enough for her. She owned, in her confusion, that a motion had been made to abridge me of my airings, and the report she should make would be of no disadvantage to me. One of my friends, she told me, urged, in my behalf, that there was no need of laying me under greater restraint, since Mr. Lovelace's threatening to rescue me by violence, were I to have been carried to my uncle's, was a conviction that I had no design to go to him voluntarily; and that if I had, I should have made preparations of that kind before now, and most probably had been detected in them. Hence it was also inferred, that there was no room to doubt but I would at last comply. And, added the bold creature, if you don't intend to do so, your conduct, Miss, seems strange to me. Only thus she reconciled it, that I had gone so far, I knew not how to come off genteelly; and she fancied I should, in full congregation on Wednesday, give Mr. Solmes my hand. And then, said the confident wench, as the learned Dr. Brand took his text last Sunday, there will be joy in heaven. This is the substance of my letter to Mr. Lovelace: That I have reasons of the greatest consequence to myself, and which, when known, must satisfy him, to suspend, for the present, my intention of leaving my father's house. That I have hopes that matters may be brought to an happy conclusion, without taking a step which nothing but the last necessity could justify; and that he may depend upon my promise, that I will die rather than consent to marry Mr. Solmes. and so I am preparing myself to stand the shock of his exclamatory reply. But be that what it will, it cannot affect me so much as the apprehensions of what may happen to me next Tuesday or Wednesday: for now those apprehensions engage my whole attention, and make me sick at the very heart. Sunday, 4 in the afternoon. My letter is not yet taken away. If he should not send for it, or take it, or come hither on my not meeting him to morrow, in doubt of what may have befallen me, what shall I do? Why had I any concerns with this sex, I that was so happy till I knew this man? I dined in the Ivy summer house. My request to do so was complied with at the first word. To shew I meant nothing, I went again into the house with Betty, as soon as I had dined. I thought it was not amiss to ask this liberty. The weather seemed to be set in fine. Who knows what Tuesday or Wednesday may produce? Sunday evening, 7 o'clock. There remains my letter still. He is busied, I suppose, in his preparations for to morrow. But then he has servants. Does the man think he is so secure of me, that having appointed, he need not give himself any further concern about me till the very moment? He knows how I am beset. He knows not what may happen. I may be ill, or still more closely watched or confined than before. The correspondence might be discovered. It might be necessary to vary the scheme. I might be forced into measures which might entirely frustrate my purpose. I might have new doubts. I might suggest something more convenient for any thing he knew. What can the man mean, I wonder? Yet it shall lie: for if he has it any time before the appointed hour, it will save me declaring to him personally my changed purpose, and the trouble of contending with him on that score. If he send for it at all, he will see by the date that he might have had it in time: and if he be put to any inconvenience from shortness of notice, let him take it for his pains. Sunday night, 9 o'clock. It is determined, it seems, to send for Mrs. Norton to be here on Tuesday to dinner, and she is to stay with me for a whole week. So she is first to endeavour to persuade me to comply; and when the violence is done, she is to comfort me, and try to reconcile me to my fate. They expect fits and fetches, Betty insolently tells me, and expostulations and exclamations without number. But every body will be prepared for them: and when it's over, it's over; and I shall be easy and pacified when I find I can't help it. Monday morning, April 10th, 7 o'clock. O my dear! There yet lies the letter, just as I left it. Does he think he is so sure of me? Perhaps he imagines that I dare not alter my purpose. I wish I had never known him. I begin now to see this rashness in the light every one else would have seen it in, had I been guilty of it. But what can I do, if he come to day at the appointed time? If he receive not the letter, I must see him, or he will think something has befallen me, and certainly will come to the house. As certainly he will be insulted: and what, in that case, may be the consequence? Then I as good as promised that I would take the first opportunity to see him if I change my mind, and to give him my reasons for it. I have no doubt but he will be out of humour upon it. But better, if we meet, that he should go away dissatisfied with me, than that I should go away dissatisfied with myself. Yet, short as the time is, he may still perhaps send and get the letter. Something may have happened to prevent him, which, when known, will excuse him. After I have disappointed him more than once before, on a requested interview only, it is impossible he should not have a curiosity, at least, to know if something has not happened, and whether my mind hold or not in this more important case. And yet, as I rashly confirm my resolution by a second letter, I begin now to doubt it. 9 o'clock. My cousin Dolly Hervey slid the enclosed letter into my hand as I passed by her, coming out of the garden. Dearest Madam, I have got intelligence from one who pretends to know every thing, that you must be married on Wednesday morning to Mr. Solmes. Perhaps, however, she says this only to vex me; for it is that saucy creature, Betty Barnes. A license is got, as she says; and so far she went as to tell me, bidding me say nothing, but she knew I would, that Mr. Brand is to marry you. For Dr. Lewen, I hear, refuses, unless your consent can be obtained; and they have heard that he does not approve of their proceedings against you. Mr. Brand, I am told, is to have his fortune made by uncle Harlowe, and among them. You will know better than I what to make of all these matters: for sometimes I think Betty tells me things as if I should not tell you, and yet expects that I will. For there is great whispering between Miss Harlowe and her; and I have observed that when their whispering is over, Betty comes and tells me something by way of secret. She and all the world know how much I love you; and so I would have them. It is an honour to me to love a young lady who is and ever was an honour to all her family, let them say what they will. But from a more certain authority than Betty's I can assure you, but I must beg of you to burn this letter, that you are to be searched once more for letters, and for pen and ink; for they know you write. Something they pretend to have come at from one of Mr. Lovelace's servants, which they hope to make something of. I know not for certain what it is. He must be a very vile and wicked man, who would boast of a lady's favour to him, and reveal secrets. But Mr. Lovelace, I dare say, is too much of a gentleman to be guilty of such ingratitude. Then they have a notion, from that false Betty, I believe, that you intend to take something to make yourself sick; and so they will search for phials and powders, and such like. If nothing shall be found that will increase their suspicions, you are to be used more kindly by your papa when you appear before them all, than he of late has used you. Yet, sick or well, alas! my dear cousin, you must be married. But your husband is to go home every night without you, till you are reconciled to him, and so illness can be no pretence to save you. They are sure you will make a good wife. So would not I, unless I liked my husband. And Mr. Solmes is always telling them how he will purchase your love by rich presents. A sycophant man! I wish he and Betty Barnes were to come together, and he would beat her every day. After what I told you, I need not advise you to secure every thing you would not have seen. Once more, let me beg that you will burn this letter, and pray, dearest Madam, do not take any thing that may prejudice your health, for that will not do. I am your truly loving cousin, D.H. When I first read my cousin's letter, I was half inclined to resume my former intention, especially as my countermanding letter was not taken away, and as my heart ached at the thoughts of the conflict I must expect to have with him on my refusal. For see him for a few moments I doubt I must, lest he should take some rash resolutions, especially as he has reason to expect I will see him. But here your words, that all punctilio is at an end the moment I am out of my father's house, added to the still more cogent considerations of duty and reputation, determine me once more against the rash step. And it will be very hard, although no seasonable fainting or wished for fit should stand my friend, if I cannot gain 1 month, or fortnight, or week. And I have still more hopes that I shall prevail for some delay, from my cousin's intimation that the good Dr. Lewen refuses to give his assistance to their projects, if they have not my consent, and thinks me cruelly used: since, without taking notice that I am apprized of this, I can plead a scruple of conscience, and insist upon having that worthy divine's opinion upon it; in which, enforced as I shall enforce it, my mother will surely second me, my aunt Hervey and Mrs. Norton will support her, the suspension must follow, and I can but get away afterwards. But if they will compel me, if they will give me no time, if nobody will be moved, if it be resolved that the ceremony should be read over my constrained hand, why then, alas! what then? I can but what? O my dear! This Solmes shall never have my vows, I am resolved, and I will say nothing but no, as long as I shall be able to speak. And who will presume to look upon such an act of violence as a marriage? It is impossible, surely, that a father and mother can see such a dreadful compulsion offered to their child. But if mine should withdraw, and leave the task to my brother and sister, they will have no mercy. I am grieved to be driven to have recourse to the following artifices. I have given them a clue, by the feather of a pen sticking out, where they will find such of my hidden stories, as I intend they shall find. 2 or 3 little essays I have left easy to be seen, of my own writing. About a dozen lines also of a letter begun to you, in which I express my hopes, although I say that appearances are against me, and that my friends will relent. They know from your mother, by my uncle Antony, that somehow or other I now and then get a letter to you. In this piece of a letter I declare renewedly my firm resolution to give up the man so obnoxious to my family, on their releasing me from the address of the other. Near the essays I have left the copy of my letter to Lady Drayton, which, affording arguments suitable to my case, may chance thus accidentally to be fallen upon, to incline them to favour me. I have reserves of pens and ink, you may believe, and 1 or 2 in the ivy summer house, with which I shall amuse myself, in order to lighten, if possible, those apprehensions which more and more affect me, as Wednesday, the day of trial, approaches. End of Letter 46. Letter 47 Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 47. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, Ivy Summerhouse, 11 o'clock. He has not yet got my letter; and while I was contriving here how to send my officious gaoleress from me, that I might have time for the intended interview, and had hit upon an expedient, which I believe would have done, came my aunt, and furnished me with a much better. She saw my little table covered, preparative to my solitary dinner, and hoped, she told me, that this would be the last day that my friends would be deprived of my company at table. You may believe, my dear, that the thoughts of meeting Mr. Lovelace, for fear of being discovered, together with the contents of my cousin Dolly's letter, gave me great and visible emotions. She took notice of them. Why these sighs, why these heavings here? Said she, patting my neck. O my dear niece, who would have thought so much natural sweetness could be so very unpersuadable? I could not answer her; and she proceeded: I am come, I doubt, upon a very unwelcome errand. Some things have been told us yesterday, which came from the mouth of one of the most desperate and insolent men in the world, convince your father and all of us, that you still find means to write out of the house. Mr. Lovelace knows every thing that is done here, and that as soon as done; and great mischief is apprehended from him, which you are as much concerned as any body to prevent. Your mother has also some apprehensions concerning yourself, which yet she hopes are groundless: but however cannot be easy, if she would, unless, while you remain here in the garden, or in this summer house, you give her the opportunity once more of looking into your closet, your cabinet, and drawers. It will be the better taken if you give me cheerfully your keys. I hope, my dear, you won't dispute it. Your desire of dining in this place was the more readily complied with, for the sake of such an opportunity. I thought myself very lucky to be so well prepared, by my cousin Dolly's means, for this search: but yet I artfully made some scruples, and not a few complaints of this treatment: after which, I not only gave her the keys of all, but even officiously emptied my pockets before her, and invited her to put her fingers in my stays, that she might be sure I had no papers there. This highly obliged her, and she said, she would represent my cheerful compliance as it deserved, let my brother and sister say what they would. My mother in particular, she was sure, would rejoice at the opportunity given her to obviate, as she doubted not would be the case, some suspicions that were raised against me. She then hinted, that there were methods taken to come at all Mr. Lovelace's secrets, and even, from his careless communicativeness, at some secret of mine: it being, she said, his custom boastingly to prate to his very servants of his intentions, in particular cases. She added, that deep as he was thought to be, my brother was as deep as he, and fairly too hard for him at his own weapons, as one day it would be found. I know not, I said, the meaning of these dark hints. I thought the cunning she hinted at, on both sides, called rather for contempt than applause. I myself might have been put upon artifices which my heart disdained to practise, had I given way to the resentment which, I was bold to say, was much more justifiable than the actions that occasioned it. That it was evident to me from what she had said, that their present suspicions of me were partly owing to this supposed superior cunning of my brother, and partly to the consciousness that the usage I met with might naturally produce a reason for such suspicions: that it was very unhappy for me to be made the butt of my brother's wit: that it would have been more to his praise to have aimed at shewing a kind heart than a cunning head: that nevertheless I wished he knew himself as well as I imagined I knew him, and he would then have less conceit of his abilities: which abilities would, in my opinion, be less thought of, if his power to do ill offices were not much greater than they. I was vexed. I could not help making this reflection: the dupe the other too probably makes of him through his own spy deserved it. But I so little approve of this low art in either, that were I but tolerably used, the vileness of that man, that Joseph Leman, should be inquired into. She was sorry, she said, to find that I thought so disparagingly of my brother. He was a young man both of learning and parts. Learning enough, I said, to make him vain of it among us women: but not of parts sufficient to make his learning valuable either to himself or to any body else. She wished indeed that he had more good nature: but she feared that I had too great an opinion of somebody else to think so well of my brother as a sister ought, since, between the two there was a sort of rivalry as to abilities, that made them hate one another. Rivalry, Madam! said I: if that be the case, or whether it be or not, I wish they both understood, better than either of them seem to do, what it becomes gentlemen, and men of liberal education, to be and to do. Neither of them then would glory in what they ought to be ashamed of. But waiving this subject, it was not impossible, I said, that they might find a little of my writing, and a pen or two, and a little ink hated art! or rather hateful the necessity for it, as I was not permitted to go up to put them out of the way: but if they did, I must be contented. And I assured her, that, take what time they pleased, I would not go in to disturb them, but would be either in or near the garden, in this summer house, or in the cedar one, or about my poultry yard, or near the great cascade, till I was ordered to return to my prison. With like cunning, I said, I supposed the unkind search would not be made till the servants had dined: because I doubted not that the pert Betty Barnes, who knew all the corners of my apartment and closet, would be employed in it. She hoped, she said, that nothing could be found that would give a handle against me: for, she would assure me, the motives to the search, on my mother's part especially, were, that she hoped to find reason rather to acquit than to blame me: and that my father might be induced to see me to morrow night, or Wednesday morning, with temper. With tenderness, I should rather say, said she: for he is resolved to do so, if no new offence be given. Ah! Madam, said I. Why that Madam, and shaking your head so significantly? I wish, Madam, that I may not have more reason to dread my father's continued displeasure, than to hope for his returning tenderness. You don't know, my dear: things may take a turn: things may not be so bad as you fear. Dearest Madam, have you any consolation to give me? Why, my dear, it is possible, that you may be more compliable than you have been. Why raised you my hopes, Madam? Don't let me think my dear aunt Hervey
cruel to a niece who truly honours her. I may tell you more perhaps, said she, but in confidence, absolute confidence, if the inquiry within came out in your favour. Do you know of any thing above that can be found to your disadvantage? Some papers they will find, I doubt: but I must take consequences. My brother and sister will be at hand with their good natured constructions. I am made desperate, and care not what is found. I hope, I earnestly hope, that nothing can be found that will impeach your discretion: and then but I may say too much. And away she went, having added to my perplexity. But I now can think of nothing but this interview. Would to Heaven it were over! To meet to quarrel! But let him take what measures he will, I will not stay a moment with him, if he be not quite calm and resigned. Don't you see how crooked some of my lines are? Don't you see how some of the letters stagger more than others? That is when this interview is more in my head than in my subject. But after all, ought I to meet him? How have I taken it for granted that I should? I wish there were time to take your advice. Yet you are so loath to speak quite out: but that I owe, as you own, to the difficulty of my situation. I should have mentioned that in the course of this conversation I besought my aunt to stand my friend, and to put in a word for me on my approaching trial, and to endeavour to procure me time for consideration, if I could obtain nothing else. She told me, that after the ceremony was performed, odious confirmation of a hint in my cousin Dolly's letter, I should have what time I pleased to reconcile myself to my lot before cohabitation. This put me out of all patience. She requested of me in her turn, she said, that I would resolve to meet them all with cheerful duty, and with a spirit of absolute acquiescence. It was in my power to make them all happy. And how joyful would it be to her, she said, to see my father, my mother, my uncles, my brother, my sister, all embracing me with raptures, and folding me in turns to their fond hearts, and congratulating each other on their restored happiness. Her own joy, she said, would probably make her motionless and speechless for a time: and for her Dolly, the poor girl, who had suffered in the esteem of some for her grateful attachment to me, would have every body love her again. Will you doubt, my dear, that my next trial will be the most affecting that I have yet had? My aunt set forth all this in so strong a light, and I was so particularly touched on my cousin Dolly's account, that, impatient as I was just before, I was greatly moved: yet could only shew by my sighs and my tears how desirable such an event would be to me, could it be brought about upon conditions with which it was possible for me to comply. Here comes Betty Barnes with my dinner. The wench is gone. The time of meeting is at hand. Oh that he may not come! But should I, or should I not, meet him? How I question, without possibility of a timely answer! Betty, according to my leading hint to my aunt, boasted to me, that she was to be employed, as she called it, after she had eat her own dinner. She should be sorry, she told me, to have me found out: yet 'twould be all for my good. I should have it in my power to be forgiven for all at once, before Wednesday night. The confident creature then, to stifle a laugh, put a corner of her apron in her mouth, and went to the door: and on her return to take away, as I angrily bid her, she begged my excuse: but and then the saucy creature laughed again: she could not help it, to think how I had drawn myself in by my summer house dinnering, since it had given so fine an opportunity, by way of surprise, to look into all my private hoards. She thought something was in the wind, when my brother came into my dining here so readily. Her young master was too hard for every body. 'Squire Lovelace himself was nothing at all, at a quick thought, to her young master. My aunt mentioned Mr. Lovelace's boasting behaviour to his servants. Perhaps he may be so mean. But as to my brother, he always took a pride in making himself appear to be a man of parts and learning to our own servants. Pride and meanness, I have often thought, are as nearly allied, and as close borderers upon each other, as the poet tells us wit and madness are. But why do I trouble you, and myself at such a crisis, with these impertinences? Yet I would forget, if I could, the nearest evil, the interview; because my apprehensions increasing as the hour is at hand, I should, were my intentions to be engrossed by them, be unfit to see him, if he does come: and then he will have too much advantage over me, as he will have seeming reason to reproach me with change of resolution. The upbraider, you know, my dear, is in some sense a superior, while the upbraided, if with reason upbraided, must make a figure as spiritless as conscious. I know that this wretch will, if he can, be his own judge, and mine too: but the latter he shall not be. I dare say, we shall be all to pieces: but I don't care for that. It would be hard if I, who have held it out so sturdily to my father and uncles, should not. But he is at the garden door. I was mistaken. How many noises unlike be made like to what one fears! Why flutters the fool so? I will hasten to deposit this. Then I will, for the last time, go to the usual place, in hopes to find that he has got my letter.
If he has, I will not meet him. If he has not, I will take it back, and shew him what I have written. That will break the ice, as I may say, and save me much circumlocution and reasoning; and a steady adherence to that my written mind is all that will be necessary. The interview must be as short as possible; for should it be discovered, it would furnish a new and strong pretence for the intended evil of Wednesday next. Perhaps I shall not be able to write again one while. Perhaps not till I am the miserable property of that Solmes. But that shall never, never be, while I have my senses. If your servant find nothing from me by Wednesday morning, he may then conclude that I can neither write to you, nor receive your favours. In that case, pity and pray for me, my beloved friend, and continue to me that place in your affection, which is the pride of my life, and the only comfort left to your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XLVII. Letter XLVIII Of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II, by Samuel Richardson. Letter XLVIII. Miss Clarissa Harlowe to Miss Howe, St. Albans, Tuesday morning, past 1. O my dearest friend! After what I had resolved upon, as by my former, what shall I write? What can I? With what consciousness, even by letter, do I approach you? You will soon hear, if already you have not heard from the mouth of common fame, that your Clarissa Harlowe is gone off with a man. I am busying myself to give you the particulars at large. The whole 24 hours of each day, to begin at the moment I can fix, shall be employed in it till it is finished; every one of the hours, I mean, that will be spared me by this interrupting man, to whom I have made myself so foolishly accountable for too many of them. Rest is departed from me. I have no call for that; and that has no balm for the wounds of my mind. So you'll have all those hours without interruption till the account is ended. But will you receive, shall you be permitted to receive my letters, after what I have done? O my dearest friend! But I must make the best of it. I hope that will not be very bad. Yet am I convinced that I did a rash and inexcusable thing in meeting him, and all his tenderness, all his vows, cannot pacify my inward reproaches on that account. The bearer comes to you, my dear, for the little parcel of linen which I sent you with far better and more agreeable hopes. Send not my letters. Send the linen only; except you will favour me with one line, to tell me you love me still, and that you will suspend your censures till you have the whole before you. I am the readier to send thus early, because if you have deposited any thing for me, you may cause it to be taken back, or withhold any thing you had but intended to send. Adieu, my dearest friend. I beseech you to love me still. But, alas! what will your mother say? What will mine? What my other relations? And what my dear Mrs. Norton? And how will my brother and sister triumph? I cannot at present tell you how, or where, you can direct to me. For very early shall I leave this place, harassed and fatigued to death. But, when I can do nothing else, constant use has made me able to write. Long, very long, has been all my amusement and pleasure. Yet could not that have been such to me, had I not had you, my best beloved friend, to write to. Once more adieu. Pity and pray for your Clarissa Harlowe. End of Letter XLVIII. End of Clarissa Harlowe, Vol. II, by Samuel Richardson.